Hello, welcome to the waiting room. We've got Rash talking about all the states of mind that he's in right before the show.
Rash.
We've actually, the whole point of waiting room is they come in the middle of our conversation.
Yeah, true.
It's not like we're just starting here.
I think
we're hang out here all the time.
Unfortunately, we're a little too unhinged usually for broadcast.
Yeah, I'm sure they've stored a bunch in the tape so that when the blooper comes out,
but I think on Wednesday all bets are off.
We can just do whatever we want.
If you're here now, you deserve it.
It's true. It is Super Week. I think it's the first time LCS might have ever been live on a Wednesday. Even back in the day, it was Thursday, Friday.
No. The very first Super Week ever.
Oh, you're right, because it was Thursday, Friday. But
in the LCS studio in Season 3 was a 12-game Super Wednesday, and they advertised it with like a Teemo and stuff.
God.
We went from four-game days, because it was an 8-team league, to a 12-game day.
That sounds great. We should bring that back.
Yeah, let's not
But that was on
ever do that.
Super Wednesday. It took like 12 hours.
Super awful. Anyways, it's not awful anymore. We got patch 13.3 coming in. This is the big support patch. What has caught everyone's eye about this patch?
For me, it's the Nautilus pick. We're already seeing a big change in bot side of the map. We're seeing Kaisa Nautilus, and we're seeing Xayah Rakan. And Nautilus has got a bunch of damage in his abilities. I think he's actually pretty good right now. So I'm expecting to see a lot of it since it's already being picked. So that might just change things up.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nautilus is one of the supports we kind of already seen people being play if they wanted to play an engaged support. The ones we've seen here are pretty much what Nautilus and Pyke. We've seen a little bit of Leona in other leagues as well.
Yeah.
I am super curious though, because there's a lot of other stuff going on in bot lane that I am actually a huge fan of engaged supports. I want them to come back.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit hesitant to say that they will come back, considering that 2v2 bot is still so important, and like bot prio is so important.
That part of the meta hasn't changed. The only thing is like the Umbral Glaive.
I was about to say the same thing,
have not really been hit, but the 80 carry spammers for support is maybe a little diminished. And like things like Braum will always become more relevant if other melee champions are coming in. Alistar is really interesting to me, especially with the AP buffs. Mid lane, top lane, Alistar at first some solo lane rumblings.
Nope.
Yeah,
Raz is not like that.
I'm not
Triforce run forward and punch him once.
I do think the Umbral Glaive cooldown nerf is a big one. I don't think it's going to be big enough to move certain supports like Ashe. I think she will still be really strong, but probably seeing a little bit more vulnerabilities bot lane with Nautilus opening up. I think that will probably change things a bit. So
yeah, can we keep the patch notes up?
Yeah, I want to see that a little bit.
Just for my reference as well. I'm curious about Jarvan, because that's just a straight up buff, right? His shield just has an AD ratio on it now, so River might be able to play it.
Thank God, man. That W was terrible.
I mean, if I had to go one more week without seeing River play Jarvan.
I know, right?
But that's big. The Annie one is miscategorized balance team. That is not a nerf.
Yeah.
Well, it's a hot fix nerf, but the other, I assume, because this is the hot fix, to be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was hot fix nerfed yesterday, but it was giga buffed before. And like in terms of actually moving the needle for pro, kind of what I found is nerfs are more likely to change what you see in pro play. So like Cassante was significantly nerfed, and he was a meta top laner. So just by the fact that he's removed, we're going to see more variation. Buffs need to be really big to actually show a big change, because it needs to. You're so practiced on the things that you're used to doing. So this year it's the Ashe, Jhin. I was going to say crap, but like range supports.
Crap's not a bad word, Jet. You're okay.
Well, I mean, some people like it, but all of the supports I think are probably dying to get back to like the ability to face check bushes and start fights and engage. And it's a continuation in a long line of buffing the support damage and making the durability patch irrelevant. Like it just seems like every time.
Hey man, Rakan got healing on his Q.
But
Totally
Nautilus does more damage, Thresh does more damage now.
Yeah.
If they are strong enough, I do think those will make a reemergence.
The Annie support is super interesting to me just because we did see it last night.
Barrel.
In the KT game.
Barrel.
He got first blooded like in the first minute because they kind of collapsed on him. One thing I thought was really interesting about that game, there were points where you could see like, okay, this is how strong this can actually be. But KT in that game also did a good job of kind of hard targeting bot, right? So they got the first blood onto the Zeri, and then they were constantly sending BDD down or Cuz down to like cover that lane, which is why I'm really curious to see like what is going to affect, like how many of these changes are we going to have to eventually like punt the 2v2 into something that's more like interesting and interactive with supports roaming, with engaged supports. Because like I said, I'm very biased towards that rather than like straight up 2v2.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Annie can make it in today. I hope we get to see her. One thing that won't be making it in, Aurelion Sol, despite how excited everyone is for this champion.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
It counts as a new champion, so it's not enabled for the first week of this patch. I think it's coming in 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah, it usually is 3 weeks at least for a champion like rework.
Yeah.
A rework tier.
So, unfortunately, not going to be seen this week. Speaking of this week, let's pull up the schedule for this weekend. It is a super week. It means 3 games for each team. We are wondering who of the teams this week is most likely to go 3-0 other than FlyQuest. Because that's the easy answer, both because they're 6-0 and also they have a relatively easy schedule this week. But who are you guys looking at?
C9, probably? I think C9 has a chance to 3-0.
They play Dig,
Right?
Immortals, and TL.
Yeah.
I see that. Yeah.
I would say their toughest game on that schedule is definitely Friday.
Yeah. So I know you asked the question about 3-0, but I'll talk about a team that has the highest chance of like shooting up.
I know you asked that question. I'm going to ignore it.
Like, because it's close.
Question and
Because
answer.
it's low.
You're going to say Golden Guardian.
I'd like
Yeah,
to tell you
because
the
like
team that is
because to your point, like last week, you wanted to hit on the point of like strength of schedule. They got there were a few teams. They were one of them that got brutalized by strength of schedule, and now they're going up against TSM in day 1, day 2 Dignitas, and then the third one is the hardest one versus 100 Thieves. So like I'm expecting a loss there, but that's a team that I think, I don't think it's gonna be a 3-0, but there's a high chance of a 2-1, which means like they got a 2-0 last week. This week looks like a really easier strength of schedule. They're a team that can just shoot up where they were 0-4 to the begin.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that both them and Team Liquid end the first round robin at 4-5, and suddenly they're in that like kind of 5th, 6th race and potentially making playoffs when none of us were really projecting that. I don't think any of us had them in our power rankings in top 6.
I think you should have just said Golden Guardians is most likely to go. Like, they're a dark horse to go 3-0.
Yeah,
They just have to pull off
they
one
are a
upset.
dark horse.
Yeah, TSM, Dignitas, and then 100 Thieves. They could win against 100 Thieves.
I just aggressively don't think that will happen. But I agree. Like that's a huge potential for them, which will change a lot of the community like tune and tone over like that team.
Yeah, EG might do it as well.
I was about to point out EG.
It could also fall flat on his face right away because that's like the best game of the day that we have right off the bat. But once they get through 100 Thieves, if they can just beat TL and Immortals, they'd have it as well. So
Jat just proven on game 1 of 15.
yeah, it's gonna be EG.
It's a risky bet for that reason, but it's true. If they get through that, they can probably beat Team Liquid and then Immortals as well.
It's that reminds me. Have you ever seen Uncut Gems?
Yes.
That movie. He puts like he does this big parlay bet, and the first one is like the tip off, right? Like it could just be wrong, and the rest of the parlay is over. So that's why EG's a risky one.
Yeah, so a very exciting weekend for Super Week as we end the first round robin. Heading into that, we did ask the community to send who they thought was their most underrated LCS players this split. Let's see who we have come up with.
I love this.
Alex Legendary, a bunch of numbers, says Sven for sure. Everything good he does often turns into, but he will suck next patch.
Did Alex watch the podcast?
Yeah.
The dive with
possible.
Ben?
It's possible.
Because he kind of talked about that. Can I steal the
Yeah, no,
content
this is,
from
if
your
you
podcast?
agree with him, you can hop
Yeah,
in.
I just thought it was super interesting. So like Sven talked a lot about how he hates the narrative that he can't play melee supports. And then he pointed to his actual record with melee supports, even though Cloud9 was in 5th. It's because they started Summer Split 0-3, and then like he played melee supports against T1 at Worlds.
Yeah.
He's like, well, we would have just lost even if I was on Yuumi and Lulu. But then also I thought what was interesting is he doesn't get enough credit for playing the Enchanters.
Yeah.
Which is actually quite true. Like, and that was one of my arguments, and I still probably think he's better at Enchanters than the melee supports in comparison to the rest of the league. Because I feel like Sven is such a grinder, and since range supports weren't meta when he basically became a support, he just actually is a more experienced Lulu and Yuumi than a lot of the other veteran supports in the league because he just plays so much more.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting too because I don't know what Sven is rated in the community. He's like not, people talk about him a lot, but it's almost not like gameplay related. It's like, oh, he had a funny take. This guy's hilarious. He's like so insightful.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the community puts him 4th or 5th or 2nd in the league. Like, I think the definition of underrated heavily depends on what you think they are, because he was borderline all-pro for people last split. Are they saying that he should definitely be all-pro?
I think all-pro is in the conversation for sure. I would probably place him as a 3rd. Like right now, I'd place Vulcan, who's having an amazing split thus far, to be quite high. And then I think right now the problems, usually you'd have the conversation about Corey JJ, but he's having a pretty poor split so far. So then that leaves the support pool wide open. So why wouldn't he make top 3? I think is already a good challenge. So I think it's a great challenge. I think this is a good take from Alex about him being, you know, maybe not talked about as much as people want him to. So that'll start up.
Well, especially since a lot of the supports we've seen, right, have been also 80 carries, right? So as much as we've like joked and we had the whole 1v1 where Sven beat Berserker in like an 80 carry matchup, like he is naturally predisposed to be able to pick these up really easily and play them. And I also feel like that's probably where he's not getting a lot of credit as well, because it's like, oh, of course, he was an 80 carry, like he can play it, but like you should give him credit for that additionally.
Yeah, I do have to ask, like, why legendary 33284? Like, why those 5 numbers? Surely you can find a
Zip
different...
code?
I don't.
You're trying hard.
5 numbers. It could be a
Such a
code.
simple name, too. He's like Alex. You'd think it would be like legendary 87. Like, that's probably available.
True.
Make it easier to find you. I don't know.
Common pin
curious
number
about
used
that.
for things.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
God.
just, this is my security code.
All right, so we have a couple other people that we have underrated. Next one up is Chime. A lot of support love going on right now. Derek.
Oh, I know this guy. He is a rabid TSM fan. So I'm sure, by the way.
Instantly discrediting him, Rash.
Look, I've seen his tweets. I'm pretty sure the T is actually TSM unless if he's changed his name. Because, yes, even though I've discredited you instantly, I think that Chime is a shining spot for this team. I know last week we talked about like solo off of his Scion play, and we've also talked about Boogie on his Elise, even if he's gotten off of Elise, like the fact that he is more of an ignition piece for his team. But Chime, even last year, I felt like was an extremely consistent player, also a playmaker. Outside of his Bard, like his Ashe is something that I enjoy watching, because there was that week 1 where he was like nailing every ulti, it felt like. And he's working with his junglers pretty consistently. So I think that he has been their best player consistently. And I don't remember a game where he's like, you played poorly this game. Like, you are the reason why. I don't see that from him.
No, I think as a young player who joined a really tough situation, stepping into the middle of TSM, like the trade from Golden Guardians in the middle of last year.
Yeah.
I feel like I watch a lot of young guys in the LCS join one of these teams. And
then disappear forever.
Yeah, they just like, oops, and then they have a bad taste in their mouth and no one ever touches that player again. Like, I'm actually very happy with how Chime was able to step into a very difficult situation. So I wonder how good his future
those
can get.
situations suck, man. Like, it's so weird because you do judge off of how they did on the biggest stage, but oftentimes the situations are so bad. So like a lot of times, I know of several Academy players who just like don't want to enter those bad situations.
Yeah.
But Chime is an example of how it can work out sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because it didn't work out for him on Golden Guardians when he was thrusted into that same situation.
Sure.
There were a lot of times where he played poorly and he looked bad. And so when you get thrusted back into Academy, you're like, damn, I need to, like, the next situation better be right.
Top 5 teams only. I'm not.
It's like, please, I'm begging. So the fact that he was thrusted in that kind of similar situation, this time he's on, like, he played well on that situation last year, and now he's been in a situation where he's like, with the 80 carry that he wanted from the very beginning, like he's with Neo, they're both performing. It's a nice thing to see.
Now moving ahead with another support. All supports this week, I guess.
Wow.
Underrated.
Is it because they play
Ruhi.
Enchanters and people can't tell if they're good or bad?
Well,
Yeah, I think so.
also, like, 80 carries are popping off, so then I think hopefully people will start to look at, like, who is their bot lane partner, because I think this is an example of Ruhi is really weird to place within a split. I feel people underrate him, but also, like, generally as a player, I remember when we were doing our top 10 players of all time last year, I actually had him as number 9 or number 10, even though he didn't appear on my mid lane list or my support list, because it's hard to rate him for that position. But as a player, he's super valuable. And I think, honestly, he's had, even in their 04, you could see a lot of really good things he was doing with the team. He's actually roamed more and tried to affect other lanes outside of the 2v2 more than any other support in the league. So I think even when Golden Guardians were really struggling at the beginning, he was playing very, very well.
Yeah, he's always been a bit more of a playmaker than like Enchanter in terms of the duality of supports. So it's like not exactly his meta. Plus, he's always brings a lot of intangibles is the value. And so he's just not a player who's instantly going to jump off the rift and be like, that guy's killing it right now. And it's just a weird meta, too, with how dominant the AD carry position is. The supports by necessity are valuable, but
hard to notice.
They don't get the spotlight.
Yeah, and that's something Sven said in your podcast.
Yeah.
Is you can have an AD carry game where you're 10-0 and you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Right?
He's like
there's an element of obviously you did something because you're positioning well enough in team fights, but it's like he wasn't ahead in lane, he has a good front line, they had good engages.
He hit the closest target.
He just gets 10 kills. And you're like, well, I guess he gets 10 kills, so he must have done really well.
Player of the game!
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how are you ever going to, like, what do you have to do on Lulu to win a player of the game?
Yes.
It's like, well, it's probably impossible.
Yes.
You probably can't do it.
You know, it's so, for me, because I kind of disagree with this take, and the problem is...
You think who he sucks?
No, what?
You said you disagree. He's underrated.
You're going to do that to your boy Jay like that?
Well, it's about like, when you're talking about underrated, it's dependent on your surroundings.
Yeah.
What information are you taking in? I've only really seen praise for Huhi in their losses. So, but...
They blamed him a lot for 100 Thieves last year.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think if you're looking at it from the perspective of like, there are going to be people that think less of him because of what happened last year. And then this year, he's obviously been the shining point of his team in their losses. But you can say underrated because people just don't look at the teams that are losing. So like, so if you're not looking at the team and you're not really saying much when he's the one that's performing, yeah, underrated in that sense. But if anyone's pointing to who's the winning point of this team, it has been Huhi. So that's literally the only way in which I can disagree with the take.
Yeah, you found the angle.
I found the angle.
Yeah, he's not underrated. He's just good.
I do appreciate the point, though, about like how meta influences perception of pro players. And even in that conversation, Sven was like, he doesn't blame community or casters or stuff for not giving MVPs to Lulus and Yumis. You're kind of, in a sense, weirdly enough in this sport, beholden to the meta for like how much you can shine. And like top lanes are never winning an MVP in an Ornn Scion meta, you know, and it's why it's so difficult sometimes.
Yeah, Thresh gets player of the game when Thresh is OP.
Yep.
I think this is what happens. Like, he landed another one.
Wait, didn't Winsome get player of the game for his Nautilus? Did he, or did Prince still get it?
No, that would have been.
I was going to say, it probably was Prince.
He's got like 12 kills or something.
Yeah.
I definitely gave 1 or 2 player of the game so far to supports.
Right, but then you just got
I know
outvoted.
I did.
Yeah.
You're just.
I know I gave
likely got
Huhi at
outvoted.
least.
But I've given a lot more to Prince and Berserker and Double Lift. Yeah. All right, so final one, breaking the mold finally out of support, is a top laner on Immortals. It's Revenge getting some love from the community.
Revenge probably. He's like not even sure.
He's like, I didn't really watch the games. I think he's doing good. Yeah, plenty of people don't recognize how good of a player he is.
This is another take from actually the Sven interview where he talked about how this is his best, he feels, year that Revenge has had in his career right now. As short as it is, of course, like Revenge right now is playing out of his mind. And it sucks because they're losing. And that goes back to the Huhi point where it's like people will not recognize an outstanding performer in a losing team, but he is an outstanding performer. When they've won, it's because this is a great example. The ult through the Azir ulti and he's able to get a pick. Like, this was a messy game, but a lot of it was based off of what Revenge was able to accomplish in team fights. So it's nice to see a player that is constantly improving, and I think it's worthy of recognition.
And in talking to him, one of the super interesting things I thought is he was like, yeah, I previously was kind of known as someone who I would take a counter matchup, right? And then they would try to pour resources into him, and then he'd be in a side lane, like doing a 1-4 or 1-3-1. This year, he said his goal, and I think at that time, Kenby was the jungler with the lowest amount of top lane, like jungle procs.
Yeah.
He was like, this year, I want to be known as like someone who's stable. They're always going to be able to look at their top and be like, he's a good laner. He's holding his own. I don't need resources to carry. So that's something that I know like he as a player has said he really wants to focus on.
There it is.
Yeah, I think part of why he's struggled in the past, and this is something that could easily be misinterpreted, but like,
No.
I'm ready.
split push win conditions like don't exist. Like
They're very, very hard.
It's not a way to win League of Legends. Like you can still pick a counter matchup, but you still have to be good in team fighting. And I think so much of the like in the games where he would get advantages last year and they'd lose, he'd have like 30, 40 CS up, but like he wouldn't find a way to team fight. He'd just find a way to build his own advantage. And all the best top laners are just good team fighters, right? And the team needs to be in synchrony with that. And when they've won, all those highlights are team fight clips. Like you just don't win League by like, oh yeah, I got a side lane kill. and then the Nexus exploded. Like, it just doesn't happen that way. You have to team fight.
I will say it's hilarious because I remember that last year's IMT where it's like a lot of the losing plays, like, I don't know what a top laner can do in this situation. If your bot side 44 loses, you're like, well, be a better cheerleader.
What you need to do in that situation is like, you need to be there. Like, you need to have your 2,000 gold advantage. You need to be a 5v4. Like, you can't just get a bunch of resources and then expect the 4v4 to go even. You know what I mean? So it's not obviously all his fault, but that would be a reason why, like, he is. You talk to a lot of other top laners, like, yeah, Revenge is good.
Yes.
Because he's good in lane. Players respect that. But it's just about meshing it with the rest of the team.
And Immortals was struggling, for most of his career. So it's like they weren't going to win that many wins anyways, and he's getting funneled, so it looks extra bad in some of those situations. Anyways, moving along, got a couple more people to try and slam through. We got Gory up next.
Gory? I love this. This is the most we've seen written.
Yeah, whoa.
I can't read it. It's too much.
The most underrated player is Gory. GG's success is in large part to their mid-jungle, and they have the potential to end the first round robin at 5-4.
Bang!
I agree.
There
Raz
you go.
heavily disagrees, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
He heavily doesn't think
Raz
they're
is
going to win
just throwing them under the bus.
I did say the last game will be a loss. That was
So
my
I believe
prediction.
it'll be in large part to Gory.
So, I love this. It's like, why haven't we been talking about Gory? This man hasn't been in the country for a little bit. So, a reason for why he's not being spoken of. But yeah, I mean, he's been a great point of success. I love the fact that he's been moving. I kind of expected him to be sticking mid lane, for them to be playing around him like solely, but he's been somebody that has been pretty active around the map, which I like, and they've been finding wins now off of it.
And I think the important thing too is like the team has been able to A, rely on him and River working together, but B, when they do pour resources into him, like for example, Huhi roaming mid, right, to help him get a kill. Like after that, he pays it back by doing well in team fights, setting up in side lanes for skirmishes there. So like I was pretty hesitant to see how Gory was going to be able to do, because I know I watched him primarily in LPL, and he kind of struggled a lot there. But he has been a really good point for this team as they have continued to improve. And I think having him here, to your point, Russ, and actually being able to go through that practice going into last week was obviously a visible improvement and showed in their wins.
Yeah, because like that's their intended core, is that you're playing around Gory with your like 3 Korean-speaking players, in which it's like River, Huhi, and Gory. Even the replays you're seeing, a lot of it is him playing off side lane and working with River, or Huhi being able to find ways to like roam and aid so they have numbers advantage. So if they do that consistently, yes, they're winning. And I think that's a huge addition, is that they're finally able to get him into the country and start working.
Yeah, and it was super lucky that they played the best teams when they didn't have them.
Like, we're gonna lose him anyway.
It actually was. Like, if you're going to have to be playing with a sub and not have much practice, the schedule actually works out really well for them.
That is true.
When for most teams, playing nothing but the top 5 in the first 3 weeks would be a disaster.
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't have minded, though, going up against the good teams as a skill check, see how they're doing.
With Young? No.
No, I'm saying
later?
Gory.
They
Like,
can do that in the second round
I know,
robin.
but
I'll
it's
make it playoffs and stuff.
now everyone's discrediting. Oh, it's just the bad teams.
Raz still doesn't think they can win with them. Like,
wait,
I
against
think
100
that's
Thieves. I'm dying on that hill. Against 100 Thieves, it will not be a win.
We'll see if you're correct at the end of the weekend. We first have to get to the first game of this Super Week. Let's take a look.
FlyQuest. They are 6-0. They've beaten all of the top teams. It is too soon to say if they're going to go 18-0. But, like, are they going to go 18-0?
The Kai'Sa flank. Brent, it's 3 kills for FlyQuest. We've got a super week coming up, so a lot can change there. Berserker, firing. Penta-kill. Now they're going to chase him down. Pioshik wants it. Harry has nobody to body block. Ace in the hole takes him down. Double Lift's going to grab another triple kill. Is it a quadra kill for Double Lift? Evil Geniuses punish FlyQuest for getting too aggressive. A beautiful 2-man bubble.
Doesn't feel like everything is set in stone.
That was the fastest game for the spring split, and they want to continue that lead further. Oh! Beautiful stuff from Hui. Did you see that, Azael?
We're seeing a lot of these teams that are looking like they could potentially be a threat.
Alrighty, looks like a good week.
There it
Gonna kick it off with
is.
EG
15
versus
games.
100 Thieves. We're gonna do something we did before, which is what is the most hype matchup for people at home? What are they most excited about? In Twitch chat, spam, I believe it's top or bot. I don't know what tricodes we're using. Yeah,
Yeah.
There we go.
You're
I don't
right.
think you need to put in lane.
It's FBI versus doublelift, which would be bot,
bot.
or someday tenacity. Top.
And we're going to pitch you on the storylines if you're unfamiliar with them. So you two, I think, are up first to break down why doublelift versus FBI is the hyper of the two matchups.
Well, because it's the right answer.
Oh.
I'm late, Raz. My mic pack fell out. I'm coming.
Yeah, I did too.
Slow but surely. See, I held on to my mic packs when I was running up. So make your case first.
I mean, we're agreeing with each other.
I mean,
but it's just better. So doublelift is the greatest AD carry of all time, and he's been going up against all the other players who have been top of AD carry in the LCS in his absence. He did lose to Prince, but he has been doing so well against everyone else. And FBI is the guy who was toe-to-toe with doublelift the last time doublelift won the split. He was on that Golden Guardians team that pushed TSM to the brink, and he's, I feel like, steadily improved, even though he hasn't been flashy. So seeing them go up against each other again is just very exciting.
Exactly. I remember that time in which you were talking about where he was the last time he was playing in competitive, and he conceded that FBI and Huhi at the time was the better bot lane, right? That's what made it difficult for them. And so he was basically talking about that next generation in FBI, the AD carries coming in that were coming up. And so the fact that FBI is finding renewed strength alongside Vulcan makes this so damn hype. In fact, even JoJo knows about it, talking about it in social media, how he's going to send doublelift back to streaming. The shit talking doesn't just stem with the bot lane, it's the rest of the team knowing that this lane matters.
Yeah, doublelift does have a target on his back.
Okay, so that's your pitch. Emily and I are going to counter and tell you why you're wrong and why top lane is more exciting. Emily, you can kick us off.
So we're going full narrative here. Remember, this guy was supposed to be on a 6-man roster last year, was not, because Someday started playing so well. So now he has a massive revenge angle here, right? He's like, you know what? You kept me from playing all last year because you were so good. I am going to prove that I am the better top laner.
It's the jailer versus the jailee. He was in academy jail for 2 or 3 years. Everyone was hyped on Tenacity. It was like, when are we finally going to get to see him? 100 Thieves didn't want to move him away. They wanted to invest in him, but Someday was just too good. And so this is kind of the matchup for Tenacity to say, hey, management, you made the right call, sticking with me. He's going to defend the fact that they went with him instead of Someday, who they made 3 straight finals with, won their first title with him, and Tenacity now has to prove this. And so I agree, it's not doublelift, but not everything has to be about doublelift in the LCS, all right? This is hype.
I have a confession.
What's that?
Yo.
I just like being right, so I know Twitch chat is going to vote for doublelift.
Yeah, there it is.
But
So you're
I love
genuinely, I'm actually more excited for Tenacity versus Someday, but I'm going to be right. Do we have
You're
the
just
answers?
a populist.
Yeah.
We'll
I
Did
mean,
you just
I'm
hedge your
saying,
bet on both?
Last time
I'm
I
gonna be
said
right.
top. Last time I said top.
Aha, we did it.
Yeah.
Good job.
It was obviously going to
It's
be
all
top.
us. Good argument.
Which means your argument was awful.
There we go.
The last
Work
time
on it.
I said top, it was, I believe, Fudge versus Impact.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of solo kills in that lane, and it was great. It was a good time.
Obviously,
I'm
these
just
two guys have scrimmed against each other a ton. So Someday and Tenacity will know all their ins and outs. Before we go to the casters, quickly, let's pull up predictions, see if we have any surprise upsets. I'm sure we'll be split on this one.
It's probably going to be at the end of the day.
It's probably going to be this one. What do you mean? It's EG versus 100.
Oh, yeah.
EG.
True.
Oh.
So the reason I've actually
Whoa,
chose
you
a
put
few
CLG
upsets.
too. You're crazy.
I chose a few upsets mostly because usually by this time of the split, the teams that have been failing, in this case CLG, would have really knuckled down, grinded. Upsets usually happen around week 4, week 5, around there, and so I'm betting on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any data behind that.
Yeah.
They just need some time to get
And
familiar with
also,
each other.
I think some of the core issues that Team Liquid have will still exist, and they will just take every fight. So I'm actually just expecting CLG to be able to overperform and Team Liquid to stay doing what they've been doing for the past few weeks.
All right, Raz calling his shot today. A lot of upsets
I'm for it.
predicted. We'll see
Yeah.
if he's correct about any of them. And with that, let's go ahead and get Super Week underway.
Welcome to the LCS and the first Super Week here of Spring 2023. I am Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and special guest Whippo here for the first game, and he'll be back for the third one later on today as well. Whippo, welcome back to the casting desk, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you.
Yeah, me too. I'm good to be here. It's very nice to be back.
You
I
came
enjoy
for
it.
a banger game.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna be really good.
This is a super exciting one. The analyst test was going over some of the narratives between these two teams. They're also tied in the standings, of course, at 4-2. Everybody's kind of behind FlyQuest, but that's that's a separate issue. This one is super exciting to me, also because of the jungle matchup. I feel like Inspired and Closer have both been playing extremely well, and they're two super proactive junglers too.
I agree with you. I was actually looking at this. They didn't bring it up in the pregame because the other roles look a little bit cooler. But I really like the idea of the two European, like ex-European junglers fighting each other. I feel like both of them, especially Closer, is more of an NA jungler now. Inspired's almost getting
We
there.
claim him. He's been here a long time. A long time.
But it's really interesting because I think when I was actually jungling myself in that one split way back, I looked at these two junglers. I thought they were like polar opposites. I felt like Inspired was like really much about farming, control, making sure that he's good in the game himself. And I feel like Closer is much more about taking risks, getting in there, looking to gank with lanes. And I think Sejuani's been super successful at finding mid ganks. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to get another Sejuani game where I see the enemy Azir or a control mage get jailed by the Glacial Prison or not.
Alrighty, quick reminder to everybody as we're getting into our first draft, our first champion select of the day here. We have moved patches. It is no longer patch 13.1b. We are on patch 13.3, including the most recent hot fixes that were applied to that patch. So hopefully things are going to get shaken up here a little bit. The drafts have become very predictable back on 13.1, so we'll see how this change switches that up. Zillion banned away, targeted at Bjergsen first off by EG. Varus banned alongside it, with Maokai and Elise banned out by 100 Thieves, focusing on the jungle here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom lane still here, with double-elimination having a pretty good Caitlyn performance, plus Zeri Lulu is available. We could get the classic trade with Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami, and they're continuing focusing on junglers here, so it does look like bottom lane will be wide open.
Sejuani priority will probably still be high from what I understand. So with Maokai, Wukong, and Elise out, we're going to have to see. Oh, looks like there's going to be a Zeri first pick, which makes sense. This is what double-elimination's been picking most of the time. We will see, obviously, what they decide on having. I'm actually surprised they choose to go for the Caitlyn. So they're saying we're going to smash lane here. What double-elimination has been doing is playing Zeri into the Lucian Nami. So he's been saying, I'm going to take the scaling counterpart to these hard-winning lanes. In this case, he's challenging the Caitlyn from FBI.
Yeah, I always really like the double poke lanes of the Ezreal Karma when paired against any sort of Caitlyn lane, regardless of what EG support is going to be. And it does look with some of the hovers here, that's probably the direction that they're going. Plus, getting the guaranteed engage of the Vi as they are whittling down on the junglers. It does mean EG have plenty of time to draft counter engage. Whenever you see a super early Vi like that, I'm always thinking about things that have big AoE counter engages.
Exactly, and they secure the Karma for themselves. They keep that away from the Caitlyn. They know they don't have to pick their AD carry yet because EG's already got their own. Caitlyn Lux, a classic pairing. Lots of danger there if that binding hits.
So very smart by 100 Thieves. The enemy AD carry is already locked in, so you're going to pick up your priority support, your priority jungler, and you're going to get your AD carry in the wraparound. So as much as you saw them hover Ezreal, Ezreal's very likely to be coming on 3, regardless of what they pick on 2-3, because this is the bot lane pairing that you feel most comfortable with.
Right.
Ezreal Karma into the Caitlyn Lux is something that a lot of players have been playing. Specifically because you can actually match the range in the poke, and Ezreal just either queues to poke together with Karma, or he starts shooting Mystic shots on the wave, stacks up his attack speed, and then he can actually compete with Caitlyn's push. So, never mind. I got
Switching it up.
He's fixed Jinx, which is I actually like it a lot because, like I mentioned, double-elimination's been playing these scaling champions into the bully lanes and saying, you know what, you guys aren't good enough to put me far enough behind, which is very much in theme for his brand, and I love to see Jinx come out exactly with that idea.
Getting an auto attack champion that can cut through this Sejuani, looking at that 5-on-5. I also like pairing Jinx with stuff that is single target, like Vi. You can lock somebody down to get the Jinx excited really early on, if they can get some good picks here. But now we're obviously going to focus on the solo lanes because everywhere else has been taken care of. 100 Thieves, the Bjergsen camp, they're more worried about banding away some of JoJo's volatile melee matchups.
Yeah.
Pretty big difference in style between these two mid laners.
Makes a lot of sense. Jack's ban comes out. It's been a blind pick sometimes, so you can pick it on 4 and get counter pick from mid if you leave it open, but also make some of the blind picks a little bit easier if you're looking for some carry options blind pick. Now, I do think there'll be a tank versus tank match up top with these bot lanes, I imagine, you know, especially with the changes coming to crit last patch. However, they're still relevant now. So with 2 huge hyper carries in the Caitlyn and Jinx squaring off, what we really want to see is frontline and crowd control to really set them up.
Yeah, and some respect paid to JoJo with the Tristana ban as well.
Yep.
After last weekend with the demolition that he was able to throw out. All right, 100 Thieves, they got to throw down solo lane first.
Probably going to be a mid lane control mage and then blind pick tank here, and then you're going to answer with either a Camille type counter pick, the split push, if you don't feel like your 5v5 is good enough, or in this case, I feel like their 5v5 is very solid. We're going to see a tank versus tank matchup. Now, obviously, this is my expectation because the meta has shifted a little bit.
Right.
I personally feel like with all these crit changes, it's going to make a lot of sense to play tanks into these bruiser blinds like Renekton and Jax. Very likely, I think there's going to be a tank answer here, like a Sion and Ornn is what I expect. Obviously, there's a lot of tanks available in League of Legends, so we'll see what exactly he wants to play. And a Sylas.
Sylas locked in as the final pick of the draft here for Evil Geniuses, which can also be a deterrent to a pick like Ornn, where the ultimate gives so much value when stolen away. Sion ulti not going to have as much effect in the fights. Of course, there's a lot of utility behind that, but it's not quite the same team fight impact as the Ornn horn running over the entire enemy team.
I mean, I'm just so excited. We were talking about how we're looking forward to junglers in this. There's so many options for Inspired to go to. Playing Sejuani when you have double melee solo laners, and especially like Renekton, just feels really, really fun to play off top triangle. And then they've got constant pushing Caitlyn Lux bottom lane, you know, that needs attention as well. So going to be hyper focused on the choices that these two junglers make early on in the game.
And I love the fact that we get the Gragas. We were talking in the green room an hour ago, back while we were waiting for the games to start today. And Whippo, I believe it was you who said you think Gragas is like one of the greatest competitive champions of all time, and you wanted to see more play from him.
I just specified in jungle because a lot of these junglers are really weak early game, which is one of the reasons why he didn't get played in the jungle in the past, is like he's too weak early, but Vi and Sejuani are very weak early as well. Now, he gets played in the top lane. I'm still happy to see him because obviously Explosive Cask is a fantastic way to start fights, also to disengage fights. He's just a champion, kind of does everything. Has range, he's good in short range, he's good at long range, good in medium range. He's really just a fantastic champion all around, so I'm happy to see Gragas get locked in. Now, playing against the Renekton, I do think that lane matchup can be oppressive if the Renekton knows how to leverage his ultimate. So there's no kill pressure in this lane. I'm just going to jump into the lane matchup because I'm very passionate about this matchup because I don't think a lot of players know this, but there's not a lane where there's kill pressure on Gragas. He can never really die one-on-one if he goes tank Gragas, which I assume is what you're going to play into Renekton. AP is a little harder.
Okay.
So you have to use the Renekton ultimate to gain advantages slowly. So you just pop it in lane, you show up, you pop it to chunk him, and then you gain the Fury as you're just laning. And eventually you accrue a large gold lead because Gragas can't keep up with sustain because Renekton's ultimate is a really huge power spike.
Party in the bottom lane.
Oh, wow.
Everybody's invited.
Let's do it.
Big LCS party. They all show up.
It's like a standoff. Who's going to throw the first spell? No one. I'm waiting for Luxie go thrown into the bush, and Lucio's still not feeling the
there we go.
contra Q.
All right.
Cheers for the first spell.
There we go. Not bad at all.
I really did like your point on the top lane, though, and the point of this last pick, 400 Thieves, kind of being a nullifying pick, does allow more focus onto, hey, trying to get Bjergsen some priority, push in this Sylas from mid lane and get it to bleed over to the rest of the map. And maybe they can do something about this bottom lane that you expect to be the war over pushing.
That's awesome. Obviously, what's always intriguing about picking 3 winning lanes or like 2 winning lanes and then a pick like Sylas into Azir is Sejuani has all the options in the world, but it's not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes having too many options means that you lose focus on where you need to get gold leads. Because this game, obviously, I'm really worried for EG's composition if they start falling behind, because none of their champions can actually take the brunt of a hard engage from Gragas or Vi with Chompers underneath that. Like, Sejuani doesn't get enough gold income that she can just straight up face tank a hard initiation with Chompers underneath there. She's probably going to die at the start of the fight. So it's going to be really pivotal that EG finds gold leads in multiple lanes, because I think one lane is not going to be enough because they get outscaled in all 3. Now, Sylas' scaling is very good, but it's conditional scaling. And why that's relevant is you don't always get the E in a Sylas. Someone has to create space for you to get in there.
Yeah.
And against the composition where if EG gets hard engaged on first, it's very likely Jinx is already going to get excited. That might not be enough for Sylas to turn around the fight. That might already be a doomed fight. So I am concerned for EG, but hopefully we're going to be able to see some action from them in the early laning phase.
Well, right now, nothing too spicy just yet. Tri-Cam Fuse going to show us someday with the early push in top. Double-lift and Busia with that push in bottom.
Yeah, and look at this sneak around the wards. There were 2 wards put here to keep Sejuani out of this bottom river by the side of 100 Thieves, and yet Inspired was able to sneak around all of that vision. Let's see if it pays off at all, though.
What can he get from it? What's it going to be? Closer showing up bottom, seeing if maybe there's a play to be made down there.
Waiting quite a while here.
That pig is hatching an egg in the brush. He's been sitting there for so long. Who knew?
I don't know if that's how pigs work, dude.
Who knew?
Both junglers are really interested in finding these level 3 ganks. It's 3 minutes and they've only done 3 camps.
Closer's ready, finds the Q over the wall. Another auto attack will do it. And Double-Lift gets excited for first blood. They're going to get one back in mid lane with money going over to JoJo with a kill on Bjergsen right after the fact.
Yep, both junglers, as you're trying to get it out, are so interested in these level 3 ganks and the bottom lane. Everybody in the current meta has been talking about how important it is for junglers to get the early ganks off towards bottom lane, and even more so in this matchup here. Double-Lift did have to flash for it, so maybe there's an angle for EG to try and punish, but
he has cleanse, so it's going to be difficult, right? You need a Lux Binding or a Sejuani CC to really set that up for you, so I don't think it's going to be that easy. However, I'm going to see a replay of how this gank mid happened. Again, super patient by both junglers. You know, it's a bit painful for me to see. Like I said, I jungled a little bit, and seeing both junglers show up with 12 CS at 20 almost? Painful, really. That said, it does pay off in this case, and, well, if it works, why not keep doing it?
Works on both ends. Both junglers can do that.
And
both successful kills.
Both teams also get the money where they want the money to be. You've got the Jinx getting paid in bottom lane for the first blood, and then Sylas having that money to be able to get ahead and make sure that he can be effective in the fights like you were talking earlier.
So JoJo's also going to be able to get a push on wave, it actually looks like, with that Sylas having the extra pressure up there. I wonder if he's going to be able to get anything going here early. Closer's already circling around, though, and pinging for a wrap.
Let's see what he can find. Just gonna go up top side here, use the Scryer's Bloom back into his own territory to make sure there's no wards or no enemy jungler clearing anything out.
I don't want to use this opportunity to talk about opportunities.
Okay, an opportunity of opportunities.
There's no flash on the Lux now. Bjergsen died, but he saved his flash. He said, you know what, doesn't look like I'm going to survive this one. I'm just going to take it gracefully, save my summoner spells so I can survive in the future. However, when Karma has flash advantage in this bottom lane, she can Mantra W, increasing the root duration and also giving her enough healing that she can flash forward and try to guarantee a route onto the Lux. So if you're in a 2v3 situation, if you guarantee the route onto the flashless Lux, very good chance you'll get a kill there. Now, normally, you're very scared of dying.
We may have a roam timer for that Sylas.
Oh boy,
is that a 4-man play bottom lane at minute 5?
Inspired and JoJo are ready to go. Double-Lift's got no way out. JoJo getting his second kill of the match, 5.5 minutes in.
And they do exactly that. They punish Double-Lift, the flashless Jinx, using the flash to get the kill early on. They make the wraparound. Sylas roams bottom. Inspired, if you saw, he walked just as the Scuttle Crab disappeared to go all the way around them, coming from behind the tower, and then kind of pushing them so that Double-Lift got flanked 3 different angles of pressure on him. Nicely done by Evil Geniuses.
Honestly, a beautiful creative play. Actually, like he still has his Renekton ultimate, so I don't think there's anything scary there, but a nice little try by Tenacity to try to push for an advantage. He will recall here shortly, and nothing's really going to happen in this lane. As soon as Darkus gets his tier, things kind of slow down again. And like I said, Renekton's going to use his ultimate to try and get advantages slowly because no one's going to die. He just attacks the top tower, basically, and starts to chip away. That said, this bot gank was beautiful because I actually think if Double-Lift recognized that it was a 4 versus 2 play and he tried to walk through the Sejuani with the summoners for heal from Karma, he probably would have gotten that way. But Sejuani coming from behind the tower looked so scary that you think, oh, I'm going to run away to the river, where JoJo was waiting, ready with all his spells to collect a free kill.
Yeah, information is such a powerful tool here, and that's the big difference maker there, because I completely agree. The Sejuani, more of a a visual fear than the actual
Absolutely.
kill
The
threat.
jump scare.
The thing is, when you dash from that angle, you use your dash in order to get over that wall, which means you have one less CC of Sejuani, and with no melee champions other than Sejuani in the bottom side on the
Running
bottom
at you with a W ready is basically what.
Yeah.
That's what all she's got is throw a W at you, so you can walk through her definitely with the movement speed from Karma Shield and a heal.
What it does mean is that we're now living in a world where JoJo Silas is 2 early kills and has flash available. So really looking for Evil Geniuses. This is obviously the star player, you know, that was lauded for so much success in his rookie year. See if he can actually roam around the map and continue this for Evil Geniuses. Because right now it's a very meager gold lead. Still very winnable 400 Thieves.
Busio forced to flash over the wall there, wanted to exit through the top part of the jungle, but with Inspired right there was no way for him to safely be able to secure the blast cone.
Despite there being so many ganks early on in the game, it's still a very stable game. Everyone's about equal in CS, you know, 5 to 10 difference here or there, but other than that, pretty much a very well-matched game, despite that there have been some very aggressive ganks and creative opportunities. And it looks like EG is going to try and break open the game here, which I do think is necessary.
Oh, nicely done. Double It gets rooted up. The damage comes through, but Busio's got some healing ready to go for him. Double It survives, but EG is not done yet. Double It flashing away as JoJo's ready to go. Just jumps right on top of him, knocks them all down. EG, get both.
Honestly, this was beautifully played by Inspired. Tracking the summoner spells is really the story of this bottom lane experience. The cleanse is down now, has the flash up. Doesn't have cleanse Sejuani ult, just use it to chunk him out. Not a lot of Sejuani players will have the knowledge to just use your Glacial Prison to chunk him out there and set up the kill because he knows JoJo's wrapping around.
Oh, meanwhile, back in mid, 100 Thieves are finally ready to answer the JoJo problem, and it's Bjergsen getting the shutdown.
A critical punish for 100 Thieves here. If they continue to allow JoJo to freely roam from mid lane, ganking bottom over and over without a price, then they're going to lose the game. So that was a very, very good move from Bjergsen as JoJo's trying to come back in time for the big wave at his tower. A really big swing as Closer is able to combine with him for the kill and try and turn it into the Rift Herald.
Looks like there might be a fight here.
They should finish it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not gonna finish it.
They're
Rift
scared.
Herald's running
Okay.
out of patience. Inspired walks up to try to tank it here for a little bit as Someday trades back and forth with Tenacity and Busio nearby. Closer goes in for the engage and he finds the enemy support. Tenacity's disengage is enough to get Busio away for now. He'll live with 300 HP back underneath the turret. Evil Genius is now going to go back to the Herald and start it up again.
So an interesting sequence there, and I actually think this is what a lot of really good teams do, is they fake contest. So there was only 2 people ready to contest. JoJo still needed to TP and walk all the way there. I do think the Herald could have been finished, and maybe even you could turn on Sejuani there. However, they didn't feel the confidence to pull the trigger and go for that. And like I mentioned, Renekton's just going to use his ultimate, really just to get some health back, get more Fury. More Fury means more health, and that's kind of what you do, because like I said, it's a very stale lane, nothing happens. That said, that whole sequence earlier, I really want to talk about this. The fact that after JoJo gets the double kill on the bottom lane there, at least got 1 kill and then an assist, and then got shot down for 600 gold by Bjergsen. That's a really big deal because if you have 3 kills in a lane and 0 on another, you have very little gold in comparison. Now, with a 600 gold shutdown going over to the Azir, he's actually going to have his mythic item relatively soon. I believe he has all the gold in his pocket, so he's just looking for an opportunity to recall now.
Yeah, the difference in base is definitely big. But JoJo still, because he got so rich so quickly, got the first mythic in the game as Bjergsen takes a beating but live.
Survives.
JoJo got the first mythic in the game, and it's a scaling mythic in the Rod of Ages. So it's still a really nice power boost to get that stacking early on. Bjergsen, though, nice little escape for him.
Yep, and the Rod of Ages, you can see it already had 1 stack. I saw it back around 10-15, so that means early 9 minutes was around when the item was purchased. Feels really good. That means he's going to have this thing fully charged and get the bonus level from the full charge completion before 20 minutes. So if Evil Geniuses can continue getting JoJo going forward, continue getting him snowballing, I think it's going to be a big issue for 100 Thieves, and that's exactly what EG wants to do. They're going to summon up the Herald mid, use that to put even more money in JoJo's pockets, and keep this Silas rolling. Now over 1,000 gold ahead of Bjergsen's.
He is rich. He's hella rich. He has first strike as well. So all this money is going to net him more money. So this is something that a lot of people forget about first strike, is it scales up the amount of damage you deal. So if you get fed early, you deal more damage, it's going to yield more gold as the game goes on. So very interesting for a champion like Silas, because he not only scales incredibly well with gold, but also with experience, which is why Rod of Ages is now popular on him, because a level on him, on a champion like Silas, where all 3 of his skills scale incredibly well, super lucrative buy because not every champion really enjoys points in every single skill. Azir, for example, points in E, it's not a huge deal. It's nice, but it doesn't change the way his champion behaves. Whereas with Sylas, depending if you max E or W second, it actually changes the way he behaves. Because a lot of Sylas players with first strike max Q, which is what I'm assuming Jojo is doing.
Yep.
And then if you skill Q into W, you're similar to the old Bruiser Sylas that jumps in and fist fights all the time, tries to find always tries to be on top of someone, whereas with EQ, he tries to play the fight a little bit slower. Every ECD, he will try to E, Q, and then E on top of the target when his Q2 activates. So Sylas, if you didn't know, has a little mark he leaves behind after he casts his Chain Lash. And you really try to CC chain that, right? You get a CC on top of that, that's where his real damage comes from.
Right, it's the second part of the Q, that part that's more easily dodgeable, that's where the burst is loaded,
Yes.
and that's what Jojo's going to be trying to set up, as you say, every time that E is available. It's more of a dodging and weaving style as opposed to what you were talking about, just meatball tank the guy with W.
Yes.
And I do want to point out that we also saw on screen the 100 Thieves taking advantage of that timing window on the recalls to at least get themselves a dragon. So really strong 2,000 gold lead here built up by Evil Geniuses, but at least 100 Thieves were able to scrounge together the dragon. And as far as the first strike goes, I got you with the gold check-in. It's 140 so far, earned by Jojo with the Sylas extra.
Honestly, pretty good for a range versus melee matchup. I'm surprised. Usually, this is a very scaling rune. You take it because all the other runes generally are very good for you, so it allows you to go second win without feeling too bad. Because you can go inspiration into resolve, and generally speaking, the things you pick up there are like free boots, which means you have more money to spend on your mythic item that you can rush. You get second wind, so it's a little easier to breathe in the lane, and then you get cosmic insight, which is great because more TPs means I can get the recall and TP back in a rough lane like Azir a little more often.
Speaking of teleports, worth noting that mid laners are both about to have theirs back up, and we're also 10 seconds away from 14 minutes, so those will be unleashed. I'm expecting to see some plays based around those. Jojo in particular has already been very, very active this game, roaming around and being a part of this lead that Evil Geniuses have built for themselves. You're seeing other champions complete those first items here recently. Black Cleaver Rush on Vi. Kobe, I know you've been a huge fan of this item being a rushable purchase for a lot of champions after the buffs that they got, just strictly becoming a better item. And Closer on that Vi, it's going to be up to him to lock down these targets and sort of find 100 Thieves the opportunity to start a fight in a way that works for them.
Yeah, and I love it on Vi a lot too because the armor shred works with the W armor shred from Vi as well. So you can get right through the Sejuani, and there's 3 meatballs in front of you, 3 melee champions for her to try and just play front to back with too.
So a very important part of EG's composition is crowd control, right? Sejuani with other melee champions means that she can spread around all that CC. She gets stacks from Renekton, she gets stacks from Sylas incredibly quickly, and she gets the CC chain off of Sylas's E2 or Renekton's fully charged stun. And why I'm bringing this up is Mercury tries to have to come online for champions like Gragas and Vi, because if they can't survive the CC and they get blown up in crowd control, it's going to be really hard for 100 Thieves to fight. They're really trying to hit that breakpoint where their front line is strong enough to take the brunt of such an engage, and then that's when they turn around with a Vi ult onto the front line, explosive tasks spreads out the fight, and they really try to single out one target to get that reset for double lift.
So going back to what you were talking about at the very beginning of the match here, Whippo, you were saying that you're a bit concerned for the EG composition because if they start to fall behind, there'll be issues. They need to be able to play from ahead. It's a little bit more than 2,000 gold here, 15 minutes into the game. Is this a comfortable lead to be able to play the match the way they want to play?
I think it's sufficient in order to flank and find angles to immediately take out Azir or Jinx, but it's not nearly enough gold advantage to like front to back and win at 2 items. So I want to clarify that, as there's going to be a little scuffle around vision. It's really important that right now, these are the biggest spikes for these bruiser champions. Sylas, Renekton, they are too tanky right now for Azir and Jinx to do enough damage to kill them in CC. So what ends up happening is Vi ults someone right now, Jinx and Azir just don't have enough DPS nor burst damage because their kits are designed to deal all DPS, right? Yeah. So what ends up happening is they're too tanky right now. These bruisers are spiking. I ideally see 100 Thieves giving away the Herald and the Dragon here, and you're trying to hold the fort. If you can trade sides in the bottom right now and try to get some gold on this Azir or Jinx, that's going to be more than good enough in order for the flow of the game. As I do think a fight here on the Herald would be, honestly, potentially game-losing.
Yeah, especially with these Caitlyn traps being placed down, this champion incredible at controlling choke points around neutral objectives. Inspired, Someday, and FBI are staying there over on the Herald as JoJo goes back to mid to make sure 100 Thieves aren't able to just immediately trade the mid lane turret back for that Herald. As Tenacity and Closer are going to step up. Someday waited in the brush the entire time. Closer just face checks it, survives a long time. Finally dropped. Someday's very low, but the Super Mega Death Rocket will not be able to finish him off. 100 Thieves now backing away, having lost their jungler. No real way to contest this, and they lose a man.
Well, kind of goes to show what I was mentioning. Even though crowd control to go down onto the Renekton at this point is still too tanky. There's no damage items yet coming out from enough damage items, I should say. Obviously, they have their mythic items, which are damage items, but they need their second and ideally third items to really burst people in crowd control. So as much as Renekton gets locked down there, it doesn't matter because Renekton with Gore Drinker at level 11 has an incredible amount of base health, as well as effective health, because he heals off Q, heals off the Gore Drinker, and all of this combined is just too much.
And I really want to highlight the battle over Vision, because Vision makes such a big difference in how the team fight starts. When you mentioned, you've got Renekton waiting in the brush, and they get this fully charged stun off. Someday does a good job building up his Renekton Rage off of the Rift Herald, not using it on it, and then rotating over, and they kind of try and catch them as they're rotating between mid and then back to Herald. So you guys see the idea from 100 Thieves, just unable to execute without the extra information.
Definitely, because they also have the, they see two people catching the mid wave, and then they have the first rotation into the river, and they technically start a 3v5, but like I mentioned, even though they're 3v5, there just isn't enough damage to burn down this Renekton just yet.
All right, we got ourselves a dragon fight. In the meantime, it's going to be stolen away from Evil Geniuses. It was 100 Thieves trying to make that happen, but EG has the better smite here from Inspired, and it means they're going to equalize the Drake count, stop the 100 Thieves dragon stacking. 3,500 gold lead. Now they're going to take the blue buff too, and they're not done yet. Closer wants to get away as Busio flashes out. The lockdown comes in. He slams him into the dirt with his own ultimate. 6-2. The Geniuses are looking good.
This has been a brutal last 3-minute sequence, Flowers, from Evil Geniuses. They get the kill on Herald, they get the Herald, then they steal the dragon, and they get the chase down kill, plus the mid turret.
And they got the blue with the Luxel, so that's salt in the wound. I will have to say I'm quite disappointed in the way 100 Thieves have been playing this mid-game. I do think they should have been trading sides and getting gold, getting towers. Just give it. You don't have to give it away for free, right? You're trying to get gold onto these carries. Jinx and Azir as beautiful steal there. Obviously, taking a Drake is an extra 5 minutes in terms of scaling, but the first Drake went down at like 13 minutes. This 19 minutes, only two Drakes dead in the game. You have got so much time to reach your item spikes on Jinx and Azir if they're focusing on farming, but they haven't been. They've been grouping mid, sharing experience, sharing gold, just kind of staring at each other, really.
Yeah. Individually, nicely played by Inspired. He hits Closer with the stun, interrupting the possible engage there. Doesn't let him get the ult off and yoinks it away, plus they get the chase down. Now that the mid tower is also down, you can see Evil Geniuses getting a little bit of the deeper vision, and it's going to be so much more difficult for 100 Thieves to defend these side lanes because they've lost their defense in mid, and it's going to flow into the other sides.
So let me ask you guys then, what does 100 Thieves need to do to stop this bleeding and get to the point where they can scale to where Azir and the Jinx can blow them up in a CC? Because things are bleeding right now.
Well, you're seeing them do successfully now. They recognize, you know what, 5v5 when we stare at each other, it looks like we can't pull the trigger because we don't feel comfortable with the amount of damage we have. And at the same time, when EG starts the fight, they end up winning anyway. So it's not even as if we can really kite because there's too much CC on the front line. With Vi having no flash, she's not going to escape Sejuani and Sylas and Renekton all jumping in there. It's too much CC, too much damage. What you need to do is scale up until Azir and Jinx have enough damage to actually burst down the Vi ulted target. This is the most important thing, is whoever gets Vi ulted needs to die relatively quickly. So obviously Graga's going to jump in with a body slam. It doesn't have to be a one-shot, but the point is getting the reset will allow double-lift to reposition after the initial engage, but also pump out enough damage to kill all these bruisers. Because the advantage of having bruisers over carry champions, so you have Azir versus Sylas here, this is the biggest discrepancy, is the fact that Sylas has an effective health pool that's much larger. So Sylas can take damage and dish out damage this early in the game. Sylas will get outscaled in terms of damage output. However, this early on, and especially with how fed he got this game, the damage difference isn't that big, so Sylas might even do more damage than Azir right now. but he can actually take some damage too, which is why it feels so hard to fight for them.
I mean, when you compare the items, I think that tells the entire story. Bjergsen's still sitting on the pieces of his second item, working towards where you can see the jewel in the inventory now, as well as the pieces of what could be a Zhonya's, but there's already Shadow Flame completed a while ago on Jojo. He's also got the first needlessly large rod building towards the hat. Shadow Flame, Mythic, hat. That is not a reasonable amount of damage.
That's a full outfit right there, my friend. Well, looking pretty spiffy up there, split pushing in the top lane for himself. Yeah, he's got individually over a 2,000 gold lead over Bjergsen at the moment. Plus, we mentioned how important it is to get the early Rod of Ages, so there's even more inherent value in there because of the time that he got the early gold.
How many dollars did he earn from it?
Oh boy, I don't know if we have time to ask questions anymore because they're going in on Closer. FBI wants to put some distance between himself and the jungler and puts a bullet in his head at the same time. Tenacity getting chased down. He's off the side and alone. He gets enough distance between himself and Inspired to not be stunned by the E. The stacks fall off, but Inspired and FBI are still chasing him down. W2 is going to connect. As Tenacity gets away, but he immediately walks into a ward, decides to teleport away. It's going to cost a summoner spell. It does keep him alive. That's about the best they can hope for. Closer drops again, and Evil Geniuses are just bullying him at this point.
It's really important to notice that, again, why has it felt like EG's been in control for so long? It's because there hasn't been enough gold income for the side of 100 Thieves on their carries. They really need to start completing those second items, and because there's more gold on EG's side, it's no longer a 2-item spike anymore that's necessary. Now suddenly we're looking at, oh, we might need 3 items because damage, the way it works is if someone has more tank stats, you need more damage to kill them, right? So with all this gold income coming in from Sylas, is effective health for him because he heals more, because he has more points in W, more AP means he heals more. He's also got Sejuani. Earning more gold means obviously going to be tankier. We're looking at Infinity Edge now for the Jinx. Might even need Lord Dominik's, honestly. I'm not sure if Runan's buy was correct at all here. In fact, I do think he might not have enough damage this game in order to turn around the game, as even Bjergsen realizes, damn, I'm not dealing any damage to the front line of EG. I'm going to start building this.
Flanked. Oh, nice ulti coming out from Inspired to lock down Busio. They're going to force the summoner spells, all 4 of them from the bottom lane of 100 Thieves. Closer just rejoins with his AD carry now. As 100 Thieves, they can successfully disengage, but man, it taxed those summoner spells hard.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates invested here from Evil Geniuses to try and make the pick. No kills, but as you said, the bottom lane, so vulnerable now with no summoner spells for either of them. If you set up for the team fight now, Evil Geniuses basically just get to bully 100 Thieves and take whatever they want off the map.
Which I think already was the case when I mentioned when they initially started contesting that second Herald and that second Drake. I do think that was the moment when they could have been really farming a bunch of gold on Jinx and Azir, and then at this point they might have been able to contest, but because they weren't and they were contesting and losing fights, what ends up happening now is, like I said, we're looking at 3 items each for them, and honestly it might even have to be 4 because the armor penetration on Jinx is going to be pivotal to kill these huge health bars. Lord Dominik's is not only, oh there it is, the Lost Whisper, that's a good start, but ideally I think we would have seen a Lord Dominik's Infinity Edge, because Infinity Edge getting delayed by this Runans is quite scary. But we will see if he's going to be able to pump out enough damage or even reach that 3rd item before a pivotal team fight's going to break out with no summoner spells on Jinx.
What I'd like to see now from Evil Geniuses is push out bottom lane pretty heavily, transition over to Baron, and you can look for turns off of Baron onto the bottom lane. 100 Thieves bottom lane, try and make a pick on them. Plus you have a very easy time of tanking and even threatening Baron here with a lot of vision control.
So there's always a really interesting topic where someone has no summoner spells, so Jinx has no summoner spell, key summoner spells for a team fight. But at the same time, Jojo's very close to completing his death cap, I believe. So there's always the argument
I
of,
want that hat.
Is death cap worth more than her summoner spells, and should we wait for the death cap or force a fight now? Because it's 4 minutes till Drake, and he's definitely going to have his death cap by then. The question is the downside of having no summoner spell, or the upside in EG's case, is that worth more than completing the item right now? And it's always an interesting conversation. I can't say for sure which I agree with or which I don't, but we're going to have to see what EG decides.
If it was default to me right now, I would say Flash is worth more, but what if you can hit the golden hour right between, where you get the death cap before the flashes come up?
Well,
you're wanting to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah,
you're just wanting everything here.
Well, there's also the Infinity Edge on Caitlyn, which again, I'm sure FBI is calling like, I need 2 or 3 more minutes and I've got Infinity Edge. Death cap's coming soon, which is why I think you're seeing EG be a little bit more passive despite the fact that there is a flash advantage. Obviously, Inspired being this deep in the jungle isn't exactly passive, but a lot more passive than hard engaging near the mid-tier 2.
Yeah, I think always fishing around for a summonerless support, very, very viable here.
I agree. It's very good to be in this jungle. I like how EG's playing. It's basically they're looking for a mistake rather than hard forcing a fight.
Yeah, especially because they have this super fed Sylas. So you see Jojo, he pushed in that bottom lane, then rotates over to see if they can cut anyone off, if they can catch anyone in the vision fight.
Yeah, there's no one person on 100 Thieves that can deal with this Sylas. He is simply too far ahead. He's got too much money. He's got too many items. So 100 Thieves will have to find some sort of a way to answer. They're getting the time to scale forward right now, at least. The gold lead for Evil Geniuses hasn't continued to balloon at the rate that it was previously. But after we hit those third item power spikes that you guys have been talking about, I think that's when we're going to see that gas pedal really just hit the floor for Evil Geniuses. At least if they want to end this game in a swift manner.
Yeah, and I think 100 Thieves at least should be commended for their defensive play right now because, like you're saying, they're facing so many threatening scenarios. But they were effectively able to keep vision behind Baron, not give up any more kills, and are trying to farm, put the extra money back on their carries. There you go.
All right.
I think we're waiting for the Infinity Edge, and then we'll see actually like a Baron start, for example. We'll see some real progress, I believe, because I do think that's what they're waiting for. In case you're wondering why they're not forcing Baron, you know, a lot of teams here will just pull Baron, force a fight with a flashless Jinx, and, well, her flash is about to be up, so we're going to see. Maybe EG thinks the core items are more valuable than Jinx's flash.
We've got about 1 minute left on that double lift flash timer as Evil Geniuses will again look for an opportunity in the red side jungle of 100 Thieves. Closer sticking by Lucio and Bjergsen, making sure that these guys don't just get jumped on. Tenacity is just about the only one with any sort of tankiness to be able to get caught and still walk away from it. Does have the Fimbulwinter completed now on top of the Mythic there, as Inspired's going to get shielded up by his own support. Vulcan making sure that he's got absolutely no fear whatsoever checking around in here. EG still just casually going fishing, not hard forcing anything.
Yeah, I mean, Double Lift has been able to finish his Lord Dominance regards now, so his Infinity Edge is super delayed. I know there's going to be a bunch of memes. Since you can build it second now, it's going to be pushed all the way to fourth in this build. But he wanted the Lord Doms to be able to cut through all the bruisers, the front line. You know, they're not looking to dive here with the Vi like we were talking about. We're like, split them up with that Gragas ultimate and kill an isolated bruiser that's in front of you so you can get excited.
Absolutely. Hitting the front line of EG is going to be the only way to win. For 100 Thieves' composition, no one else can really dive in other than Vi, so the best way to use her is to CC the front line. Still doesn't have Radiant Virtue, and like I mentioned, Infinity Edge and Death Cap are completed. We're starting the Baron. Now's our time to fight. Jinx flashes back up. We don't care. We've got enough money to cover that.
100 Thieves, they recognize something's up. Closer's going to lead the charge over towards the Baron pit. Jojo teleported into the topside river. Vulcan's going to get jumped on by Closer, but Vulcan has Crown of the Shattered Queen. He can't be bursted down. Closer trying to get away. Ace in the Hole's going to take him low, and Jojo's already killed Double Lift. With the AD carry out of the picture, Evil Geniuses have to have surely secured themselves a Baron now. Someday still with the ulti on, he and Jojo will scare the remaining members of 100 Thieves away, and EG are right back onto the Baron.
Doesn't matter if you have flash, if you get Vi ulted, even if you flash, Jojo's going to be right on top of you, and that Death Cap Sylas is doing a mean amount of damage right now. As I do believe this will just be zoning them off the Baron, so nothing too extreme happening, unless Jojo's feeling himself, which he might. He is very fed after all.
Yeah, they're already looking at the transition over to Dragon. Closer, though, gonna sneak in.
Closer's thinking about stealing this one away. He knows 100 Thieves is pretty far behind, and a Miracle Steal could be what they need to get back into the game. Bjergsen has to flash to escape the binding from Vulcan that would have connected with him. 100 Thieves have to walk away as Evil Geniuses secure themselves the Baron just shy of 30 minutes into the game. It has slowed down, but 100 Thieves are still struggling greatly. Almost 8,000 gold behind. Evil Geniuses about to secure their third Drake.
Yeah, we get round 2 now. 100 Thieves actually all funneling in towards Dragon like they want to contest.
Oh, and they find Bjergsen and just delete him. Now I don't know what else they're going to be able to do. Jojo goes into stasis. Double Lift arms the chompers. Does he have the damage? No! Jojo with a Kingslayer buys enough time as Double Lift tries to kite it out, but it's a double kill back over to Someday. EG gets 3. Yes, they lose Jojo, but they'll take that trade.
Yeah, any day of the week.
And they have Baron buff too, so you can instantly push right after winning the team fight. Just gonna Baron up, take down a secondary turret while you're taking down Dragon and counter jungling blue. 3 things at once, thank you very much.
Vulcan's taken out blue twice this game. Weird stat, I know, but you know what? There you go.
Blue buff stolen by Vulcan.
I feel like you're in a pretty good spot in the game when your support gets blue buff twice. The enemy blue buff,
yeah,
mind you, twice in a game. Very, very nice.
9 stacks on his Dark Steel as well, so he's putting it to good use.
Very good game by EG so far. I really like the fact, like I mentioned, like they've been in control the entire time. They know exactly what their win con is. They know how to play the fights. And actually, I'm quite a little bit disappointed about Heart of Thieves in the sense that, like, I feel like there's been a lot of hesitation on their side. I feel like if they had just called off those early game objective fights or committed harder to them, because I feel like they were waiting for mistakes rather than anything. Beautiful chain lands here, and well,
yeah,
nice little skirmish.
JoJo was just hunting for closer, and Bjergsen was right in front of him over the wall, so he gets the nice chain onto the Azir. Thank you very much. I'll take the squishy Azir kill as well. He does get killed after coming out of the stopwatch, but Evil Genius is happy to make that sacrifice.
I wonder who got the shutdown on him, because that does matter, right? Being able to get a little bit of extra gold onto the Jinx there instead of, you know, one of the frontline boozers.
I've got bad news for you.
It's Gragas.
It was Gragas. It was Tenacity.
Not the ideal situation. They're going in after JoJo. This could be a big pick here for the side of 100 Thieves. Slow down the EG War Machine a little bit, and Double-Lift's getting the money.
Well, 300 instead of 700, but we'll take that. Very important kill. Pivotal when you get Baron buff. One of the most important things that you can push in multiple lanes. As I don't think we're going to base race. I hope not. I do think we're going to recall here.
It wouldn't be much of a race.
They just want an objective bounty shut down there, so they're taking the.
I think they're going to trade 2 towers here. I actually think they're going to drop their inhibitor, and I don't know if EG is going to be okay with that. I think they're looking for more. Yeah, they called bluff right there.
Yeah.
Jinx isn't here. You've got no damage. We're going more.
This feels wacky a little bit. First Nexus turret. There it goes. Drops to the enchanted cannon minion. 100 Thieves, they got a 5v4, but they can't just run straight into Evil Geniuses. They're still so far ahead. They're seeing if there's any way to maybe catch a straggler here, but they're not going to get it. So 100 Thieves, yes, they take the one turret in mid lane, but they lose a lot for it. Tenacity wants to flank. He's coming with the teleport. Closer's looking for the angle on Vulcan and FBI if he can find it. FBI is going to be juggled around with the damage over the wall from Bustio and Bjergsen. FBI's killed off Closer, but he's going to be traded back. Now JoJo's ready to join the fight. Vulcan's laser hits no one. Someday, keeping everybody distracted for now, we got ourselves a 4v4. Jungle dead for 100 Thieves, 80 carry. Dead for Evil Geniuses, and EG's gonna walk it off.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty good assassination by 100 Thieves. They'll take the trade. It did cost, you know, teleport getting behind there, and you're not actually gonna get, you know, an objective or anything out of it. But they were at least able to get a little bit of kill money.
So what's really important about this is the game isn't ending. So why I mentioned this is I mentioned 100 Thieves scales better because the carries do a lot more damage, and as you can see, there's death cap now on his ear, so he's dealing a significant amount of damage compared to what he was used to. And the Infinity Edge is slowly coming online. He's about 1,500 gold off, maybe even less. I'm not sure how much he's almost there. He's got 1,400. 1,500 is completion. So right there, the pivotal items for the Azir and Jinx have come online, which means that well, we're actually looking at a maybe 100 Thieves win in a team fight, because it's going to be much harder for EG to team fight now that there's enough damage to make use out of the vial.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, I think the thing that they would be most worried about then is our flanks, because they have so many exposed areas that this EG team could come from with all these bruisers as well. As long as they can keep up their positioning with their defensive vision here and keep that Jinx and the Azir safe until their flashes come up, pretty short time period.
Well, I mean, Double-Lift now has 4 completed major items to the 3.5 of FBI. The Jinx is ready to go. We've got an hourglass, or not an hourglass, a stopwatch, not yet built into an hourglass, but the stopwatch itself hasn't yet been used by Bjergsen, still unbroken. Means he has the opportunity to also engage with a big shuffle and not be immediately killed as a consequence. Hourglass completed now for JoJo, so when he gets into the middle of everybody, he can also do the same thing, drop that aggro for a minute. But even with an 8,500 gold lead, the power of Azir, the power of Jinx scaling late into the game like this, Evil Geniuses has to try to end this as quickly as they can.
And now they have flashes on top of that item.
I mean, honestly, this is a huge window. I would have loved to see Caitlyn's flash, like having no flash compared to Gragas having the flash up, be abused by 100 Thieves here, but they're taking it a little bit slower. They're going to try and secure vision, wait for the neutral objectives to spawn, and now the neutral objectives are about to spawn, both about a minute away. We're going to be able to see, well, the game-deciding pivotal moments here. A little fun fact here, Silas is glowing red. That means he misclicked an elixir. He bought the red one instead of a blue one. So just making a little bit of fun of JoJo there, because I thought I've done it before. You know, you're TPing in. You've only got a few seconds.
He can punch you harder. More attack damage and lifesteal. Alrighty, boys. It's Baron time. The big purple worm returns to the rift. Evil Geniuses look for an opportunity to engage. JoJo with a stolen Vi ulti. Remember that Inspired can take some punishment from these guys. He has a Warmogs to be able to regenerate any health that he loses over time. 100 Thieves, they got everybody brought in here. Bjergsen used the teleport to join up in this fight.
Absolutely. What's really interesting and highly pivotal is that both carries can hit the vial to target. So we're going to have to wait for 100 Thieves to see if they can find a target where both carries can hit the same vial to target exact same time, burst them down, get the chompers underneath them, and that way they can secure a reset. As 100 EG forces the Baron and tries to flank them.
EG's forcing the Baron on top of a control ward from 100 Thieves, so the Thieves are aware of what's going on. Bjergsen, half HP, chunked out a little bit there. Evil Geniuses using the Caitlyn traps to set up a defensive perimeter and keep 100 Thieves away from this Baron. It's still at about 7,000 HP. Couple more seconds going to be required to burn it down all the way. Jojo wants to be able to keep Closer out of the pit. Closer's ready to go in and challenge. Jojo's taken low, but the Baron is secured by EG. Nice rocket timing from double-elimination to kill off the enemy mid laner. 100 Thieves have lost the objective, but they kill the enemy mid. They have a 5v4, and they'll stop the Dragon Soul from EG.
Exactly. It's almost bigger to be able to stop Dragon Soul, get an objective bounty shutdown, and more money with the nice little pick that they were able to get off. Because I don't know if Evil Geniuses are going to be able to make that Baron buff worthwhile. 100 Thieves, pretty happy with it. Now
They're looking for more.
Can they get the flank?
I like this. Well, the 80 carry.
Oh, there it is! FBI!
I love their
What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Inspired now having to just try to get away out of the other end of the fight. FBI survives. Still alive for now. Had to use the flash to be able to get away from there.
And he lost his Guardian Angel.
Yes, the Guardian Angel is the only reason he does survive. 100 Thieves doing a good job picking off that incredibly powerful active of the Guardian Angel, making sure FBI doesn't have it for the next fight, and sticking around in a situation when your opponents would very much not expect that to happen. Ends up paying off.
All in all, I think 100 Thieves won out. Even though they lost Baron, getting the kill, getting the objective bounty shutdown, taking away Flash and Guardian Angel from FBI.
So something that's really important about Baron is the way you set up the map. And what ends up happening when you lose one player, even losing one player in a 4v5, you can't aggressively walk into the pivotal positions on the map to take control over the lane. So for example, this red buff area, you can't walk in aggressively because you don't have any vision of anyone. So no one showing up on the mid wave should be very dangerous. I do believe EG should have been smelling something dangerous happening. I mean, honestly, it could have even been Inspired. Like, they could have looked around and getting Inspired instead, but managing to get the Summoner spell and the GA out of Caitlyn is incredibly valuable for the next 5 minutes.
All right, boys, so what do we put 100 Thieves' chances in this one? They are still down 8,000 gold, but they have scaled. 4th item completed now on Bjergsen, 2 with the Banshee's Veil. Double-lift's almost a full build.
Well, I'm going to say favored. I'm not going to put a percentage on it because I'm not a mathematician, but
all right.
I will say, if I had to make a bet right now, I would say 100 Thieves is in favor. I do like the way they've been fighting, and honestly, I don't think EG's been creative enough near the back end of the game. I haven't seen Jojo find angles to flank. We'll have to see how the Assault and Battery gets stolen or not, because I do think the Vial is incredibly important, and I'd love to see Closer actually avoid Jojo like the plague, unless he's hard engaging like he did last time.
Right.
So
don't give him the ult.
Don't give him the ult. Stay out of range, because the Vial onto the Jinx is going to still be really scary. No stopwatch onto double lift, so he's saying I don't need it. But we'll see if that's true, because I would have loved to see a stopwatch come out of him here, because the only way I can really see them lose is a Vial getting stolen and him getting ran down by 5 people, basically. Obviously, there's Caitlyn, so stopwatch has less value, but I think it's still worthwhile. Now,
there's 10 seconds left on Baron with a grand total of plus 300 gold for Evil Geniuses. Remember that the objective itself is worth 1,500, so ultimately the Baron does not end up rewarding him, and it's what you guys were talking about. You said it, Kobe. I think it was 100 Thieves positive. Well, the numbers are on your side as well, my friend. 3 minutes before that comes back alive, the Drake's going to be up first this time. Remember, last time around, Baron spawned about 30 seconds earlier than the Drake. This time, it's the opposite situation, and we're going to see Jojo once again separated from the rest of his team. But this is not the same reality that it was 15 minutes ago when Jojo was the raid boss and nobody could go near him in a 1v1 situation. He's got to be much more careful. He's gone from 5-2 to 5-4, been picked off without being able to find more of those bodies that he was dropping in the early game.
It's been really difficult for Silas to find angles because, honestly, Renekton hasn't really been pulling his weight. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really seen the Crocodile on my screen too often, which is not a good sign. You do want to see your top laner on the screen when you're watching a game in order to win it. It's not to say that Sunday's had a bad game, but he's been very quiet, so hopefully he's going to be able to find some impact in a team fight, as he does have 4 items, and this is the value of having these 80 bruisers, is they actually scale with items. So when Renekton gets 5 items, obviously it is a Renekton, so he's not the best scaler, but still does a significant amount of damage if you can get the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, I think Evil Geniuses, the time is actually really scary now because they have lost that big advantage that they did have, which was vision control. When the observers toggled the vision to EG view, the entire map is lit up. And 100 Thieves, it was all dark, but 100 Thieves now at the point where they can just push out and secure the vision over Dragon first. Now they're the ones in a commanding spot. Only a little bit worried about the split push Sylas up there in top lane. And Jojo, I believe his Unleashed teleport is off cooldown.
Another interesting part about when Dragon dies after the Baron, it means that the next Dragon is going to spawn before the Baron spawns. So you don't have to worry about trading objectives anymore. As pretty much at this point with the 6-item BT Jinx, what's going to happen is he's going to get Karma sped and run in a straight line at the first target he can hit, and he's going to challenge them to hard engage on them because that's how they win. Is when people try to funnel into the Jinx, and Jinx get to unleash all the Runan damage, because at this point a 6-item Jinx is obviously ridiculous amounts of DPS.
Yeah, and with 100 Thief having control of the vision, there's no way that they're going to get flanked from 3 different angles again to get behind him. They're trying a little bit to try and push over towards mid lane. Dragon about to spawn though, and 100 Thieves should be able to clean it up.
Yeah, 100 Thieves wants to burn this one down. Remember, they only have that one Nexus turret remaining, so they've constantly got to be respecting this split push. Always keep eyes on Jojo. Always be aware of the state of that inhibitor and what's being pushed up here. Jojo's going to take down the Sun Disc, but Bjergsen has so many items now. He's a full build Azir. You can't just walk up and free hit inhib in front of him.
We were talking about it earlier today, but it's interesting what 100 Thieves have done with the veterans on their team. Double-Lift and Bjergsen, the carries here, so reliable and scaling up into late game. And again, they've put that faith in them. Let's see if it pays off. Now we get the exciting times.
All right. EG wanted to set up the trap line here with the Caitlyn. You can see a lot of those traps armed in this river brush. One of those was stepped on by Closer. Jojo throws out the stolen Gragas. Ulti just sort of knocks the Thieves aside, but doesn't put anybody in a dangerous or precarious situation. Tenacity going to clear out one of those cupcake traps. And the thing for EG is, if you're not the first to the situation, if you're not the team with priority over the neutral objective, Caitlyn can't set up the way she wants to set up, and it's much easier for 100 Thieves to navigate the fight.
So the way to progress the game for 100 Thieves is actually having Jinx be your main front line and having Gragas and Vi next to her and counter-engaging whoever's going on her. The reason why this is because ultimately, unless 100 Thieves forces an objective, a neutral objective, where they hit it, there's nothing going to be happening here. So as much as it looks scary to have Jinx walks up to you, we're just waiting for the next dragon to spawn, and then we're going to have a fight around Soul unless Double-Lift decides he wants to walk up and contest people. Or 100 Thieves decide to start the Baron, because ultimately, if EG starts the Baron and they're all stuck in the pit, it's going to be a very difficult fight to win, because even if you have one person flanking Double-Lift or Bjergsen right now, they've got double defensive items on the Azir, BT, Cleanse Flash on the Jinx, it's not sufficient. Sylas can't solo kill this guy. He needs Renekton to help him, and it's going to be really hard to find a flank at this point of the game, so...
Exactly.
EG's just hoping for a mistake.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, their front to back is simply better. They, in addition to all those safety tools you talked about, Azir and Jinx both having, they've got a Karma with the Mikhails as well, and the Shirelia speed, so it's just... Evil Geniuses are down in 7,000 gold, but they are the underdogs in the team fight scenario.
And I think Whippo described it perfectly earlier, talking about how EG has not really done a lot in the later stages of the game. Speaking of which, this is now our longest game of the split at 44 minutes and 44 seconds. Evil Geniuses is pushing into the base of 100 Thieves as 100 Thieves goes after the Baron. Inspired wants to try to stop it, try to steal it, just try to buy a little bit more time. The Baron's going to be secured, but EG just wants to win the game. They take out the enemy mid. They're going straight for the Nexus. We waited 44 minutes for that. Evil Geniuses get the win.
No way! Baron for Nexus! Baron for Nexus! Tweet it out! That is the title, baby! Oh my God!
Painful, really, to lose that way. My God, they had all the control in the world. All they needed to do is put their body on waves and actually force a fight, in my opinion, and they almost definitely would have won. I feel like it was hard to imagine a way to lose, and that was it. Get front door. Hard to call it back door. Most of the team was there. It wasn't like 2 TPs in. It was most of the team was.
They just walked up to the front door, knocked,
answer,
and then stepped inside.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves weren't home because they snuck out to go steal Baron. Oh man, that.
To be fair, I will say I do think a lot of good learnings for 100 Thieves. I think good reminders, because that's the thing, when you have veterans, a lot of the time it's more reminders than learnings, because you've had this happen before, you know? You played your late game scaling composition, you went into a point where you contested a Drake at, 19 minutes when they've only got one Drake, and then you realize, like, oh, we shouldn't be doing this, we should be gathering gold. Managed to claw back the game, and eventually got front doored. So they lost, but still, a good reminder. This is really important when you play these strategies, is accrue gold on Azir and Jinx so that you can keep the control, you don't lose the inhibitors, you don't lose your Nexus towers, so this type of strange things can't happen and you can reliably force a 5v5 in the future.
I think there's definitely things to take away from this game for both teams. 100 Thieves being a bit too aggressive early on before the carries came online. Evil Geniuses losing their way and getting to the point where 100 Thieves were able to be a serious threat in a game where they were over 10,000 gold behind at the greatest point. It still ends up being an EG win thanks to that finale, but now we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna toss things to a break, but afterwards, it's gonna be Immortals versus FlyQuest, and FBI is gonna join the Analyst Lounge. Don't go anywhere.
I wonder how many views the LCS will get today.
I mean, Jojo's mom is watching all of my games.
She's a big fan of yours. Yeah. Unironically, she is watching all your games.
She's watching all my games, yeah.
Closer's ready, finds the Q over the wall. Another auto attack will do it, and double-elimination gets excited for first blood. 3,500 gold lead. Now they're going to take the blue buff too, and they're not done yet. Closer wants to get away as Busio flashes out. The lockdown comes in. He slams him into the dirt with his own ultimate. 6-2. The Geniuses are looking good.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Oh, bam!
There he is, the man.
Hello. Welcome. Congratulations first on your win.
Thank you.
How was that in game?
It's the classic do nothing and win, so I'll take it.
I think we should just go to the end of it first, which was the front door. You know, a lot of people would say, is it a back door? Because you ended up just literally going straight down mid. Did that shock you? Because you guys knew that they were around Baron, right?
Yeah, we knew that they were around Baron, and then when we saw Jinx top, we were like, there's no way that he's alone top by himself. So we assumed that there were more people there, and we're like, we can kind of run it down mid and just end the game.
So you knew it was a game end call. It wasn't like, oh, let's get inhib and then force them back and then go to Baron, or you're just kind of playing it by ear?
Kind of playing it by ear. I think Inspired ended up making the call that we could just run it down mid and end the game, and worked out.
There it is. It's just as easy as that. I mean, I guess my first question to you, just because we haven't really had you on and had that conversation with you, new environment, you're on EG now, new colors. Like, how has that been just in general?
I would say headed in, I was pretty nervous, honestly, like because I'd played with my old teammates for so long, and having new faces at the start was kind of nerve-wracking, but it was actually an easy process, much easier than I expected, because I think my teammates are all just very funny and like friendly, so it's been good.
You're also good around playing around you. It felt like you kind of got the feed the baby treatment there, where there's JoJo coming down, Inspire coming down, camping the lane. Were you looking forward to 1v1ing double if we were trying to like hype up the first time you're playing against him since those like Golden Guardians days?
Yeah, I think the last time that I played double lift, they took us out in the reverse sweep, so definitely wanted to show myself in the bot lane, but I think closer came bot level 3, and then our boys came down level 4, 5.
Whoa, don't touch it.
Yeah, so it was a good game.
What I want to know is, because obviously you guys had a really like clear-cut, in my opinion, early game plan, and then not just this game, but in prior games, your mid game seems like a lot more scattered. So I guess like, what's going on there? What are the comms like? Obviously, this is a very decisive call to end the game and a very clear-cut early game plan. But what goes on in the mid game?
Honestly, I think more than half of it might just be like, JoJo, be careful here. Sometimes I think more than half the time he doesn't take it that seriously, and that's why I feel like our games sometimes can be a bit messy. Other than that, I feel like our macro has improved honestly a lot recently. Even though today's game definitely didn't show it, I think we've come leaps and bounds in terms of macro. Yeah,
and I think kind of going back to the early game, because there was one element of that game, like the bot lane gank when Sejuani ended up making a full wraparound. That happens a lot where you guys end up having a really strong either dive plan or just plan around ganking. And I know last time Vulcan talked about it being around Inspired's planning. This time around, like they warded up the entire river. At least they had like a ward on bush. They had a scuttle crab, but like Inspired goes straight through essentially an expiring scuttle crab vision. Like, how does that planning? Was that like happenstance, or did he like understand that? Like, what were the communications around that period of time?
Yeah, I think Inspired is very talented and like he's very smart about his jungle pathing and the ganks he chooses. Normally, there's not really like a big plan. I feel like Inspired has a very good idea of the map state, and he's very good at finding these hard to see ganks, in my opinion. Yeah. And yeah, I got to attribute most of it to him. Yeah.
There we go. And what I'm hearing right now, since you ended up getting, I think it was Inspired that ended up getting the Pog. I'm not too, so it was Inspired that ended up getting player of the game. Let's like just take a stock of player of the game so far at this point of the split. 80 carries, leading the pack between Prince and Doublet. Fudge is right behind him with actually tied at 3 Pogs.
Yeah.
That's a lot of threes, you're right. And it's Inspired that ended up getting it to tie with them as a third one. So just like any overarching points that we have of the player of the game, I think for me, the shocking one is 80 carries. Yeah, a lot of 80 carries up here. And you're not. Are you blaming Inspired for that?
No, I think definitely I could have done a lot more in that game. In terms of just team fighting and laning, I think I played pretty subpar. So I think Inspired deserves it. He's always very consistent and leads the game well.
All right, playing too nice. That's the problem here. All right, well, look, we have you here for a reason. There's that. It's the fact that you're playing pretty well so far up until this point in the split. And also, you get to rank 80 carries. So we got Jad here.
Tier list
it's about that time.
Yeah. So a lot of times we end up making tier lists because it's like really good content. But now that we have another 80 carry here,
we're gonna farm you.
We want to farm you for clicks. So what is your 80 carry tier list? Who do you want me to put where?
Do you want to start from the bottom to the top?
Let's do bottom because
it could be player by player.
Yeah.
So I can start for you maybe, but
yeah, he seems like a good.
Team's been struggling, so it's hard to succeed.
I'd probably put. I don't really want to put him solo D tier, but it might have to be. I think I'll put tactical in C tier. but he can also be S tier, depends on the day.
So it's like, we need two double faces.
Yeah, I always think of that double lift tier list where he's like tactical with good mental.
Oh, you said C? I thought I heard D.
Yeah.
Tactical with good mental is the worst.
Another one that's tough I'd throw out there is like Stixay is a good example of somebody. He had like a really good Callista game versus IMT, but past that, I think the team has been struggling. He's been having a rough time. It's just like trying to figure it out. Also, a new duo, so like that's something I would probably say he's there.
Yeah, his support is pretty bad.
This can also be just what you feel a tier list has to be. You don't have to be like, oh, he had a bad game. Like, this guy's good, this guy's bad. Whatever you want to do.
Well, actually, I don't think Stixay and who had that bad. I think Golden Gun is actually pretty underrated, so I'll put him in B tier.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow.
Him and Fuki are actually pretty good, and Luga B tier.
Luger B.
I like this.
Neo C tier. Yoran A tier.
Ooh, baby.
All right, this is where it's getting juicy. This is where it's getting juicy.
How humble
So
is
Yon in
FBI?
A tier.
Does the S tier himself?
In his first split, already top half you have him in.
Yeah, I think Yon is pretty good. There are some days where he really runs it down, but I think overall he's a pretty skilled player. And then I'll put double lift.
You did just win.
Yeah, I'll give him ST. I got to put double lift.
Okay, all right.
I wouldn't say today was anything to do with AD gap or anything, so I'll give him ST and then just put the rest of us all in ST.
Okay.
Okay, but what about order?
Yeah, there's an ordering question here.
Yeah, left is best.
Well, I'd like to always stay confident, so I'll put myself first.
You are allowed to do this
and
because
then
of your
I
own tier
will
list.
put Prince, Berserker, and double lift in that order.
Bang, just like that.
Easy.
So when you're getting this information about like who you think is performing well, a lot of the times players will take from scrim. So a lot of this based off of just scrim knowledge, or what you're seeing off stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of it would be based on scrims, and obviously I think stage is way more important, but we play so many scrim games and you kind of get a feel of each player. So I would say mostly scrims, but also some stage performance too.
I like that.
How much of this S tier do you think works if these guys are on different teams? Because like AD carries have just been so dominant, right?
Yeah.
But so much of it is also about how these teams are playing around them. So like, maybe this is a hard question to answer, but which of these players do you think is in the best situation for an AD carry to succeed?
I think myself. I think my mid jungle support top, they're actually the best around playing around the ADC. And then I would say probably Prince has the best team to play around bot. I think generally they have good playmakers and they know how to create space in team fighting. That being said, I think Prince is very consistent. He rarely makes any mistakes. So,
how much did you factor in supports into this? Because that's the other thing. You're talking about teammates and stuff. It's obvious, like, okay, you have a lane mate that can affect your individual level plus the early game plans that you're talking about. Was this just based off, like, you think this player or the team as a whole?
I was thinking more individually, but in terms of bot lanes, I don't think Prince and Winsome together are that strong of a lane, honestly.
Right.
But in terms of individual skill, Prince is definitely very, very strong.
And my question, kind of like flipping it a little bit, is which AD carry do you think is in a rough position, a situation around him, either a losing team or a middling team, but is performing well in that circumstance? So like underrated, I would say.
Probably Luga. I mean, he hasn't looked too good, but I think Luga is generally pretty skilled and suffers from a bit of team diff.
Hard to play an AD carry into a full AD carry comp against the Scion. You're like, wow, for some reason, my auto attacks don't do as much as the other guys.
Exactly.
That makes sense to me.
All right. Thanks for the tier list.
Cool. There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
I'm leaving.
See you, Jat. So like, yeah, it makes sense to me. I think that's a good point of conversation for a lot of people in the community. And I want to take, pick Flowers and Kobe's brain on that one to see what their opinions are for the next game, FlyQuest versus Immortals.
Welcome back. I'm Flowers, that's Kobe. This is FlyQuest versus Immortals, and I think a lot of people are looking at this game as Immortals have a mountain to climb, my friend. FlyQuest have been unstoppable.
It's true. FlyQuest are the mountain of the LCS.
They're like the whole planet at this point. Last year they wanted to save the planet. This year they are the planet.
They became the planet.
Yeah.
Genius. Now they just need to be able to use Aurelion Soul to become the galaxy.
Unfortunately, he's still disabled.
Yeah,
even though
next week. We have Annie enabled, so maybe we'll get some Annie play.
Okay.
Because even with the hotfix nerf being included in the patch that we're playing on, still an extremely strong champion. Either support. I would love a roaming mid, but I think that's very low chance of actually happening.
I mean, before the hotfix, her number was what'd you say, it was like 59% win rate or just something absolutely
I
like,
mean,
busted?
on release, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was busted.
Definitely have, had some things like that. But honestly, if it did come from one of these teams, I would expect it to come from Immortals. They're the team that everyone talks about when I'm talking to players, I'm talking to coaches. They're actually crazy in scrims, and they play a style that is more successful in scrims because they take a big risk. They use more off-meta weird champions. So I'm hoping, something like that comes out of Immortals to attack FlyQuest. Because when you're going to attack the world, you're going at number 1, the best undefeated team. Pull out some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Throw that against the wall. Let me see some cheese. What's the best you can cook up in the lab?
The weirder the draft is, the better chance you have when the evaluation of the matchup is that you're clearly outmatched, right? If you play a standard game, if you draft...
How can they know what we're doing if we don't know what we're doing?
Michael Santana said it right 10 years ago, and it still rings true today. If you're picking a Zeri and a Lulu and a Sejuani, maybe round it out with some Azir. I don't know. Let's get really wild and put a top lane tank in there. You're not going to win. They're just going to do it better. So let's see something crazy, right? Where's the copy pasta about the guys playing Garen getting paid in McChickens? It's time to break out the McChicken picks. All right?
Revenge
That's
Garen.
what I want
All right,
to see.
revenge Garen right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm after. I want to see creativity. I want to see Immortals throw something at them that they're not ready for. Give me a curveball.
Because they're the team that can actually do it, Sven was on the dive talking about how they've lost, more games to Immortals than they have to Team Liquid in scrims because of the stuff that they're able to pull out. So let's get right into the draft and see if there will be any interesting twists. The Kindred that Immortals were able to get their win on successfully.
Kenvi target ban.
Kenvi target ban has been taken away. Oh, you get the 2 for both Kenvi target ban.
Yeah, really trying to deal with that aggressive marksman type of jungling. Meanwhile, Immortals, they're going to get rid of the standard has to be banned every game jungler in at least, as well as taking out that Caitlyn. Ashe is also off the table, so it's really just been marksman and junglers and jungling marksman banned away here in this game.
So what's the call, Flowers? Is Spica feeling insecure, or is it a team? Coach, it's a coach choice.
That's a good question.
I think it's a coach choice, of course. Coach choice. Yeah, I think the 2 players you would want to target on the side of Immortals would be Kenvi and Revenge, if you're trying to whittle down. Because Revenge has had some supremely good Cassante games in every game that they've been able to get it for him. And Maokai's been left up again. Will probably be grabbed. Spica has not been super excited about it, but has done it every time it's been left up for them.
It's the necessary sin. If Maokai is up, playing Maokai is probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it's just so good for team fights. Offers so much for objective control with all the vision from Saplings. Demonic is still in a very good place right now. So they do, I believe, lock that in. There we go. And now it's time for Immortals rebuttal here. Honestly, let's take a look at the bottom lane options. Zeri's banned out, so that raises your priority on the Lucian Nami. And that is a no-brainer right there. You can't get the classic trade Flowers that was putting you to sleep before.
Good. I'm tired of Zeri. Wake up. I survived 2022. I'm tired of Zeri. She's off the table. They made it so that you can't get the Zeri Lulu answer to that Lucian Nami like you're talking about. So what's FlyQuest want for the bottom lane? Xayah going to be the AD carry. And why not bring her boyfriend with her? Xayah Rakan locked in for FlyQuest bottom.
One day late after Valentine's, we get the Xayah Rakan.
That's close enough.
Combo. We'll see about the skin choice for them, but it's always a very robust anti-dive setup. Already the FlyQuest 5-on-5 looks very fearsome. When you've got a Rakan engage to follow up, to be followed up by a Maokai engage, that is definitely a very secure team fight. As far as the early lane phase goes, we'll see about how they actually play it out. Tactical and fleshy, what they can do with their one-item power spikes. Honestly, Xayah, especially ever since the Navori's chain, where you can get Navori second now.
Yeah.
I feel like this champion does so much freaking burst. Bladecaller already had the last rounds of really nice buffs to it, and when you get ability damage increase on top of it, it does some very powerful things. Watch out for those feathers.
And you're talking about the engage from these 2 champions. I feel like Maokai and Rakan together are like tag team wrestlers. Maokai starts it off with his ulti. That gives Rakan time to follow up, who then gives time for Maokai's slow butt to walk all the way up there and
the slow ultimate that you technically started it with to actually hit, because Rakan got his flash engage from 2 spots
Yeah, they're doing
away.
fancy tag team moves, tagging each other in and out, back and forth, just making sure that they can set it up for Xayah to knock him down. Sejuani picked by Immortals. I named this as one of those very standard, very expected picks that I didn't want to see from IMT, but they have faith that this is the answer here in the jungle. They're going to ban out Jace and Sion from the top lane, keep Impact off of those. As Sylas is banned out by FlyQuest, they don't want to deal with that as the enemy mid laner. They got one more to go.
I really like the Sion ban when you have the Lucian Nami. We have seen so many failed attempts of teams with Lucian Nami trying to
almost break the shield.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to tanks. So ban out one of the big super tanks. That would be a problem up there. And throw down even more. I liked that actual hoverer that they had on Rise. You know, the idea of trying to roam around, make some cross-map plays.
Yeah.
Definitely sounds good to me.
Okay.
Revenge Renekton with
Crocodile.
Sejuani. Another Sejuani Renekton combination. The stuns on top of stuns combo. You love to see it. Impact very well known for playing defensively though, playing in quote unquote weak side scenarios where he doesn't have a lot of support and does have a losing matchup.
He knows how to do it. He won't be able to do it on Sion this time around. So the Azir is locked in first for FlyQuest, recognizing that Immortals is going to be able to counterpick whatever, so they can just lock that in for themselves and have a little bit more time to think about what they want to do for this last pick, what they want to go with. Cassante still up, still available. That's locked in. Impact will pilot that into the Croc.
And he's done a good job. There's been a couple games where Impact was even losing in CS and getting pushed in on Cassante, but then the classic, once you have access to your ultimate, the classic Cassante triple knockbacks into the tower to be able to get those kills. We'll see if they do it here, if the Renekton's get over aggressive or simply do not respect that spacing. But Immortals do not have a lot of super late game outs. This is a turbocharge. We got to go before they can team fight us into oblivion composition. Of course, it's not like from second one of the game, but we're looking like, one item power spikes, looking pretty good for Immortals. 2 item power spikes, FlyQuest is taking over.
So pretty much what we're saying is if Immortals aren't fighting on one item, they're pretty much doomed.
We'll see. We'll see, baby.
Safe? Yeah, 'cause that's kind of how I'm feeling. So that also tells me that Immortals can't afford to fall behind super early. You say they don't have to go from minute 0, but they also can't be falling behind, because if you get to the point where hey, we got our first item, we're 2,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
What do we do?
And I really want to talk up Spica, because Spica has been such an integral part of how FlyQuest have constructed their wins. And especially a lot of his Maokai games where he expertly tracks the enemy jungler. He keeps up all the extra vision around the lanes that need protection with the saplings, buying control wards on most of his recalls, getting back out there to ensure that his carries can scale to be able to carry the game later on, doing the Maokai duty, plus being able to pump out decent damage numbers. As long as you have Demonic, there you go.
Now remember that we did learn from the Analyst Lounge before this that Prince is the current leader in Player of the Game awards throughout the first 3 weeks of the LCS here in spring 2023.
80 carries,
4 of those.
Glory.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this guy's deserving of a lot of that glory, though.
Certainly is.
A standout performer on an excellent team. So let's rock and roll. Let's do this. The undefeated FlyQuest going up against Immortals, who are going to try to do what no other team, including the top teams, have been able to do yet and hand them that first loss. This early game composition, I like the fact that they're going for it, because you're probably not going to beat them if you try to go the distance anyway.
No.
So I want to see how they navigate it. I need to see a plan from Immortals here.
Yeah, I'm very curious, especially what Kenvi is going to be able to do with Revenge. You know, Cassante does have a lot of dashes in his kit, so he's kind of frustrating to gank sometimes, but there's definitely an angle with Renekton, with Sejuani stuns, to be able to try and punish Impact. He has taken Ghost up there on the Cassante, has gotten pretty common because of the amount of dashes in the champion, and being able to stick there really helps, even when you're looking for your solo kills. To be able to chase down.
And the live Reddit thread's a little drunk today.
I didn't even see what they were, so can you narrate the drunken yelling to me?
They said FlyQuest gonna lose.
Can you say it more drunk?
FlyQuest gonna lose.
Okay, nice.
There you go. I got you, buddy. But we've got a pretty normal standard start here. Nobody's doing anything really wacky at level 1. You can see Spica's just gonna start.
What does that say?
Oh,
Don't know.
come on. I can't.
Where's Emily? Emily
Emily
knows
can probably read it. Emily can probably read it. She is more talented at that than I am. Uh-oh. Ooh. We're being punished for not being able to read a sign.
Yeah, we got to pause to get Emily up here. Can we get Emily on comms? Someone translate that.
So that we can read the sign.
Or actually, can you just tell me? Turn around to the audience. Quick pause. We'll get an update here. I'm assuming shortly. Prince fighting.
Prince fighting.
Prince
Thank you.
fighting.
All right, well, now we know.
That's one vote in the crowd for Prince player of the game already.
Yup. we got a lot of Prince fans out there in the
maybe
audience.
that's more than one vote. There's many more than one vote.
That sign had like a chainsaw.
It's a
puppy
chainsaw.
dog.
Have you watched Chainsaw Man?
What's that?
Never mind.
I know that one. We got the Giga Chad now.
Honestly, yeah, FlyQuest's been gaining so much momentum. This year has been a really, really big year. Starting off the year with a bunch of nice content as well as some super exciting signings and seeing it come together already. Winsome especially. Winsome was the one piece that people were really scared about.
Yeah.
Not being one of the intended starting roster, but has really been pulling his weight. Well, sir, answer, please.
What is this?
He's laughing. It's an uncomfortable laugh. It's not a no, though. I'm with you. Keep your hopes alive. Don't let your memes be dreams. He didn't say that's not a no. All right.
You're an enabler.
Yes, I am.
Emily's here.
Yes. Well, we already were told it said Prince fighting, but we got
There
the
was a sign
thumbs up.
that said Vikla, just his name, I thought.
Any Vikla fans in the audience?
Do we have any more signs that anybody has in Korean so Emily can read them to us?
Read it? Yeah.
She wants to practice.
We don't want to summon her for nothing.
I'm terrible.
All right, you're gonna have to write your own sign now.
Yeah.
Write a sign for revenge, because we need to balance this. There's so much FlyQuest bias in this audience. Okay. Where's the Immortals bias?
All right, let's see.
Terrible.
The Emily art
All right, we're
skills.
working on it.
All right.
Oh, I thought you were gonna write it in Korean.
Why would I write Revenge's name in Korean?
Well, why not? The other signs are in Korean.
But the guys that they're for are
Work
also
in
Korean.
progress over here. We won't show till it's finished.
Oh yeah, you guys can't. No early peeking. Okay.
All right, now I have to add something cool.
It's looking
to
good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
Come up with something. You better be cool quick. Say something funny, Emily. Quick.
She's adding the shadowing. And
Okay, yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good.
Yeah.
I still haven't gotten an update on the actual pause. I don't know. Have you?
The thing at the bottom says latency issues, so I'm pretty sure
okay.
it's some sort of issue with
All right,
latency.
latency, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice investigative work there, Fog. Well done.
I got you, bro. Oh, cool. Oh.
Don't spoil. I almost spoiled myself.
No, guys, I'm not saying it out loud. I'm just saying, oh,
But
cool.
also, can you incorporate the champion he's playing?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, incorporate that.
Interior crocodile alligator.
All right.
That's going to be good. All right.
I feel like
We'll let Emily cook. No more
Okay.
pressure.
All right.
Let her cook. It'll be good. All right. What's our next game then? Our filler game besides the side game that we got going on, the side hustle.
Oh. Here, I can look up the rest of Skarner's lore from when we started reading that 2 years ago. Hold on. Skarner lore.
Oh, we got a request to get the other headset on Emily. That's kind of asking a lot from the producers right now. She's working pretty hard right now.
She's a diligent
I'll
artist.
just hold it for her. Here, I'll be your mic. I'll be your hand mic. Okay.
Oh, yeah, can people not
Talk
hear
us through
me?
your artistic
Hello.
process, Emily.
So I actually think this is going to end up making it look goofy, this champion request.
Okay.
But, I'm almost done.
That's what I'm here for, to make your job more difficult.
I feel like I've definitely had more than 5 minutes.
Oh, we're going back in the game, baby!
All right.
We're getting back into the game. Wait. And we'll keep the Emily sign and show it to you guys afterwards. Emily tore out the paper and gave it to us.
Perfect.
So we'll be able to use this. If Revenge gets
That's a
a
good
kill.
looking croc.
Yeah, no, that was actually hella good art. Emily's not balanced, dude.
Yep.
Emily is the pre-nerf demonic embrace of IRL people.
I was wondering which choice of OP thing you're going to go
Oh, yeah.
with.
Kiwanis can probably really bust.
There's so many.
It's OP, man.
All right.
All right, so let's see what we got here. We're back into the game. Hopefully all the latency stuff is taken care of now. So both junglers playing with the blue jungle pet this game for a little bit of extra speed running out of the brushes when they make their picks.
That has become my favorite one.
Yeah.
I know default one for a lot of people is the Moss Stomper, the green one.
The green one, yeah.
Yeah, but they did change the way Tenacity stacks as well. Speaking of which, he's doing his thing again on Maokai. Goes for the invade, catches sight of Kenvi, but doesn't actually get anything out of it. And so Kenvi will be decently ahead of the Maokai here. Already one camp and is going to be onto the red buff that much quicker. But Spica's just trying to keep that information, especially for mid lane there. So mid lane can keep pushing in. On Azir versus Akali, pre-6, you want to get as much aggression out as you can on Azir, because that's the time where you just get to beat up the little Akali as much as you can, and as soon as Akali hits 6, then it's like, oh no, growth spurt.
Oh, I didn't mean it, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please don't try and assassinate me, especially with a Sejuani jungle that will bring the extra CC there. So Vikla trying to get the most out of the matchup right now, pushing the Akali under tower. Your goal is trying to chunk him out and try and make him lose out on some CS that way, but Blaze has done a decent job scrounging together and has held onto his potion, trying to make the most out of his Thorian shield.
So one interesting thing here too, Spica very delayed getting his second buff. You could see that he actually got the Scuttle Crab before any of these topside camps. So when the second round of buffs respawns, they are going to be desynced a little bit here between the two players and the two sides. Revenge and Impact, they're just really going at it here in the top side, just whittling each other's health bars down. Unfortunately for Impact, he is pretty low on mana, but fortunately for him, a lot of Kasante's spells don't take a lot. The Q only taking 15, means he can still trade back and forth pretty effectively up here. And you can see that there's not really a big advantage being built by either side yet. Just farming it out and having a good time down here in bottom lane. Similar story being told.
Ooh, little tri-brush waiting party, but it will not find Winsome as Winsome goes into the river and they get sight of him now. Prince able to get that early recall off, by the way. Always nice to get the hard shove into recalls to get your extra long swords real quick. Culling plus double long swords. Pretty nice little spot for him as Dragon number 1 does spawn.
All right, Dragon number 1 is about to be on the table, but nobody's really super interested in him this early, especially not for a Cloud Drake. Usually that'll get passed up for a little while in favor of other things. We saw in the last game early on, even though we're on the new patch, trading the neutral objectives continued to happen early on between the two squads. Akali level 6.
Yeah, and you see, since Double F felt a lot of pressure from Prince getting that early recall off with good wave control. If Double F felt pressure to go back and get his recall off to get his Noon Quiver to try and stay competitive.
Double lift.
And so
it was in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Lucian. I think pocket pick.
yeah. Okay, I can respect it. That's strong brand association.
That is very strong brand association. That's an old YouTube video. Tactical, yeah, excuse me. But anyways, Tactical gets back, loses out on a few CS at the tower because that was pre-cannon minion wave. So yeah. Good job there by FlyQuest getting the nice CS lead for themselves, plus being able to get the second recall off for Prince to actually combine into his Noon Quiver as well.
Okay, so we've got our solo laners hitting level 6, junglers around 4 and 5. Maybe we get some action here in bottom lane. Spica's thinking about it. Flash! Follows him all the way back underneath the turret, and they're ready to follow up here with a Xayah Rakan. Tactical is first blooded, and Spica is once again the best kind of enabler for FlyQuest.
Yeah, don't you love that twisted advance? That was a very long twisted advance following the flash and the dash. Spica gets it done yet again, Flowers. So much work for this FlyQuest squad. There's a lot of stars. It's a star-studded lineup here. Yeah. But he's done a really good job with the utility, and now he's going mid.
Oh, Vikla about to get solo killed by a Blaze Olive. Yes, he will. It ends up getting traded because a Blaze Olive has to stay underneath the turret with Spica approaching. 1 for 1 there in mid.
And he does the nice thing, shoves the wave into the tower here, so it will reset, bounce right back there. Honestly, that's that growth spurt we were talking about. Akali, level 6, access to the ultimates. Pretty close there with the flash under tower. Now the Azir has to be even more scared though, because Vikla, teleport, flash, both used after that interaction. So next time a Blaze Olive gets the ult up, I think Immortal's got to make the call. Sejuani, come pressure Vikla. No flash Azir. You know, Akali, once you get the ultimate back, will look really nice. And so Blaze did the key part. He hit his E before the ultimate went off, so then he got to follow his E2 all the way through under the tower, and it's still worth it. Getting the kill, plus the flash advantage.
Again, Immortals wanting to play around that one-item power spike like you were talking about back in draft means that trading these kills early on ought to be fine. But it is FlyQuest with a 1.2 thousand gold lead here nice and early as Winsome jumped in looking for tactical there, but it's not going to find him just yet. Prince level 6 on the Xayah means it is difficult to deal with these guys in the 2v2 because you can't focus the one that does damage. Prince able to avoid a lot there with proper timing and usage of that ult. No flashes available for either one of the FlyQuest bottom lane players still.
Kenvi sniffing that one out as well. Wants to try and punish it, but nice little ward there. Does allow plenty of time for Spica to come match.
Alrighty, 3v3. We're gonna get some 3v3 action. I think Kenvi just disappeared back over the wall. He's Gromp farming.
Yeah, just keep pushing them out. Spica with constant attention towards the bottom side of the map. This is, you know, classic FlyQuest play here. Impact on top side, doing just fine at his tower, farming up on Cassante.
Weak side ping.
And Spica playing around. Bottom plus mid. He actually started up the dragon and then stopped dragon. He let it leash back for this ult attempt.
There is no flash available for tactical. Kenvi steps in just to make sure there's no dive coming out from FlyQuest. So they fire off the Spica ulti. They don't really get much for it.
Interesting now because there's a jungle mismatch in addition to a mid mismatch here. So I want to see if Immortals can force it. No flash here, no flash here, no ultimate here. And everything is ready for the mid jungle for Immortals.
Okay.
Definitely seems like a good area to try and attack. I know the bottom is also definitely a worry though. Prince, if you give him time to scale up, get some items, he has shown time and time again he will definitely carry the game. Here we go.
Blaze Olive,
he is
looking
on
for Vikla. He knows he doesn't have enough burst to kill him underneath the turret with that much health left. Vikla doing a good job disengaging with the soldiers, getting back to safety. And now it's a Blaze Olive without a lot of resources left to work with.
Yeah, really, really good evasive maneuvers there for Vikla. That's a critical time period for him to pass as we were kind of hyping up the possibilities. Immortal's not going to let it go to waste though. Kenvi trying to start up this Herald, and Blaze does not have teleport, so it's a 2v3. Spica says, thank you for the leash, buddy.
Ooh, that TY for leash in the all chat is always the best feeling if you're on the sending.
Yeah, I know that feeling though for Kenvi. You know, it's like, you just hope you can get away with it.
Like, I hope they're not paying attention.
My mid laner just, you know, went for the 1v1 and got fully chunked out down to like 200 HP. But what if I can catch them sleeping, you know?
Yeah,
and
they would never expect this.
And Spica's not, you know, able to transition up here to take it. Unfortunately for him, Spica don't sleep. He's always awake.
Eyes wide open here on the Maokai. Still only 2 kills in the game for FlyQuest, 1 for Immortals, so not a super bloody game here early on. FlyQuest still having that modest lead, about 1.5k, 11 minutes into the game, feels pretty solid. Spica hanging out on top side. If Impact can get the Q3 and knock Revenge backward,
I want it.
Spica can follow it up very easily. He also has Twisted Advance ready to go. Immortals is going to take the opportunity to grab themselves that first Drake on the opposite side of the map, so it is what I predicted. We're going to get a trade of neutral objectives at the start of the game. Where do you want to see this Herald get used for FlyQuest?
Honestly, I just want to funnel as much money into Prince as possible and see what happens.
Throw a bottom lane?
So I would put it there. Mid lane is also a really good site for it, though. You can take down extra turret plates for Azir, funnel him up, take away some of the safe space here for Akali. But I agree with the fan in the audience with that sign.
The Sugar Daddy one?
Well, that one too, but I was talking about the Prince fighting one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if they can get anything done down here. Doesn't really look like they're going to bother with it. They can see the ward spotting out Kenvi there as he's going to go ahead and looks like complete that recall, head on back. Nope, not quite. Spica also heading down here now. Kenvi's going to go ahead, sweep that ward out, clear it away.
Yeah, Spica's making this jungle look like his side of the map.
Yeah, man.
He's lit it up with control wards. He's counter jungling. He's got saplings in every brush.
He does have to leave without the big prize of the large wolf. Yeah, his smite just came up. Had 2 or 3 seconds left on that. He knew that if he took it down to smite range, Kenvi was pathing up there and could just steal it away, so he lets it go instead.
But look what he's been able to accomplish. If we do like a heat map of Spica, we go like real big dark red down here, and it's a little lighter red around this area, and you just leave the whole top side of the map to their own devices, and guess what? And you've got Cassante scaling evenly against Renekton and playing right into FlyQuest hands here. So we've hit a kind of critical time period for Immortals with the Gale Force is now done for Tactical.
Okay.
Ignite, Flash, Gale Force, Lucian, and Akali with ultimate ready for a Blaze Olive as well.
I really like this Crown of the Shattered Queen purchase from Vikla as Prince decides to go in for the fight, and the follow-up's right there from Winsome. Fleshy's gonna burn away as Tactical wants to get one back into the FlyQuest AD carry, and he's found it. But now the culling won't be able to deal enough damage. Envy's gonna show up, try to keep Tactical alive here. Winsome jumps right back in for a grand entrance and a grand display here with a double kill. Envy wants to chase him down, pick this one back up, get Immortals their 3rd kill, and he'll do that. All 4 bottom laners dead in what became a 2v3.
Good, as it should be.
You don't like bottom laners, Kobe?
All bottom laners are out of the game. Honestly, can be picking up the last little straggling one here. Not ideal for the game plan here for Immortals. Let's take a look at this one, because Prince gets really aggressive with the attempt to get a really big Blade Caller.
Oh boy, we are just going straight in for the dive here. Impact using the all-out to get himself away from the turret aggro. They end up getting the kill. They get everybody away. Vikla's gonna disengage a Blaze Olive, but he wants to re-engage now and keep chasing these guys down. Once he steps out of the smoke, he'll have to be a little bit more careful. Impact jumps back in. He wants to go after a Blaze. Not a lot of cooldowns left on the Akali, but he's got plenty of burst, plenty of damage, or does he? No way! FlyQuest just smack him in the mouth.
All right, round 2 then. Flowers, keep it going, baby. Immortals now with a 3v2 at bottom side, but it looks risky. And Kenby's gonna finish clearing out the vision. They do know there's still no ult on Prince, but
yeah,
with Flash, you know, the Blade Caller is already hitting, so
it's tough.
Definitely gets really scary. All right.
Let's take another look at this. Spica wrapping around.
Certainly is. Spica has been spending so much time in the enemy jungle. Wraps around, he takes the Krugs very, very quickly here. Then they set up the dive. You see Azir's already coming, so Maokai ult from his own base, plus the Azir gonna be here just for the defensive peel. Nice execution on the dive with the tower juggling there. Spica able to use the Twisted Advance. And as you know, it has a devastating outcome for Immortals, but I think Ablaze wants to go for this 1v3 because they feel the pressure mounting in this game, and they know if they just let it continue without any risky plays, then you're going to slowly lose by default. So he was trying to save something, get something back. They had just, lost kills on both sides.
They did not draft a composition that successfully plays modestly. They have to take risks. They have to go for some of those crazier plays.
And it was close.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on Akali and you see 3 champions with 150 health left, I'm not going to blame you for going after it, but FlyQuest had the coordination to shut it down. Uh-oh, all out. Impact's ready to go all in here for the fight. 1v1 against Revenge. Dominus, is it enough? Yes, they're going to lock him down, and Kenvi shows up to save the day.
Kenvi saves the day for Revenge. Will that result in much? Bottom side's going to be able to get first tower bonus for the game for Prince. And they're going to be able to get Dragon for FlyQuest. So it'll be another Dragon for Rift Herald trade, but second Rift Herald not worth as much as the first one. And so FlyQuest pretty happy to get Ocean Dragon here for themselves.
Yeah.
Plus getting the tower down and Prince being pretty wealthy.
Prince at 162 farm, currently the highest in the game, tied with Revenge, who just hit that same mark, as it's going to be another Dragon, this time going over to the side of FlyQuest, and it's Immortals taking the Rift Herald on the other side. So again, trading these neutral objectives as they spawn, but they're going the other way around this time. We'll see if Immortals can get a whole lot of use there out of that Herald, see if they can knock something down, make up some of this gold deficit, because we're in that reality that I was worried about for Immortals. They're on their 1-item power spikes, and they're down over 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they've got the Gale Force plus Mandate Lucian Nami combo. This is why they banned Zeri with their third ban in the first phase and are able to take it up. This is the leverage that they wanted. We'll see if they can actually get any value out of it, because so far it looks like it should be an easy rotation now. With bottom lane tower down, they just bring Prince and Winsome over to mid lane, shuffle the Azir up to the top side, Impact put him down bottom side, Unleash Teleport is about to come off cooldown, and they should be able to push in bottom and continue on the pressure towards this mid tower. There's only a pretty small sliver of health left on that one. As the recalls do get interrupted here.
How do we feel about first item Warmogs on Sejuani here for Kenvi?
I actually still like it. Okay. I would need to click on and check and make sure, but Sejuani does scale quite nicely with health.
Gonna make it easier for him to face check rushes, take some damage, and continue to stay out there with the team as well. Impact and Revenge getting in a 1v1, but we got a 3v3 back here in mid. Kenvi's just gonna be focused here at the very start. Calling from Tactical doesn't get a whole lot done at all, and Prince shreds through that health sponge that is Kenvi. FlyQuest pick up one in the mid lane. Meanwhile, down here in bottom, they're looking to make it a second. Revenge goes over the wall looking for the blast cone, but Impact ready to stay right on top of him. Revenge keeps on running. Impact needs to close a little bit more distance. Wants to prime the Q on the Gromp, so he's got the Q3 ready to go. Juggles him right on back and cooks him up. Spica gets the kill credit, and back in mid, Tactical and Fleshy now have to try to defend. Spica wrapping around from the side. First turret falls. Tactical dashes in to grab a little bit of damage onto Spica, but FlyQuest just continues building the lead. 4K at 19 minutes.
Ooh, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, Flowers. Tactical here with the rapid fire cannon as well, looking to poke around, but nothing Immortals can scavenge off the back of that play. Spica even... Wait. Kenvi's got a blue.
Yeah,
Kenvi secured it with his fight.
Kenvi stole it.
He stole it from his own buff, from his own jungle. But honestly, I agree with the sentiment there, Flowers, because Spica's been in that jungle just about as much as Kenvi has. Here's another look at the interrupt on the teleport. Look, goes in, nice little, Karima shuffle to interrupt it. And this was the catch onto that full health Sejuani, like you're talking about. So with the Warmogs, I checked, with the Bambies and the Kindle Gem, he's got enough to activate the regeneration for Warmogs, but you don't have any resistances, obviously.
Right.
And so locked up right there, burned straight down. It's the massive, just pure health building. I think it's definitely a bit of a reach. You want, the more health you build, the more resistances are going to have a higher value. So,
Ooh, a Blaze Olive with the flash away, and he manages to outwalk the ulti from the mouth.
Assuming he's going Radiant Virtue, I would like the... Never mind if we have some action. I would like the Aegis, the resistance is part of it purchased first, since you have so much health. But trying to get that 1100 health threshold for the regeneration.
Blaze Olive just going to go ahead, stay up here in the brushes. He's still got his ulti, but he does not have his flash. Remember, he had to use that to escape from what FlyQuest was planning to collapse on him. Kenvi's also going to go up here and shadow this just to make sure Blaze is able to stay out of trouble. Spica and Winston rotating up here, looking to apply even more pressure. But they know that Kenvi's nearby. They don't want to try to force anything into a 3v2 against the Akali that can dodge away from everything with the smoke, and a Sejuani that does have almost 3,000 health at this point.
And relying on the passive. But they don't have much of a jungle, Flowers. You just saw, a screen grab of the blue being contested. Now Spica actually successfully takes the red. And FlyQuest are not going to apologize about it.
No, they're not sorry.
They will walk up, take your jungle, we'll just leave and refuse to elaborate. Dragon will come up next. They'll probably take that as well. Honestly, I'm trying to craft some sort of setup for Immortals where they can change the outcome. It might even feel too far away already, because you've got 2 items on Vikla Azir in addition to worrying about, Prince with the quick blades already done. We talked about how much the Blade Caller just gets massive benefit from that, and you can have this big burst damage. Well, guess what? Prince also has, Vikla has freaking Shadow Flame, so
And Impact's got Sunfire Cape now as well. I mean, with the enemy magic damage is a Sejuani and an Akali that can't be bothered trying to burst down.
Tactical's almost dead already from the Shadow Flame Azir poking him down.
You said in Champion Select, 1 item, good for Immortals. 2 items, not so much.
Yeah.
And here we are.
And this is even like reversed timelines where FlyQuest got ahead early.
Yeah.
Really, they're really showing why they're the #1 team in the LCS yet again.
So what do you want to see from them here then to make this as clean as possible? Because we just got off of a game that was not very clean.
Oh yeah, just the very last ending of that. All right, so we can cross that one off the list, right? We don't want to see a Baron for Nexus trade.
Yeah, no Baron for Nexus trade.
Gotcha.
Even though Baron is worth more gold than the Nexus, generally you do not want to be trading those.
Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah, Nexus is only worth 50. Cannon Minion's worth more than that.
To actually answer your point, though, I would want to see FlyQuest just push it to the limits, play all 3 lanes. You know, usually when teams are ahead, you're like, okay, you know, all you have to do is reduce chances for the enemy team to come back. But you know what? Forget it. Play all 3 lanes, pressure Immortals as heavily as you can. They're going to teleport, double teleport flank.
Man, that Blade Caller just cut him off. Tactical goes over the wall, but he still drops. Now you got a Blaze Olive in the middle of everybody on FlyQuest. 1, 2, 3, line them up, knock them down, and move on over to Baron. It's way too easy for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was definitely a knockout. Double teleport from the side lanes. Didn't even see how it started out, the engage onto Prince, but Prince didn't have to flash. He just used his ultimate and his heal. He survives, Winsome with the flash as well, and let's take a look at how it started. Okay, so they were trying to contest the vision. Then they're looking to actually contest. They just saw him clear that ward. Fleshy flashes the knockup. Prince with a big ulti into Blade Caller. The quick blades empowered, man. Oh, man, and he got the last kill over the wall as well. Beautiful.
Gale Force active, chased Tactical through his flash to finish him off over the wall.
Prince is too good, man. That's FlyQuest are too dang good.
And they're about to get even better, building that gold lead even further. Almost 7,000 now, 24 minutes into the game. Hard to imagine a way that Immortals can really come back into this one, barring a FlyQuest conga line down mid for 2 or 3 respawns in a row. But Immortals are going to try to dig in, try to defend what they can here. Kenby throws out the ulti. He finds Spica. It's not going to do a whole lot. The counterattack from FlyQuest is ready to go as Impact approaches on the flank. He's going to keep Tactical out of the fight. Just jumps into the middle of everybody. And there goes your shuffle. And there goes Immortals. FlyQuest just slam them in that fight, and they got 5v3 here for the next 35 seconds. Prince goes up into the ulti here, dealing with Tactical and Fleshy after the fact. But they got Baron, they got man advantage, and they got a mid wave pushing up.
They've got top lane pushing up as well. 4-1 split push with the Baron empowered minions, and there's no reason to stop. Immortals getting pushed off their own tower down here in mid, while Azir takes care of the top secondary one.
Oh no. Tactical gets himself back away for now. That was a little scary. All right, he's cool. He's cool.
Yeah, brush it off, all right. FlyQuest making quick work of these defensive structures though. 25.5 minutes into the game. Let's see, what was this one? The bump back on the Sedge. E2 is attached to Spica. They Sejuani ult Spica as well. But then, once the Maokai ult turns it around, 3 of them rooted.
Yeah.
Bubble landing on Winsome, but that's about it. And then here comes the clean sweep from Vikla.
Yeet.
Have fun.
Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy. FlyQuest is so far ahead now. You can see, and even if it's not like Spica's in any danger there, you can block those Sejuani ultis all day. Yes, he started with first item Demonic, but now with Jack Show completed as the second item as that Mythic, he's plenty tanky. He's not afraid of soaking some damage here on the front lines. Impact building towards his third item as well, which third item already completed for Prince with a Bloodthirster. I just don't see a world where he dies.
Same, my friend. Same. Now, Immortals, let's see. They keep Akali split pushing right now. You can see top lane, but FlyQuest have so much damage. I don't even know if Akali gets to get up to the turret much less take a side turret for an objective bounty.
Yeah. Baron might be gone, but FlyQuest don't even need it. Kenby's here on the front line. He's going to be the target at the very beginning. Normally, you don't want to start off going through the tank, but FlyQuest, man, they're so far ahead. Kenby's taken low, but he ain't dead yet. A Blaze Olive jumps in, but he has to immediately jump right back out. Impact nearly killed off by the Culling. Tactical trying to defend. Revenge is dead. It's FlyQuest now looking for more as Vikla jumps forward, turns toward Tactical. Soldiers catch him for one last stab there at the very end. Impact went back to base. Now he's going to use the teleport to make sure that minion stays alive long enough to force down the first Nexus turret. FlyQuest look like they want to end just right here. A Blaze Olive jumps in the middle of everybody, immediately dropping the stasis so he stays alive. Kenvy's your next target. Impact not afraid to soak the damage from the turret even further. Gets a shield, jumps right back out of the aggro range. Winsome and friends just killing him on the steps of their own fountain. Tactical nearly dead there, doesn't quite fall, but the Nexus is exposed. Immortals are trapped in the fountain, and FlyQuest is just trying to pad the stats a little bit more, get some more of those player of the game, player of the week, get some more statues, man. A Blaze Olive, Tactical, Immortals, they can't get out of the fountain. FlyQuest are just messing with them. Come on, boys, how long is this gonna take? Spica fires off the ulti there, locks down a couple. Not quite enough damage, the Nexus falls. FlyQuest remains undefeated.
Really nice, especially early stages, you know, before they got so far ahead of controlling it. Spica constant invades in the jungle. Prince with a pretty nice little outplay down there. He ends with the maximum gold bounty on his head as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we carry those over for FlyQuest, carry them into the next games.
And I mean, Spica, I believe, was the only player on the FlyQuest side who didn't die that game. 0 deaths on the Maokai, everybody else dying exactly and precisely one time. This team is good, man.
They certainly are. And they remain at the top for the first day of Super Week.
And honestly, they had the hardest part of their schedule in the first round robin earlier on. They've already played the other top teams and defeated all of them. Their schedule for this week is not incredibly difficult. I believe tomorrow they're up against TSM.
Looks like TSM and CLG are the only two teams in the league that haven't played and lost to FlyQuest.
Well, they're going to have a momentous challenge in front of them, as these guys have just dismantled everybody that's come after them. Even when they played the other top teams, they took them out pretty easily. And they showed that they didn't fall into any sort of a trap against the lower-ranked opponent today with Immortals either. They are scary. Absolutely the team to beat here in the LCS. Spica just enables everybody. Impact, the weak side king, just put him on whatever he needs to play and he's going to get it done. Vikla knowing how to deal with the aggro and the power of the Akali. And then Francis wins it. Man, Francis just really good. He's really good.
Yeah, that one, that was a smashing. Up next, we've got CLG versus Team Liquid. Hoping that this one delivers. Very close in the standings. Team Liquid 3-3, CLG 2-4, just below them. So if they take the win, they can bump up their time, and we'll see if they can progress, because really that run up towards the top of the table of the LCS as we complete the first round robin does so much for your morale heading through the second round robin of the spring split and leading towards those playoffs, giving you that confidence. So.
Especially with the other teams that are near you, right? Like you were talking about how close they are in the standings. I mean, if you win that as CLG, cool, now you're tied with them. If you win that as Team Liquid, okay, now there's plenty of distance between us. They're not that good. We're better than these guys. See?
Yeah.
Like it's the morale boost always feels more legit when it's the guys that you're neck and neck with in the race for those standings and for those positions. Got an excited crowd.
Ooh. All right. We can show the art. So
Emily's art.
This is Emily's art for Revenge, the Revenge sign.
It's pretty sick, actually.
This is Renekton.
We got some lightning bolts.
And this is lightning.
We got lightning bolts, and we have a crocodile.
So he's going to play Kennen next.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, and now we're going to join Emily, Vikla, and Impact on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I'm here with Victorious Vikla and Impact. First of all, you two, actually, your entire team has a whole Korean fan sign section right here. So is there anything you want to tell your fans for coming and cheering you on today?
So should I translation
Yeah.
team first? 그 한국 팬들이 우리 응원하러 많이 왔는데 어떻게 생각하고 어떤 느낌을 받고 좋은지 뭐 그런 거 감상 얘기해 달래.
Thank you.
Same.
감사합니다. So this question is for Vikla, and Impact's going to help me with translations. I do have a few questions for you too as well.
Sure.
So Prince had talked about when he came here, he'd already heard that you were coming to this team. So my first question is, why did you decide to come all the way from LCK at the top of your career, just after winning Rookie of the Split, to NALCS?
그 차연이래. 프린스가 여기에 오게 된 계기가 너가 있어서라고 하는데 너가 여기에 온 계기는 뭔지 그리고 너가 LCK에서 루키 상이랑 그런 걸 다 받고 그 약간 성공적인 년을 보냈는데 그다음 어떻게 플라이캐스트로 들어오게 됐는지.
First, FlyQuest have impact, and yeah, good teams and
한국말로 돼.
Okay. 그리고 이제 플라이퀘스트가 이렇게 오퍼를 줬는데 뭔가 거기서 정말 나를 원한다는 느낌을 많이 받았어서 오게 됐습니다.
So FlyQuest give offer to him about and Bigla can build about they really want to Bigla, you know, because players can build that from owner or team if you want to play, you know, just want to play even doesn't care money. So that's why he said, yeah.
That's actually something that Prince also echoed about FlyQuest management. And now, Impact, you actually also came to North America many years ago, also at the prime of your career. So what advice did you have for Vikla in coming over?
Interesting, because, I mean, I really want, like, HK rookies HK play come to NA, getting better, but it's kind of special, like Prince and Vikla come, and I like, what the, you know? And yeah, I'm happy now.
Have you told him that you were surprised that he came over?
Yeah, I was like, why? And yeah,
all right.
Happy that.
And then lastly, I think the big thing for me is Vikla, you've always been a very aggressive player over in the LCK. So I want to know what it's been like communicating with your teammates, because one thing that makes me really happy as someone who watched you on KT is that you have not lost that aggression whatsoever.
이해했어? Okay. 너가 엄청 공격적인 그런 스타일을 좋아하는데 그 뭐야? Wait, can you? I forget the last one.
Yeah, no. So he hasn't lost his aggressive style. So like, how has that been working with the rest of the team?
그러니까 네가 지금 공격적인 스타일을 지금 안 멈추고 계속 하고 있잖아. 그걸 안 잃어버리고 그 팀이랑 어떻게 커뮤니케이션이 되고 그걸 어떻게 유지하고 있는지.
스크림에서도 공격적으로 하고 그 다음에 이제 그냥 대회에서 안 쫄겠다는 마인드를 다잡고 있어서 가능한 것 같아요.
He had mindset about play, don't scare about anything, and in scrim he play aggressive too, and he tried in stage play same like that, not scared, and make play. He possible aggressive. That's his mindset.
What do you think about that?
Scared, but yeah. I mean, go ahead. It's good. Aggressive. I like aggressive.
All right, everyone, give it up for Vikla and Impact for translating for me. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we will be back with more LCS, including a return of Dr. Mark and Dr. Zale on the other side of the break.
Hey there, it's been a while. I'm Dr. Zimmerman, and I'm joined again by my associate, Dr. Azael.
We're back after settling our latest round of malpractice suits. And if you're wondering where the dive dust went, turns out lawsuits are expensive.
That's right, Azael. It's time to earn some extra cash. And our first case this split is the return of former MVP top laner Summit. But things have not all been smooth sailing for Summit, and it seems like he's up to his old tricks again.
That's right, Mark. If you could get degrees in having confidence, Summit would have his PhD too. One moment, Summit could be looking like the best player in the world, and the very next, you're wondering, who let LCS broadcast my solo queue games?
Seems as though Summit is suffering from a textbook case of irrational confidence. The man simply has never seen a play that he does not like. This isn't something that's that uncommon, but it's typically seen amongst investment bankers, CEOs, politicians, and like the shy.
Yeah. The cure for this one is simple, Mark. Summit simply needs to remember to always doubt himself, just like I do in my everyday life.
If you could please demonstrate, Doctor.
Yeah, absolutely. Doug Duel was carried by Freak. You're nothing without him. No matter how much you talk about being aerodynamic, no one believes you want to be bald. The World Championship was 10 years ago. Get over it.
And it wasn't even in League of Legends.
Come on, Mark.
Sorry. Anyways, there's no way anyone could have too much confidence left after a verbal attack like that. Now, the next patient on the docket is Jensen. And fans keep sending him into our office, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, this one makes no sense. I mean, look, Mark, when you check out the charts, 0 wins in spring last year. And then you look at the charts for this year, 0 wins in spring. It's all going exactly according to plan.
It's like one of my greatest inspirations, the Joker, always says, if you're good at something, never do it for free. And Jensen has mastered the art of the spring vacation.
I mean, just look how relaxed he is on stage. This is truly incredible stuff. And based on the results of last year's test, this period of rest should lead to a championship in summer. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Our final patient today has me truly perplexed, though. Jojo Pune had one of the best rookie years of all time last year and has been vocal about wanting to step it up even further in 2023. But we just haven't been seeing the expected results.
Yeah, this one has me stumped too, Mark. I'm going to be honest. I thought for sure he'd be dominating the league. And I think we're really going to have to dive deep on this one, check out the pro view, and see if we can find any clues as to what's going on.
All right, let's take a look. It seems normal. Jojo Pune heading back to lane, and then what's this? Is he playing Fortnite on stage again?
Again?
Damn it, Jojo, you're a League of Legends pro now.
No wonder he keeps dying in side lanes. My man is too busy farming materials to know where the enemy jungler is.
We're gonna have to prescribe some strict parental controls to Jojo's Fortnite account during the LCS. The coaches these days, they have to pay more attention to their children's screen time.
Well, another job well done, Doctor. No way we have any lawsuits coming this time.
Nailed it.
Thanks, doctors. I'm sure there will be fewer malpractice suits this time. Right now, though, ahead of Team Liquid versus CLG, here is the latest episode of Draw My Life. Draw my Oceania and LCS life, Dokla. Niship Dokla Doshi got his first pro LoL start in Oceania in 2017 for Sin Gaming after playing in NACS Open qualifiers for a few different teams. While wowing audiences in the off-season Tyler 1 Championship Series, Optic Gaming ended up picking up Dokla for their new LCS team. Throughout the Optic years, in 2018 through 2019, Dokla bounced between Academy and LCS rosters. His career continued to be unstable from amateur to various Academy teams until CLG signed him in 2022. After being named Most Valuable Prospect in Academy by the Academy broadcast, he ended up moving up to the CLG LCS lineup in 2022 summer. Dokla's champion pool and willingness to take counterpicks aided CLG in their draft creativity to an unexpected playoff finish that split. Dokla, or Big Dokes as he's affectionately called on cast, credits his hard work and perseverance to get to where he is today. And that is the latest edition of Draw My Life. For all things Dokla and CLG and TL, here are Flowers, Kobe, and returning champion Bwipo.
Thank you very much, Emily, and welcome back, everybody. We got Bwipo back on for another TriCast here as we head into game number 3 of the day. It is CLG versus Team Liquid. Kobe, you talked about how close they are in the standings at the end of last game, and Bwipo, I know that you're always invested in Team Liquid's games.
I mean, I'm going to hopefully see a team like that said, it's always really important to establish yourself as top of the middle of the pack if you're trying to contest, because obviously if you're 3-3, you're going to want to get the first place. Obviously, I'd love to see TL be the best team in the league, but in order for confidence to really be gained, you've got to win these games against these like lower bottom of the half teams. Maybe not dead last, but like basically anywhere from 6 and 10, you're going to want to make sure you win those games because you want to have the confidence going into the other games. The harder games, you know, maybe you're looking at FlyQuest, for example, steal a game off then. Really want to make sure you win these. So hopefully we're going to see a TL win, in my opinion, but banger of a game is never a bad thing.
All right. Well, I will try and balance the. You played for.
We have the
Liquid.
fandom here.
I played for CLG, so we can balance each other. CLG, of course, they're at 2-4, and one of their main goals coming into this year with the same lineup, as the only team returning with the same lineup, was to improve on consistency. And that is something that they haven't been able to do this year because they started out, you know, with some explosive wins, but then the recent games have been really, really lackluster. And so I'm hoping this week, this super week, where they can pump out 3 games, they've had good practice, and they'll be able to turn that around and especially reduce the amount of those really risky plays that you've come to know from them.
That's always what's really pivotal to mention in Super Weeks is the way you come into a Super Week can define the rest of your weekend. Because if you come in Super Week, new patch, your draft's got to be solid, because if it's not, you're playing 3 games instead of 2, so you can't tank 3, like tanking 3 losses because your drafts suck on that weekend. It feels a hell of a lot worse than tanking 2 losses, as you only get 9 per half of the split. So it's going to be interesting to see what they've changed for these drafts and see if they can build some consistency from a new draft.
Well, for this draft, it'll be the first one of the day. There is no Sejuani. She's the first ban of the draft here from Team Liquid, as CLG is going to respond by taking out 2 junglers, the Elise that's always banned, as well as that Kindred target ban toward Pioshik, Varus, and Maokai banned out by TL. So 4 out of 5 bans so far, focusing on the jungle role.
I actually love whittling down on jungle role because I feel like there are a bunch of things that you can play that don't get a lot of screen time because the 4 top have been cycled a lot. And Contracts is ready to play a lot of them. He's a player that can whip out any of these super aggressive jungles if a lot of the meta ones do end up getting banned. Of course, they only go a little bit light on it. You know, 2 target bans there for Pioshik and the Maokai.
Makes a lot of sense. Pioshik, Kindred. Yeah. If anyone doesn't know, Pioshik means Mark in Korean, as far as I'm aware, and it's named after the fact that he used to be a Kindred one-trick. So, makes a lot of sense to ban that out.
His World Championship Kindred skin. We know it's
true.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm excited to see what that ends up looking like.
Very excited to see that. So I wanted to ask you, you mentioned you like to see jungle bans when you feel like the top end of the pool's not so far off the bottom end of the pool or like the middle of the pool, right? Because I agree with you, actually. I think a lot of junglers are undervalued, and that's why I don't understand why junglers are being banned. Because if you ban Maokai and you end up seeing an Amumu or a Zac.
Yeah, like Vi and Wukong are up now. Those are very...
Exactly. So like how much worse is Sejuani, Maokai, Elise compared to Vi and Wukong in terms of power level, or how much better are they? I'm not so sure it's worth banning these junglers all the time, but again, I'm not really in the loop in terms of scrim bans and stuff. It's just interesting, an interesting topic to think about, I think, is when a role picks 4 and 5. Oh, there's a Graves, my goodness.
Okay, let's go. This is what we get. Yes, when we get some bans here. The Graves. And with an Ashe, Graves is one of the jungle champs I love paired with Ashe the most, because hawk shots, baby, oh my god, it makes your job so much easier on Graves.
Definitely as a scaling champion, the fact that there's hawk shot there means that there's extra safety for your laner, so there's no dirty
And then the ult for later.
No dirty cheese gangs that Graves has to worry about. Gets the full clear, gets the farm up until he gets his Gale Force Infinity Edge. Maybe he'll go Shield Bow, we'll see.
Yeah.
I do expect to see two crit items to come out from the Graves with the crit changes. That said, a Bruiser Graves is still very possible, and people still have been doing that. Just, I think crit chance on Graves makes him scale like a monster, so very interesting to see. I have to agree with you. In the past, when Graves was meta, Ashe was one of the #1 picks that was paired with him, and when Graves meta existed, it came alongside with Ashe and Varus in the bottom lane because he needed engage from somewhere else.
So we started off this game talking about the idea of having a good draft coming into things. And so far, this draft is deviating pretty heavily from what's been happening for the past couple of weeks, because it's not just AD carry support and jungle in the first half. We've got both mid laners locked in as the second round of bans are going to show up. It's a Azir for TL, it's a Kali for CLG, and it's Jax banned first in the second half of the draft.
Yeah, Palafox always loves taking kill matchups, you know? So he's going to take the Akali into his ear. We just saw it, actually, funnily enough. I mean, it was still exciting, okay? There was still the 1v1 under tower, you know? We at least got that, even though the rest of the game was very one-sided and still volley. They're hoping for that kill pressure on the Azir. And since you have Vi for the guaranteed lockdown, this is another like really aggressive CLG comp. It's not, though, to the point I brought up earlier about being consistent. It's probably not gonna, help them a lot with that. It's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna farm it out and scale for later. Like, this is a go for kills.
Oh yeah,
comp.
We find consistency in the fact that there are going to people are going to die.
There we go. Yeah.
Who dies, we'll figure out after the abilities are casted. But I wanted to mention Kalista into the Ashe. So this is really interesting for me because, as far as I'm aware, I'm a top laner, so I don't have great knowledge. But Kalista getting permanently slowed is not something she enjoys,
right?
As it actually affects the amount of attacks she can do per second. She's one of the few champions in the game where slowing her movement speed stops her from being able to hop as often, and she's reliant. It slows her basically attack speed. Yeah. So if you slow her movement speed, you slow her attack speed because she stops hopping. So unless you stand still and hit as Kalista, which would be nullifying your passive, also not very smart. This, as far as I'm aware, is considered a pretty bad matchup for Kalista. So I'm curious to see what CLG has cooking to pair with this Kalista into the Ashe.
All right, well, we've got Yone, Pyke, Jax, and Jace all banned away here in the second half. It's double top laner bans from CLG.
Yeah, and we have seen Kalista almost picked as much support nowadays as AD carry, so there's still a possibility here.
It is a flex, so it is interesting to see whether they're going to...
All right, let's rock and roll, baby. It's Annie. We freshly buffed and also freshly nerfed, but also freshly buffed.
And it's great because Annie, the only thing Annie really struggles with is short range. So if you have it with a Kalista, you can pair it for the safety as well as the engage and just send in the fiery bomb, basically, for the knock-up into Tibber stun combination. I'm excited that CLG are actually going to jump right on this as soon as you get access to the patch.
Yeah.
Annie was hotfixed, so they walked a little bit back on it, but still extremely net positive, extremely powerful champion.
Annie looks to be one of the best mid laners in terms of win rate in solo queue. Now, she's always a champion that wins a lot in solo queue, but what's really interesting about her is that, in my opinion, you can flex her around. So I wanted to bring this up because I think it's really cheeky. Annie top is one of the most miserable experiences I've ever played against when I blinded Gangplank against Wunder.
No kid.
Way back. He picked Annie into me, and it was really miserable. And I wanted to mention the other matchup where people played Annie top lane was Gnar.
All right.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, yes! Another counter, baby! Okay.
Irelia.
There's so much Irelia into Gnar in scrims. Talking to players all the time, they're like, oh, yeah, this is one of the reasons why not a lot of LCS pros pick Gnar, but it summits Gnar.
Yes.
And Dokla's Irelia, two of the most confident in these champion top lane players. I'm so excited for this. this really is going to draw Contract's attention again, though. We talked the last game about junglers with so many kill lanes. You almost have too many options to go because you want that Aurelia to get the kill on the Gnar. You also want to help the Akali getting kills on Azir and bottom lane as well. There's just every lane is volatile now, so we know we're going to get action. This game is going to be fire.
Also, the last pick of the draft here for TL, Thresh for Core JJ. People love seeing Core JJ on playmakers, on champions that can decide, here is where we go in. This is how we're going to go in. This is where we're going to go in. And Core JJ being able to do that might be the recipe for success for Team Liquid to find their win here. So what I want to ask you guys now is specifically, since we've got the TL versus the CLG war banners here, Whippo, how do you want to see TL approach this early game?
So I actually want to say I really like the fact that... Fantastic, love hearing that. Some Team Liquid fans. Always love to hear that. So I really like the fact that they drafted Ashe phase. Like, they just draft Ashe, they pick Kalista into it, and TL just went like, you know what, you self-counterpick yourself. I'm not even going to put in the effort of counterpicking your support. I'm just going to match Ashe into the Kalista and pick a strong pairing with it. Ashe Thresh is actually one of the strongest lanes early game, at least used to be when Thresh was a meta champion, because Ashe's level 1 is ridiculously strong. It's one of the reasons why she gets picked in competitive so often, is because she naturally gets lane control. So she gets the push early game. Generally speaking, if you get push early game, you can control your wave quite well. You have the Hawk Shot for stability. So she's just a great safe pick. And together with the Thresh, usually very strong in lane. Now, what I love about this top lane matchup is actually I think this is one of the few Aurelia matchups where Aurelia does not have to play like a complete psychopath. So Aurelia, in my opinion, is a champion that generally needs a gold lead to win. But in this specific matchup, when you get Blade, Litter, and King, you actually scale into the Gnar on side lane. So you just beat him for the rest of the game once you finish Blade, and it's actually the point in between Blade, like just before. So early game, you're going to beat Gnar. Around level 7, 8, 9 is when Gnar starts getting too many base stats, Mega Gnar gets too powerful, and you quite missed your Blade, Litter, and King, right? You don't just have it. That's when you start losing. So I'd like to see Dokal play this lane very aggressive early game, then slow it down, then finish his Blade and take over the game in the side lane. And especially with Vi, mini Gnar is super squishy, kind of like a ranged champion. Actually, Core introduced me to Cuvée to talk about some Gnar. I was very fortunate to have this experience last year because I wanted to try and pick him up and understand him. Ultimately didn't end up working out because I was better at other champions. But something that he mentioned is when Gnar is mini, you should treat him as a ranged champion. So you're like an AD carry. When you're Mega, you play him like your Ornn. I thought it was a very apt way to describe it.
And immediately, Dokka's just going to jump on him, treating him exactly like a ranged champion. What you're talking about. Close the gap, beat him up.
I don't usually spoil things that players have told me about scrims, but since they're playing it on stage already anyways, at the beginning of the year, there was a scrim where Team Liquid played CLG, and it was Summit Gnar versus Dokla's Aurelia, and they just told me it ended with 22 kills Aurelia. So
22 kills!
I am that's why I'm so excited for this. I want to see the difference. We get to actually judge scrim data versus on-stage data. Will they remain as volatile, as aggressive? And especially with the rest of the map in the state that it is.
I will say there will be kills here.
Yes.
Summit, as you can see, he's not a player that concedes. He will hit you back. So even though in this matchup you are not incentivized to hit the Aurelia back, he actually managed to get Dokka to tank a tower shot, which resulted in a health advantage. One of the big things about Gnar is Mega. Little cheese gang. Yoshik's already investigating.
Yoshik's looking for it. Summit still has a little bit of the bar left here. Jumps in, misses the wallop.
Nice dodge.
Dokka with a sidestep. Gets the stun onto Pioshik. Can dash back to him, wants to flash away, uses the W to block some damage. But Summit just flings the boomerang for first blood.
Honestly, good dodging by Dokka to get in that scenario. It did pretty much everything he could do. Lands the stun as well, is able to dot Q over and then flash away, but just not enough. The boomerang nicely sniped there by Summit.
So when you don't have crowd control in your jungler, what's really pivotal to ganking Aurelia is not letting her dash on you for free. Instead of crowd control, we smoked her. Yeah, we smoked her. We smoke her out, and means that she can dash away in time. Still takes a bunch of damage from Summit on the way out, and then a really nice snipe to finish off this gank. But really well played by Pioshik. Gets stunned anyway, but because he used the smoke screen, able to stop Aurelia from closing as much distance and getting away, and ends up dying to a nice snipe.
Yeah, and that might be an adaptation, thinking back to, we don't want a 22 kill game on our head, so let's gank the Aurelia early. It's a matchup that is volatile. But we talked about the rest of the map as well, and Vi ends up on bottom side here. There are plenty of wards, as you can see, in the river, though. Team Liquid had early vision, and so play it nicely, safely. They waste a decent amount of time there.
Yeah.
And Pioshik getting into enemy jungle after his successful gank on top side as well.
Quite scary, though. I actually agree with him recalling here. I don't know if he realized he got spotted by the ward, but it's very good that he recalls here because obviously Vi is going to come back to her topside jungle with a recall advantage. He hasn't recalled after getting a successful gank. Decided to use his time to collect the crab after the gank. Obviously, if you gank and the enemy jungler doesn't gank, he's going to be farming creeps instead, and you're going to have to catch up on farming those creeps after ganking, which is why he has a delayed recall. But very good, very aware of him to recall there, because if he starts the golems,
yeah. And that comes down to good comms. That was bottom lane. Jan goes and he checks Tribush and he says, hey, we did see Vi come, but she's not here anymore. So probably recalled, you don't have enough time.
Yeah.
And in the end, that is one camp difference, basically, for one successful gank onto a very volatile lane, and blowing the flash from the Aurelia is super duper worth.
Very important. I will note that in this type of lane matchup, it actually it's not detrimental for Aurelia. She can still leverage the fact that her early game is stronger and survive until, like I mentioned, that level 7, 8, 9 mark. It's not like the opposite, where if Aurelia gets a kill in this matchup, it's almost unbearable to lane for Gnar. So not quite blowing open the game just yet, but definitely a step in the right direction for Gnar, which does get outscaled in the side lane and does not want to be facing the Bladed Ruin King Aurelia, at least until later in the game.
So one thing worth pointing out, Summit did go for the immediate level 2 boots purchase thanks to the extra money that he had from the first blood. It means he's going to have a massive move speed advantage over Dokla, who only has the Vamp Scepter, no level 1 boots or anything. But CLG taking an opportunity to go after the first Drake of the game here. Very fast first Drake. Before 6 minutes, it's also a Hex Drake, useful for literally every champion in the game. Attack speed, ability haste always feels good. And we'll see what Pioshik's up to on the other side of the map, because the Rift Trail hasn't spawned yet. So those natural trades that we often see of Drake for Herald,
and we have
that's not available right now. Mega Gnar is ready
here.
Building a wave plus Mega Gnar, that is the recipe for a dive.
Plus Dokla, only level 5. Only level 5. Oh, that was not the way. Oh, and he just whiffed the whole damn thing.
Not what you wanted to see. Honestly,
I even heard pain from the crowd on that one.
Honestly, I'm kind of relieved, because I don't think they have enough damage because of Aurelia's W. Like, if she W's it before the stun connects, you actually don't have enough damage as Gnar and Graves, and she'll start life-stealing 1,000,000 health off the minion wave. So I'm actually kind of happy that they missed that. As much as, well, it would have been nice to chunk him at least, I'm worried that Aurelia would have had an angle to outplay them there had they pulled the tower aggro, because Graves and Gnar, early game, especially pre-6, Graves, his burst is good, but not great, right? He really doesn't do that much damage.
So you think they avoided some self-bait there? That, you know, especially Graves around tower dives, if a mobile champion like Aurelia is dodging around it, blocking your auto attacks and everything, can get very, very frustrating.
Exactly. And I don't necessarily think that it was like a situation where they would get double killed. If she was 6, I'd be more worried. But she was 5, so as long as the mindset was chunk and get out, it was good enough.
Yeah.
I want to highlight, Palafox has been playing this lane really well. He actually pushed out the Azir in this matchup, which is something that generally is not supposed to happen. Azir is supposed to push out the Akali, but in this case, Azir took the bad base, scared of getting killed by the Akali. Ranum, basically, by level 5 already.
And we got to see this matchup last game, like Kobe was talking about, and we're already at the point where Akali has hit the growth spurt that you were talking about. So there is that kill pressure. Palafox could go for that, but down here in bottom lane, it's Core JJ getting the hook onto Poom. Jan following it up with a nice arrow, but CLG's ready to completely fight this out because they have backup. They've got more men, and they get their first kill of the game.
It was actually until Vi arrived, it was really nicely spaced by Jan. You saw Jan slowing Annie and staying out of W range as Poom tried to get the double stun.
Yeah.
But Contracts comes, they get the kill. Good lane gank there from Contracts to come down during that volatile, you know, trade that they were going for.
It's actually really interesting they were kiting up towards the river as a nice high step. Love to see that. Always so enjoyable. Sorry, going off there. I love seeing pro players dodge like bare minimum dodges, you know, like little sidestep, that's enough. He didn't lose any time punishing the Aurelia for missing the skill shot there and dodged it incredibly well.
Oh, there are pings already towards this Rift Herald, and look at the mini-map. You've got a reset from Poom. After the kill on bottom side, Annie coming out to help Vi, as Vi instantly starts up the Rift Herald, and Dokla getting chunked on top might make that Rift Herald very, very risky.
This Rift Herald could be a problem, my friends.
Yeah, their top laner is 300 HP under tower, wave pushed in. but they do have the support roam early, and AD carry is coming, so
Boom has ultimate.
3k health on the Rifto. They might just be helping them.
Eyeballs exposed. This will be the last eyeball proc that happens. Rift Herald running out of patience now. Regenerates a little bit. Still at about 2,000 HP. CLG looking
Bottom lanes are coming.
Oh, one more eyeball does actually open. Arrow from across the map finds Palafox. Flash from CoreJJ to follow it up with the chain CC. Beautifully done from Team Liquid.
At least something in return for this Herald. So one of the changes they made to jungle this season is the way Patience works is if you're in Patience range, the monster will not fully reset. It'll walk back into the leash radius and then regain Patience when you stand there. So all this damage done by CLG and then the attempt to unleash really the Rift Herald from TL doesn't work anymore. So if you contest the Herald and you want to take it, you actually have enough manpower to stand on top of the Herald and regain its patience, which is exactly what CLG did, successfully getting the Herald, but then a nice cross-mark arrow there, securing a kill in return.
Let's take another look at it here. You can see Yon about mid lane.
Oh, not quite cross-map, but
okay, yeah.
A solid arrow either way.
Right at the entrance to the river. Still a good shot.
Bullseye. And then you mentioned it, Flowers. The flash follow-up, poor JJ.
Joshik burning the ultimate just to try and kill Stick Pure. I'm just throwing it. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but hey.
He's Graves. Got to get some money.
Yeah, Azir also wants some money. Thank you very much.
I just always appreciate that. It's something as a Graves player myself, it's like,
yes.
I've come to the conclusion that using your ultimate for damage is usually how you want to do it, but saving it to steal kills.
Yes.
Definitely tempting. Definitely tempting. Feels very satisfying. Going for the Gore Drinker this game. He's going for the Bruiser Graves. Makes sense. There's a Kalista and a bunch of melee champions trying to get all up in front of you, so a Gore Drinker will make sense for a champ like Graves. Does enjoy dashing forward.
All right, looks like CLG going to start up neutral objective number 2, though. Transitioning off of topside Rift Herald immediately into another dragon to keep stacking. Does look like Pioshik is hovering bottom. Maybe he's just going for a wrap gank after dragon. He's going to hide in there for some defensive Team Liquid play.
CLG not going to go after TL. They recognize, like, okay, these guys are staying a little bit far forward. Maybe they go for it now. Maybe they go forward now. Poom's after him, looking for the stun, finds it. Contracts goes in. Yon's going to be your target. He gets pulled to safety by CoreJJ. Team Liquid still disengaging it. The box is dropped. None of the walls are broken. Tibbers losing a lot of HP here. Might just get killed off. Pioshik doesn't have a smite to finish that off there, so that means TL walks away from it. A couple of resources spin on both sides.
Very scary, honestly. However, there is this mechanic where experienced bot lanes with Thresh will abuse this fact. If Lantern gets dropped and you click on it, even during CC, you will take the Lantern as soon as the CC ends. Nice little chunk there by Summit. So the way that works is if you put the input in, so if you click on the Lantern and then don't make any other inputs, it will take the Lantern first thing. There used to be this interaction where you would Zhonya's and then do that, and then you could throw the Lantern, Zhonya's, you press it, 2.5 seconds later, you're still going to take it regardless of what happens. So if you don't have anything that interrupts the dash from the Lantern, it will go through safely, which is exactly what happened there. Vi's ultimate did not interrupt the Lantern, unfortunately, which was obviously it was already used. Didn't get to use the Q, and Yon scoots away to safety.
Yeah, he gets out, and we have now hit the point. Whippo, you were talking about it earlier. Dokla has Blade of the Ruined King completed. Irelia is now in the driver's seat of this matchup for the rest of the game.
It should be, okay? He already died once, so I'm not going to say that he might not die again. But from this point onwards in the side lane, assuming that Irelia initiates on mini Gnar, even when Gnar goes Mega, he doesn't have enough damage because what she does is, if you play it well, you W all the burst damage from Mega Gnar and win anyway.
Okay. And he's calling the jungle. This is a top lane strategy, Flowers, that I think has the highest success rate.
Better
call your jungle, especially if your jungle is a Vi with ult. So
that's a strat.
That's a, oh, okay. They're not gonna actually get a gank out of it. Just drop the Rift Herald. Still has ulti though.
Well, it is a flashless Gnar, so honestly, Summit's kind of been known to contest these situations and end up getting himself killed. So hopefully he won't do that. As the TL fan in me wants to not see that happen. Just being honest with you, he is very cocky as a player, which is something that can be very endearing, but obviously it has to be successful. And that's kind of where all the criticism for Summit has been coming, is where in spring, last year when he was playing on C9, he was incredibly aggressive, constantly contesting people, and it was working out. As you can see, Irelia trying to be a little more aggressive.
Ooh, nice arrow from Yon here in bottom lane. Follow up from TL. Can't go after Kalista's support, though. That ulti, get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I love that. True support for Boom flashes in to block it, and here's that dive you were talking about.
There's
Guess what?
Honestly, beautifully played by Dokla. Something to mention there is he burns the flash, burns the ultimate, ult to put...
Hold on, boys. We got another fight down here in bottom lane. It's Yon under pressure as Luger and Poom are looking for it, but when Pyosik shows up, Luger has to flash away back underneath the turret to stay safe. Heal used by Yon. Exhaust.
Harry's coming too.
JJ.
Zero on bottom.
Yep, there's more plays to be made. TL still thinking about it, but with a TP showing up from CLG, they're going to back off.
Honestly, I really want to highlight that play by Dokla. So a little bit of foresight necessary there to see that, but he uses his ult, uses his flash, knowing that Summon has no flash. So if Summon uses all his defensive tools, his jump, his ultimate, in order to try and set up a solo kill, what ends up happening is you have none of that to survive the Vi ultimate that's going to come after tower diving. So it doesn't look like he's going to kill Gnar. Absolutely correct. He absolutely cannot. However, on the wraparound now, with no cooldowns on the Gnar, wall up used, Gnar used, nothing left in order to survive his tower dive, and just really well set up and a pretty easy kill. Plus first tower for Irelia, which is a lot of influx of gold for our CLG top laner.
Top of the charts right now. CLG as a whole up 2,000 gold and 2 Drakes over TL 15 minutes into the game. Early game absolutely going their way.
As I said, best top lane strategy, call jungle.
Okay?
Jungle wins it. Douglas at the top of the gold chart.
I approve. In fact, I will say I made a career of the opposite. I said, don't come, go bot lane instead. Tends to work quite well too.
Yeah, we're just thinking about the 1v1.
a lot of bot laners will vouch for that. Going bot lane's pretty OP.
Alrighty.
Might just be jungle being OP. I feel like mid laners complain about when they show up mid lane too. So I don't know. Jungle's OP?
The world may never know.
I think they're aware. I think some people, yeah. I played it. I can say I felt pretty OP.
Okay.
It was really nice.
We have the experience of a man who's done both before, as CLG are going for the second Rift Herald of the game. Remember, the first one was used top to grab 2 plates for Dokla, as well as provide enough damage to knock down that first turret of the game. They're going to grab this second one now. We'll see where they want to use that. Of course, this does open up an opportunity for Team Liquid to grab their first Drake, stop CLG's Drake stacking potential win condition there, and it looks like Pyosik and Yon are going to go ahead and go forward with that, as Summit applies pressure to the bottom lane tier 1.
Yeah, honestly, I think Team Liquid can be pretty happy to get the dragon here at least and stop that, but it does mean you're giving up in trade for it. Rift Herald number 2, which completely one-shots this side turret, and those things are worth a lot of gold, especially the 2 side ones here, 500 extra local, in addition to the global gold for them. So that's even more money specifically funneled to this Irelia, to this CLG setup of possible side lane dominance.
Really well done by CLG. One thing to note is I actually really like the Palafox walk back in as the Gnar gets thrown, gets the cleanse. I really like that he walked back in. He called bluff. So he walked in to a side where there's 4 TL members and he's alone. But the thing is, TL's champions... Oh, little scuffle.
Yeah, boom. He's fine. The shield ends up blocking a lot of the damage. He's able to get away from some of Pyoshik's burst, and then Pyosik also has the disengage in the form of Core JJ. So both sides having enough backup that nobody wants to fully commit, but now they're ready to go on Luger. Remember, he doesn't have the cleanse. He had to use it on the arrow earlier, so there's no way for him to get out of this. 1v3, you're not getting out anyway, so a nice pickup for TL.
Lovely stuff. You love to see it. No flash on Kalista, well timed. Make sure that she can't dodge the Emperor's Divide. Gets scooped up, and that's a free kill. Pretty much, right? Because there's nothing to contest. So when there's nothing to contest and nothing's really happening, and someone ends up dying, that's what we consider a freebie in the competitive scene. As a Black Cleaver first on Graves, interesting stuff, but it makes sense, right? You buy the Cleaver first, and then you go into the Gore Drinker, as you're going to end up buying both items anyway. You get the one with more damage earlier on. Not bad.
All right, I'm looking forward now to this CLG mid-game plan that should be very side lane heavy.
Okay.
And they're calling multiple members down to Dokla again.
Yeah, and they're just following this up, exploding Summit before he has the chance to even transform. They're playing around Dokla, they're enabling this Irelia, and they really want to keep this train rolling as Harry shows up with a TP to make sure that they cannot continue taking the tier 1 turn.
This is what I talked about earlier with Summit, where it's like he's really playing on the edge there. He's like he's a fraction of a second off going Mega there. Yeah, getting the Gnar straight into the tower and maybe outplaying a 1v3 situation, but unfortunately, not in his favor, and ends up getting killed there pretty swiftly, and he lost his flash, so that's really unfortunate because next file, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill again.
Yeah, I mean, CLG have... Oh, never mind. Done.
Ooh. Dokla going in very early onto Harry here, but Harry's got backup, and Dokla has to flash away trying to stay alive. Arrow flies in, but doesn't quite hit the mark. Pyoshik's got the slow, and Harry's got the damage. Team Liquid got the kill.
Good call on the defense this time for Team Liquid. Otherwise, CLG is going to keep abusing these side lanes. They had teleports ready on both of their split pushers here with the melee assassins. Good by Team Liquid to actually put a stop to it and to get the flash, so Aurelia can't be quite so psycho, I think is the way you put it.
I did say psycho, yeah. So the interesting thing is with the crown on Azir, he actually can take the brunt of the burst as Josh forces a flash just running down Kalista here. Very nice aggressive play, getting a pretty important summoner spot, honestly. Kalista's flash is still pretty meaningful in these fights, especially because it's going to be a mosh pit most of the time. With so many melee champions on the side of CLG, Kalista's just going to fly in there as well, and she's going to be a part of the mosh pit. And having a flash available in order to sidestep some key spells like Emperor's Divide or the Gnar ultimate when you are jumping in, following up on all these, like I aptly named, psycho champions flying in there, will be interesting to see. What's really interesting, no flashes on both side laners of TL. And we have Aurelia and Akali, kind of the queens of side laning in competitive play, I feel like.
Yeah.
Whenever you see these Camille, Aurelia type top laners, Fiora, and then you have like Akali usually in the mid lane, sometimes Sylas, they really look for those solo kills in the side lane. And without flash, maybe possible to find a kill angle here.
Yeah, and that's the reason that they made the choice where a lot of people may be thinking, why'd they give up Dragon number 3? They were so close to stacking them in favor of getting Rift Herald and more side lane pressure to be able to try and play into these win cons here. But bottom side, looks like the full wave was cleared out and gonna get the recall off there for Harry. So Team Liquid stabilizing and pushing back out.
The important thing about stabilizing here and keeping this gold lead only 2,000 apart is right now, everybody's still on their one completed item power spikes for both sides. So CLG hasn't built enough of a lead to have that second item done. You can see all the pieces in Dokla's inventory. He's closing in on having that done very soon, and that's something that Team Liquid's going to need to be cognizant of, because as the clock goes forward another minute or two and CLG get these items online first, TL's going to need to pick and choose their battles to avoid the consequences of that. One of those battles coming up here in about 30 seconds. The fourth Drake of the game will be spawning. Pioshik's going to go ahead and set up position down here in the bottom side river. Contracts is over the wall. Pioshik's going to see the red outline of him there.
Curious as to what the anti-healing is doing in Harry's pocket. Now, I'm actually an anti-healer believer because it gives you 35 AP, and a lot of people forget that 35 AP for 800 gold is pretty much 100% gold effective, so you get anti-healing for free, but yeah, not much healing to be done really on the side of CLG in my opinion. So unless Radiant Virtue heals that much, which I believe it doesn't.
And now we've got a nice arrow coming out from Yon, the counterattack on CLG as they went for a play on him, but Kalista again. Luger's ulti so good at being able to keep Poom out of danger, but now it's not available here for this potential upcoming Drake fight. It was an Ashe arrow traded away for a Kalista ult. Two pretty important tools for both sides, but we'll see how they decide to play around it afterwards. The Drake is spawned. You can see Contracts hanging around the pit right now. They do have that Scuttlecraft vision secured to the side of CLG, but it's only going to last a few seconds longer. CLG grouping up, coming together. They're going to move for the Drake. Pioshik and the rest of Team Liquid ready to contest. Dokla arriving on the flank. CLG go in for the fight. The Drake is still at 6,000. It's no danger of being bursted down just yet. Poom goes in, finds a stun on 2. Palafox ready for the follow-up here, goes after Harry. Contract's very low, barely walks away from it. Palafox still wants to find the kill into Harry, but Dokla's already killed off Yon. Palafox drops. Team Liquid has taken down 1 for 1, and CLG is backing away. The health bars are low, and Core JJ goes in to make it happen. Summit flies over the top, but Dokla's ready to fight back. It's big Doke, baby! He picks up 2, he picks up 3, he absolutely smears Team Liquid all over the floor!
That's Dokla Aurelia for you! Summit's the only one left alive, he can't steal the dragon, and CLG pull out a massive team fight. Big Doke's putting them on his back. This is why they are so confident in him on this pick. It is such an individual pick. You know, not that many LCS top laners will play it on stage. A lot will play it in scrims. But he makes it happen in the dragon fight, and that will be Baron on top of it. So many rewards for that outplay.
They go for the Baron here, so before we review the last game, we're going to have to see if they can actually get this and get out, because someone is TPing in with Mega. All Flash is practically burned from the last fight, but it does look like they're going to be able to get it.
They might lose a man or two here. We'll see if Team Liquid's able to collapse in time. Palafox still back in the pit. Gonna be slammed into the wall from the Gnar ulti, but it's Akali. She's very mobile, very nimble, able to escape. And so CLG, they get a massive team fight win. They get themselves the soul point. They collect the Baron, and they do it all without anybody getting picked off on the end of the play.
Oof. That's all I'm going to say about that one as a PL fan. Oof.
All right, do our Dokla Pro view here, Pueblo.
Dokla Pro, actually, I think so. All the chaos in the fight is beautiful. The flash taper is actually perfect to create chaos. The Bile goes on the Graves. Meanwhile, Akali's ulting in up there. Irelia's 1v3ing, fighting multiple people, Yon on the side here. And then the fight looks one for TL. Pay attention to what Summit's doing and what Dokla's doing. Summit assumes that Dokla's not going to be able to win this 1v3, so he's going forward into the opposing backline, ignores the Irelia. However, Dokla has other things to say, gets into the backline, and starts just shredding down people, basically. Honestly, really close fight. That was 1 or 2 auto attacks. Loves to see it.
Holy cow, man. CLG, they're feeling it. Look at the damage on Dokla, 45-11 in that fight, as Palafox gets himself a kill on Summit here in the bottom lane. Pioshik runs back to a barely standing tier 1 turret. Contract's looking for an opportunity to maybe collapse. CoreJJ should have an escape route for Pioshik if he gets in any trouble, but the CLG lead is only gonna get bigger. This first turret is about to get knocked down. They're already at a 5,000 gold lead, and now, why not make it 6? Turrets falling mid, turrets falling bot. These guys are applying the pressure, and Counter Logic Gaming came to play.
That's the positive side of not being a consistent team. When your last week was dog doo-doo, this week looks great!
Oh boy, Yon gets away with another nice lantern from Core. He's had a lot of clutch saves this game. Luger having to fall back as the turret shots proc his Immortal Shield Bow. Pioshik looking to reinforce these guys here in the bottom lane. Palafox dashing back out of the smoke screen. Poom looks for a flank angle, but he's got to be careful because Harry spots him out. Meanwhile, Dokla, the biggest, baddest, chattest dude on CLG this game, separated from the rest of the squad, so they don't want to go for a re-engage.
Doesn't have TV of it. Doesn't have the TP available either.
And, he could be more Chad with a TP.
True. The rest of the team can be more Chad because he can like spread his Chadness over the map with teleport. Without it, only people get to be Chad around him.
I think he gave some to Palafox. He inspired him to win that 1v1.
I wanted to mention, like, Irelia and Akali. What do I think of when I think Irelia and Akali? I think of Rookie and the Shy in 2018. Obviously a very pivotal year for me, but I think most people will agree that was a very spicy year of League of Legends when it comes to these champions.
Yes, sir.
That's when they got released and reworked. Sorry, they were released before. They got reworked and they turned into these, well, I'll let you choose what you like. These beasts, I would say, of mechanical prowess. And honestly, they've been really confident. They've been taking outnumbered fights right there, 1v2, fights to the death, and says, you know what? Calls them out on it. I win these. Takes the 2v1 kill, masterfully played by Palafox, and obviously in the 1v3 earlier, Dokla managed to turn around a team fight and win. So really lovely stuff to see. This is the scariest thing about playing these champions on stage. You mentioned a lot of people scrim with them, but on stage, LTR comes out.
Forcing the cleanse out of Luger as Harry goes in. Ends up shuffling everybody else back. Contract stuck in the middle, has to flash to make room for the Vault Breaker to disengage. Again, it's CLG without Dokla, so they got to be careful here. Luger and Poom still off to the side. Summit looking to chase him out. Contracts being kept out of the fight again by Pioshik. And Team Liquid finds a way to force 5v4, go in and grab the turret. But Palafox is looking for Yon. CoreJJ with a nice disengage, playing him back. But Dokla's ready to enter. All they're trying to do is keep Team Liquid around long enough for Dokla to show up, and he's into the back line. He drops the ulti, and Luger drops Summit. CoreJJ's the sacrificial lamb, and Dokla sends him out to pasture. CLG find 2 more.
Honestly, masterfully played by Core. I think if Core didn't, like, interrupt Akali's ultimate, predicts the flash from Dokla, the flash ult from Dokla, hooks him on it, flays him out of the queue after hooking on him. If he didn't play it as well as he did, I do think that would have been an ace, potentially the game for CLG. So, great stuff from Core. That said, no flash on Irelia. She has a big shutdown. Being able to track her down in the backline and burn her down with Azir, since she doesn't have magic resistance yet, is going to be pivotal in order for a TL win. They have to be able to get the 600 gold shutdown, 900 in total for the kill credit as well, onto one of the carries of TL to get enough gold to really turn this game around, as they are staring down a Cloud Soul. Not the scariest Dragon Soul, but still a pretty nice one for all these flanking champions trying to get in the middle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a huge win for CLG, and my eyes are just glued to the minimap. Everybody's looking at Dokla. Everybody in the game is tracking how soon until Irelia arrives, basically, is the timer on your fight. And CLG, you can see Palafox there diving in on the Akali, just trying to buy that time for him to arrive, harassing them down. And in the end, they get 2 towers plus the Dragon Soul out of it, in addition to the 2 kills. And so they are in one of the strongest positions that we have seen CLG this whole year.
I wanted to highlight Contract as Vi play this game. I actually think it's very hard to play a hard engaged, committing champion like Vi and not die a single time while still picking fights. Because he's been the main engage the majority of the game. Spoom gets caught warding all out by himself, no Callisto's in range.
Yeah, that was
rest in peace.
Unideal.
Yeah, it was close on screen, almost in range there towards the end, but not quite enough. And so Team Liquid do get a nice little freebie. Even though you're this far ahead, you have to take that extra couple seconds to allow your Callista to be at least close enough for you to get that vision.
Absolutely. Kosh is going for a more damage option. So usually when you see the Bruiser Grave, they go Gordon Cleavers, the damage options, they go like Maul of Mordius as the Baron gets started up. Gonna see, I actually think they're going to commit to this Baron. They feel the pressure to make something happen to turn this game around.
Contracts could potentially steal. Palafox coming in on the flank. Dokla has teleported. Team Liquid has a 5v4, but they got to be careful. Contracts already ready to engage, and Team Liquid has to fall back. Summit's ready to transform, but into the back line goes Palafox. He's going to be taken low, taken down. Team Liquid, they're cutting him off. They're burying him. It's a shutdown back over to Yon. They've taken out the Irelia. The king is dead, and Palafox died with them. Now CLG has to deal with a 3v5 scenario. CoreJJ is very low. He's trying to just skirt the edges of this, be able to save somebody with a lantern if needed. Poom's got flash, Poom's got ulti. Contract still looking for a steal. Poom goes in. Summit tanks a lot of damage there. Baron's down to 3K. Contract's over the wall. Thinking about the ball breaker, goes in towards Pioshik. They want to focus Contract. He steals the Baron. CLG just stop them in their tracks. Pioshik still tries to fight a little bit longer. Contracts wants to get away. Aftershock keeps him protected. He shouldn't die to this. Pioshik keeps going in, but Luger's ready to go right back at him. CoreJJ drop. Luger's finding more. Contract in the front line with a stasis to buy time. And CLG and Luger make pin cushions out of him.
Oh my God, CLG 3 members. They steal the Baron, they clean the team fight, and they wipe the TL base.
Man,
You can tell, because I know you've been there too, as a jungler, you just get smite stolen against. You know, Pioshik was enraged, so he chased them into the enemy jungle.
I was about to say, I felt like he was just mad.
Yeah, you're just pissed.
We're 3v5, why is this guy in the pit next to me?
How do you dare you do this on stage?
Our Nexus!
Oh. Summit versus everybody on CLG. Palafox just cuts him down. CLG know they only have a few seconds left before the respawn start coming in, so they want to finish this game off pretty quick. CoreJJ is the only man standing, throws out the box. Contracts and Poom and Luger trying to put some more DPS into the Nexus. Yes, Dokla finally dies to the Fountain Laser, but it's CLG starting off super weak with a dog.
Honestly, as a TL fan, that was depressing to watch. However, I will give credit where credit is due, and I do think, like I mentioned, actually, I think Contracts played a phenomenal game. He was where he needed to be, engaging the fights when he needed to, never died in this game, even though he was usually the first guy to go in. I think it's really impressive. With that said, honestly, that Callista play was really, really good. I think being able to call, like, if they overcommit into us, I want to turn here, making those plays, even though it looked like it was going to be Palafox and Dokla all the way, don't get double killed, both get caught at the start of that Baron sequence. Luger and Contract pick up the slack and pretty much ace TL by themselves.
Yeah, that flash forward from Luger for the chase down at the end, driving the nail into the coffin for CLG. I mean, yeah, Contracts, you mentioned how tanky he is. You know, a lot of solo queue Vi is like Hail of Blades. You know, he goes for the Aftershock version. A lot less play for solo queue, but very good for competitive, and he used it effectively too. You know, on a lot of those engages. So very nicely done as a team for CLG, bouncing back. They remain inconsistent, but when your last week was really bad, it's good that you're inconsistent and you can, you know, perform well, especially when it is a super week. Time to cash in.
People died on the Rift, let's put it that way. This time it wasn't them, and hopefully for CLG in the future, it will not be CLG members dying on the Rift, but an entertaining game nonetheless. And honestly, I like what I saw. I think when a lot of pro players tend to play Irelia, Akali, they don't take as many risks as they should. And what ends up happening is like they die once and then they stop taking risks. Not happening this time around. Irelia 1-1, 2-1, still committed to diving in, still committed to taking risks all throughout the game. Same with the Akali, 0-2. Like if you look at the scoreboard, there were 0-2 and 0-1, but they didn't play like that. No fear in their decision making, knew when they were supposed to dive in, and fully committed to doing that.
And we have a replay of the final fight actually available. I think we can go to that right now, where we can take another look at how everything happened with this, because it was TL's call for the Baron, and then CLG goes in.
Masterfully kited by TL here, gets them into the choke point. Mega Gnar comes in, wall up, beautifully done. Azir Emperor's Divide straight into the Gnar, getting both main damage threats that they're able to hit, because the issue is Kalista, when she chases into a choke like that, doesn't have enough range to contest the Azir. So most of the actual threats are dead on CLG, and then here, there's this dance where Tibbers gets missed, Contracts gets inside of the pit, but I feel like no one on TL is really confident enough. I do think Harry should be taking way more space on the Azir here, away from this Kalista and Annie, because they can't really contest him. He has so much more space than, so much more range than they do, but unfortunately, this Kalista's not getting zoned at all. The Vi is not, that means that Jan doesn't feel confident to walk up to hit the Vi. Pyosik doesn't really know what to do because he's keeping the Baron aggroed, and I guess they missed World Finals because, yeah, when Pyosik was in the pit and the other jungler was in the pit, he was not winning the smites.
And then there's that turn. Luger flashes forward to get the Ren. Contracts goes in, has a stopwatch to finish it off. The actual three-person save of the game. Massive.
Pretty much a 3v5 right there. I mean, Summit actually left. There's a little bit of miscommunication, which is kind of what I was not expecting. They're all Koreans peeking. I was hoping that communication would be clear there. If Nar was there, maybe that wouldn't have been a disaster, but he went off to farm a bot wave, I believe, or something. Meanwhile, we were fighting to the death in the jungle. Not something you'd like to see from any team.
Not quite.
Even if they don't speak the same language, but yeah.
That win does mean CLG is now tied with Team Liquid in the standings. Very important as we approach the end of that first round robin. And a reminder to all y'all that we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot there and be a part of that finals experience. But for now, we're going to go ahead, we're going to toss to break, and afterwards, Luger joins the LCS Lounge for some VOD review, and then it's Dig versus C9. Don't go anywhere.
Bottom lanes are coming!
Oh, one more eyeball does actually open. Arrow from across the map finds Palafox. Flash from Core JJ to follow it up with the chain CC. The health bars are low, and Core JJ goes in to make it happen. Summit flies over the top, but Doak was ready to fight back. It's Big Doak, baby! He picks up 2, he picks up 3. He absolutely smears Team Liquid all over the floor.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I am actually joined by Luger, Victorious AD Carry right here. We're gonna do a little VOD review first. So obviously I can only pick one play, and I'm going to pick the setup into the quadra kill. First of all, we're gonna start here with Poom, because Poom actually gets picked off right here.
Yeah.
So as soon as this happens...
I'm pushing mid.
Yep. Here, we can speed it up a bit. As soon as that happens, what goes through the team right here?
Like,
what are you guys saying right now?
I mean, there's a like red buff. There's a red buff, so I'm kind of like looking for a red buff, and yeah, Poom got caught here, and I mean, I was like, I could save him if I flash ulti, but like, okay, maybe I need flash, you know, because Azir ulti, and need to save my flash. Yeah, I could save him, but yeah, no.
Well, it's actually good that you didn't, right? Because then you're gonna take red.
I'm taking red.
Yep,
I mean,
there we go.
I'm happy.
We're gonna speed up into this kind of Baron setup, right?
Yeah.
Because TL.
You know they're gonna stop.
Yep.
Nice.
And here into this setup, talk me through. So Contracts is going in, right? So talk me through like what you guys are saying during this play.
Honestly, this fight is kind of hard for us. I mean, they have member advantage, but I think if we play slow this fight, we know that we can win this fight. And also, like, I mean, I have flash. That's win for me. And if Azir don't focus me, even here after this play, I think they got like a kind of poke. So I'm pushing mid lane right now, and. I mean, we have any up right now, so I ulti as well. So, I mean, if any flash ulti someone and we can kill someone, we can play slowly here. And I'm watching Poom.
Oh, no, we're watching you. Yeah, we're on you.
Yeah. I mean, how long Nesh HP right now? Like, okay.
Let's see. Oh, I can go back.
Yeah. I mean, we play nice honestly here. Contracts looking still, and we kind of like looking around. Yeah.
This is actually the play, because obviously you said you could have gone in and used your ult before, but then you save it for here, and it's actually really amazing that you do, because this is the turnaround for the quadra.
Yeah. I mean, we got Nash. We don't need fight. That's like what we're talking in the game, and like I was like kind of quiet, like can't turn, guys. And I just like a flash, and yeah, I mean.
So you call for the turn?
Yeah. I mean, after what Grace did. I mean, honestly, yeah, Grace kind of in. Yeah, but yeah. GG. Yeah, game GG.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time I have to break down a play with you. So you're going to go over to the couch, but thank you so much. Congrats on your win.
Again, congrats on the win. I got to ask. We almost had a handshake moment. I got to ask, you guys started the year 2-0. Then weeks 2 and 3, you couldn't pick up a win. What was the stress like coming into this week before picking up?
I mean, we are kind of underdogs, I guess. Like still, I mean, we got 0-4, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah, I mean, we are kind of underdogs. I think we are kind of relaxed today, so. I mean, yeah. Whenever we kind of like relax, I think we kind of like doing something right and winning game.
Yeah.
I mean, this game, I think we've been ahead early game, I think. And we take some couple Drake with Kalista game.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, game was fine, you know?
Okay, yeah, I was thinking that it was a game that felt pretty good for you guys most of the way through. There was that little fumble there, but Team Liquid is a team that's been very inconsistent. It feels like you guys are battling with them in the middle of the pack trying to make playoffs.
Yeah.
Who do you think are like your closest competition right now for like that 4th, 5th spot?
I need to look to the other team, right?
It's like Golden Guardians, TSM,
Yeah.
Team Liquid.
I mean, we got like 0-4, so. I mean, I don't want to say like lowest team. I guess I need to go for lowest team.
But like,
I mean, honestly, I think I mean, we lose 4 games in a row. That not means to like we are bad team. I mean, just like bad time, I think, bad week. So I mean, it happens.
I want to ask you about what we have up on the screen over there. So you said you saw this. We did this at the top of the day when we had FBI. That is FBI's tier list. I will give you some context. We asked him which player is like had it hardest, and he did say you. So he was like, oh yeah, a lot of things bad are happening around him. He's still playing well. But do you have any hot takes or first things you'd want to change about this tier list?
I mean, if I like objectively, like the say rank, I mean, I just told myself, right? I mean, I'll put A, I think, for me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
I'm
so
not gonna go hot.
I mean,
I don't
API
think I
not
can
S
move
tier.
you, but I'll draw an arrow saying that you would put yourself up in A.
Yeah, I mean, API is not S tier for sure, right?
You can move him
Okay,
down to A
back
as
to
well,
A.
or wait, A or B for FBI?
Oh, here we go.
I
Remember,
mean,
he gave you that
I feel
compliment.
like he has a good team, and I mean, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't.
You can say what you want. This is your
Yeah.
critique.
I will say A.
Okay, back up to A. Sorry.
Yeah. I've been thinking B, but it's like a. Yeah. I mean, I put myself A, and yeah, I think that's pretty fine. I mean, maybe tactical D.
Okay.
Okay.
Or maybe this. I forgot the name. Oh fuck. Neo.
Spawn?
Neo.
Oh, Neo, yeah.
Maybe D as well.
Okay.
You're just leaving C
And,
open?
Yeah.
Stick say C, I think.
He's making space.
I like this. I like
Yeah,
this
yeah.
space creation.
Yeah, and no one is B, I guess.
B is just
B
empty.
Oh, B is no one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
mean-
fair.
Yeah, if I'm talking like, objectively, I think it's, I mean, of course, like I'm thinking myself to like best, but, I'm putting myself A, so,
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this is a little off topic, but there is something that I want to go back to.
Well, actually, I think double lift is not S tier.
Oh,
Okay.
Get in there. Get in there.
put him down A as well?
Double lift is not S tier. I mean, if I'm playing with the fans, I mean, I probably would say double lift is S, but I don't think it's S. It's just
If you're playing to the fans, he's S.
I mean, I think FPL are playing fans, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think double S tier.
And my question is actually because you left Prince and Berserker up at the top as S tier. What do you think they do consistently that other AD carries don't? That puts them up in that S tier.
I mean, I think Berserker good player good player.
Yeah.
I mean, what should I say? I mean, he
Does they
just
don't make
playing well.
mistakes? Yeah, they just don't make mistakes a lot.
I mean, they playing well as a team as well, of course, and
Yeah.
he's individually pretty good.
Yeah.
And the new Prince, I mean, Prince were not looking good in beginning, like in scrims, etc. And I mean, I guess they winning stage, so I would say I guess it's a S tier, yeah.
Even his team says that he runs it in scrims. They had like a little social piece they talked about.
I mean, I think as a team, they playing well in stage, I will say. I mean, they just getting stomped many
All right.
times in scrims.
Congratulations on the win once again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are out of time for this segment, though. Dig vs. C9 is coming up next, and we are here to welcome the newest member of the casting team.
See ya, guys.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Take it easy, brother.
Hello and welcome, everyone. If you don't know me, obviously they do. My name is Eric Desarux Anthony Beltran. I will be joining us from the NACL to have a little expedition into the LCS. And of course, my tour guide here is Zale. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm happy to have you here. I gotta say, I love that all the Academy guys show up to cheer each other on every single time one of you guys is out here casting. We got the whole squad here from Academy here to support you. You know, Rafa was hanging out. He was chatting with you. So it's just awesome to see the love that you guys have for each other, supporting each other, rising each other up. And that's what it's all about in the casting scene. But we got some really exciting games to cover here today. We got C9 versus Dig starting things off. This one definitely on paper looking like it is going to be a big mismatch, for Dignitas, down at the bottom of the table, still searching for their first win. Cloud9 obviously has been looking quite good, but the wrinkle there is that Ignar has returned, and that could change things up potentially for Dignitas.
That's what I'm going to be wondering right now, because these first 3 weeks for Dignitas have been quite painful as they try and get their identity going. Of course, this roster was built with Ignar in mind, so now that he's here, I'm wondering if this is going to be a shift from Dignitas. Can they take their season and start to turn it around?
Yeah, absolutely. And what sort of style does Dignitas want to play with Ignar, right? Throughout the LCS thus far, we've been seeing such an incredible focus on bot lane, right? And Ignar is known much more as a guy who gets out of lane, who's about those team fights, who's about those roams. And you can see already drawing the respect ban on that Rakan here. So C9, is potentially worried about that. But the Ash ban does suggest that they may be considering he could play some of those marksmen and enchanters and stuff as well. Not that Ignar couldn't do it, but I just feel like Spawn has not really been the Dignitas win condition, and I wonder, even if that is traditionally the meta, should they not play more towards someone like Jensen, who has traditionally been such a solid player in the LCS for so many years?
Oh yeah, and a lot of Santorin's early plays have been working out in the mid lane over where Jensen is. So, you know, we'll see if this actually changes things up for the identity of Dignitas. I'm curious how things are going to come out for Cloud9, though, because, you know, you had Sven over on the podcast before talking about how people kind of just paint him almost exclusively as that Enchanter player.
Yeah.
Do you think we could see some Engage coming out now that we're on 13.3?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the melee champions have gotten buffs. I do think a lot of them are better as a response pick and not a blind, so we'll see if Cloud9 does want to go that way. But Sven, at the end of the day, he doesn't really care, I think, that much what people think about him. He wants to play to win, and they're going to play whatever they think is strongest for them in the draft, on the patch. And for now, that's going to be Lucian Nami for Cloud9 here. And interestingly enough, actually, will be the first time they brought out the Lucian Nami this split. So not one of the teams that had actually consistently been going towards it, but potentially think they could take advantage of Spawn and Ignar, try to get in head and lane, and try to really get something rolling. And on the other side, it's interesting to see that Dignitas is actually looking towards very early game picks here already, Elise and Jace. So a heavy focus potentially up towards that top side, but definitely on the early game here. With this Elise, Santorin not known for these like early game aggressive gankers. He's been much more known as that kind of control style jungler, that guy's going to play different style things. And Ignar is going to get an engage support. So Nautilus Elise, already a lot of early game potential here, could move around the map, try to pick on someone. And Fudge is going to have to be, I think, potentially pretty concerned about what sort of a pick he wants to go here. It might just be like a Cassante or something very defensive.
And this syncs up so well, having both the Nautilus and Elise, because it gives you so much pick potential they can really play with, both of them really setting each other up. We'll see how Arma plays over with that Jace. But the next pick coming in for Cloud9, nothing too surprising. You know, Maokai locked in.
Yeah, not too shocking whatsoever. But, you know, Arma did have a really good Jace game last week, you know, where he actually got quite a bit ahead. They weren't able to close that one out, unfortunately. But, you know, going to be interested to see what they can get done with that, and really, you know, where they're going to spend their bans. Because for Cloud9, they can start to throw them down towards the bot lane. Obviously, that's what hasn't been drafted for Dignitas. For Dignitas, I'm curious to see, are they going to be throwing bans towards Fudge to try to potentially protect Armut, assuming that is going to be him playing that Jace? Theoretically, this could go mid. We actually saw some mid Jace last week in the LCS, but Jensen traditionally not much of an AD mid player, and Jace has not really been something that he's gone towards a lot in his career, so I'm definitely assuming that this is top lane Jace, and that we'll see some top lane bans from Dig to try to protect that.
So right now, they're instead going for the mid lane, banning away the Kassadin. Kalista bound away on the side of Cloud9. They're going to start targeting that bot lane, which has been a little bit of a problem area coming out for Dignitas. So not going to allow them to have the Kalista. One more ban to come out for Cloud9 before Dignitas got to start thinking about that bot lane.
Yeah, so it is the Jax. Interesting. So they are actually respecting the fact that this could be a mid lane Jace. You know, I definitely wouldn't have expected that from Jensen, you know, both given that we saw Armut play it last year. I'm actually going to check, you know, just even historically, how many games of Jace does Jensen even have? He does have 3 games in his career, and he's been playing for a very, very long time. Doesn't have a 100% win rate on it, but only 3 games played on the Jace, so potentially this is some info that's maybe coming from scrims, but I'm a little bit surprised to see that Cloud9 thinks that this could actually be going mid.
All right, let's get that front line going for Cloud9. They got the Maokai earlier in the jungle role. They're going to take the Scion over to Fudge in the top lane. Very, very strong engage and frontline fight coming out from Cloud9's draft thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sion's actually quite a good matchup there into Jace. I think especially with some of the top lane changes, the fact that Eclipse doesn't actually have Omnivamp on it anymore, it's very difficult for Jace to actually trade effectively with those Sion, you know, in some of the early mid-stage of the game. So Sion really can just withstand a lot of that early pressure, can be able to just get to a point where you become that brick wall where it's very, very difficult to actually punch through. But that's going to be the job here of Jensen on the Azir. So, you know, bringing out a lot of damage to try to deal with this front line. I'm curious to see where they're going to take Spawn's pick, because I do still think, you know, while they do have Jace and this Elise is kind of that splash of early game, you're going to need some high DPS to be able to actually get through this front line potentially. So going to be the pick of the Xayah. So I think it answers potential dive fairly well. You know, Maokai and Sion going to be going in. You're going to be looking to actually peel back and try to answer that with that Xayah. The Xayah and the Azir trying to control space. It's going to be more the job of the Jace to play sides and actually try to just play through that. This is really interesting.
Yeah. I love this because it's team fight. City coming out for Cloud9. I mean, if they get a lead going, they're going to be running right through Dignitas and running through them early. I love Diplex being on the Yone.
Yeah, the Yone definitely very aggressive. I will say I'm a little bit surprised when you're picking it into that Saya. You know, it kind of is designed to help deal with some of that dive, and they are just kind of fully committing to it, but potentially just feeling like it doesn't really matter. It's a great matchup into the Azir. This is something that we saw quite a bit last year in the LCS and abroad. Where a lot of people really are enjoying this matchup. And once you get a few levels under your belt as that Yone, you just E forward, you start trading with the Azir, and the Azir doesn't really have a lot of recourse. You can't actually take those trades. You're just kind of forced to just go back defensive, just try to shuffle away. If you spend the ult on the Yone, he just snaps back to his shadow. It's very, very easy to kind of threaten these aggressive trades constantly and chip away at that Azir. And if he gets too low, you can look for the all-in with the ultimate, of course. So a lot of ways for Cloud9, I think, to play this out. But at the end of the day, a lot of pressure here on Berserker and Sven, I think, to have a pretty good early stage of the game, because that is really where most of the consistent damage is going to come from in this composition, is Berserker.
Let's see if Dignitas can turn around their season and begin it right now with that support coming in. Finally, the issues resolved. Ignar will be there and try and provide some level of engage for Dignitas as we hit the rift.
Yeah, I'm so interested to see where Santorin is going to be pathing. I think a lot of this game is going to be about what he can get done early on. Because if you're playing against this Lucian Nami, and I think if Ignar and Spawn are just playing far back and they're not able to actually threaten those all-ins, that 2v2 should go heavily in the favor of Cloud9. It can become very, very difficult for Dignitas' side. But at the same time, you don't want to allow Fudge just have this super free early game and just sit back and have no punishment. So they're actually pathing 3-man top. They're going to walk Santorin in at the same time as Ignar potentially and fish for a hook.
All right, one place to attack. Ignar's going to spot out Fudge right here, but Ward does spot this out. Fudge is going to be A-okay and will return to lane without much issue.
Yeah, he will lose the ward though, which honestly sucks. Like, you don't know now, is Elise just 3-camping and coming straight top? You know, am I actually vulnerable for some type of cheesy play like that? Blabber has to be worried about a potential invade. That is why Fudge is actually stacked up here over by the red buff in case there was a full wraparound and they were actually looking for that delayed invade. So could have some knock-on effects, but you know, not the end of the world. Armut going to try to get a little bit of a chunk here on Fudge as he walks the lane, but shouldn't honestly be too much. It's probably just a Q and maybe one auto.
Now, what about the jungle matchup that we have here, right? You were talking about Santorin, at least playing a little bit more to the team. Well, I've been feeling like at least a lot of the tape I've seen on Santorin this season, it has been very creative early plays towards his solo lanes. Should we expect him to be seeing that same type of momentum coming out from Santorin?
Yeah, I think when you're playing the Elise, you have to, right? You know, whether or not it's your playstyle as a player, this is not a farm and wait around style champ. This is gank, 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 gank. If the ganks work, you keep ganking. If the ganks don't work, you keep ganking, right? Like, that is Elise. You really don't have much recourse besides that. I don't think that he has to necessarily only go towards the solo lanes. I think they can look to attack bot and try to utilize Ignar here, who's going to get a nice little trade down.
I mean, that's the thing, though. This bot lane has been a little bit rough for Dignitas, so it kind of begs that question of, should you still be focusing down here? I mean, Ignar is that big change, so you do have someone to give you some sort of engage to set up the picks down here into the bottom lane. Santorin is spotted out by a ward, so Cloud9 will be savvy to some of his positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. They knew that he's starting on that bot side, so they have full information on that. They know that he's going to be clearing towards top, which definitely suggests that Fudge may have to be a little bit careful. And then it's just about trying to trim this wave as much as possible. You know, Fudge, you're going to be worried about them diving on this stacked wave that is actually coming right now. So Armad has done a good job actually setting this wave up right as this crashes. They want to try to pull off that dive, and hopefully for them, before Fudge actually hits 3, Fudge has got to try to stay this safe as much as he can. I think he's going to have to leave.
Coming in for the dive right now. Leading it's going to be Santorin. Has the repel to set up this tower dive with relative ease, and we get first blood coming out for Dignitas.
Nicely done by Dig. Clean dive there. They stack the wave. They do get in, but this is one of the benefits of playing Sion. He got almost the entire wave there. He's going to miss, you know, 1 or 2 range minions, maybe, but maybe not even. So got basically all the XP, got most of the gold. Of course, you never want to be dying under the tower like that. It still sucks, but he is going to be in a much better position than most other tanks would be. And now, really, all he has to be able to do is actually survive until he can hit 6, and you can use that ultimate as kind of that pseudo teleport. But this is that difficulty. You know, when you are playing Sion, if you get that early dive, sometimes the Jace can really snowball the game. We see early serrated Dirk is going to give Armut a lot of power for now.
In the mid lane, An attack coming out from Blabber, going after his own teammate in Jensen. Will not go for the gank right there. Instead, we're going to get a repeat gank coming out from Santorin. Realizes the flash is down for Fudge, so let's make it happen again. Fudge, you're going the wrong way, buddy. Sorry. There's no other express route to the respawn than death itself. Our Mutt will grab that kill.
Yeah, and Fudge is actually just trying to fix the wave because he realizes the wave can get hard frozen on him, so they're going to burst down that zombie, though. But meanwhile, bot lane.
Ooh, going on to Spawn. Spawn's taking a lot of damage. Flashes away to safety. Ignar trying for an engage, but couldn't win out for the Dignitas bot lane.
I love this for Dignitas. That is huge overall. Fudge is going to be in such a tough spot now. You know, when he realized, okay, Elise is behind me, there's nothing I can do to actually survive, so he wanted to try to fix the wave, get as much experience as possible. Looks like Armut, though, decided not to freeze, so he is hard shoving. So the experience will be gained by Fudge, but both of these kills being grabbed there early on, and both of them going to the Jace, not the Elise, is actually such a big deal. So this is going to put Armut miles ahead up in that top lane, and Fudge potentially might not be able to stabilize in what can become a very, very difficult matchup when you're that far behind.
And it feels good for Dignitas. They're getting themselves a lead very early on. This has been standard to a lot of their play, though. They do make early plays, but it's the follow-up that I'm looking for, and it's the bot lane survival that I want to see. I notice you have eyes on the solo lanes right now, Zale.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mid lane is looking pretty good here for Jensen, right? You know, he is kind of just winning in isolation as far as the farm goes. Top lane, obviously heavily skewed by the ganks there from Santorin, has put Armut way ahead, which is a very big deal. But you know, bot lane is going to be that problem for Dignitas, right? So it's kind of the tale of two lanes here. It's about the solos getting those leads for Dig, but it is about that 2v2 falling behind. You know, Blabber has just been comfortably farming away, so he's established a small farm advantage, and we'll see what he can get done with that. Because for him, you know, his job is mostly to just try to answer the ganks, you know, try to protect his lanes, especially now that his bot lane is ahead, to try to keep them ahead, to try to keep extending that advantage so that Berserker and Sven can play aggressively and try to punish Spawn.
Hanging out over towards this Dragon Pit right now. Santorin's not too far off. Blabber holds a lot of control, especially once he hits level 6. Once you start contesting for that Drake, that Maokai ultimate is oh so valuable. Control ward going to be placed down. Blabber starting up the Drake, has Diplex alongside him, as well as priority from the bot lane of Cloud9.
Yeah, it should be able to do that, no problem. Not really much of a chance of a contest there. Spawn really on the back foot here, you know, down at least 2 full waves. Even after he collects this, he should be down about those 2 full waves. So Blabber going to be able to grab that dragon. Got to hit it one more time. Hey, gets it. Clean, secure there.
Easy enough for Blabber. Something coming out for Cloud9. It seems like Cloud9's strength is coming out from this bottom side. And Blabber now going to play for that a little bit more. Is pinging out to potentially set up something for this bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's playing down on that bottom side, but you can see on the top side, you know, Dignitas is playing around their vision up on that top side of the map. They want to keep their Jace safe. They want to keep their Jace aggressive. Yeah. And Santorin is invading. He's going to be taking these camps away. So all the time spent on that bot side from Blabber is going to have a cost up on the top side. And Diplex, you know, despite having this counter pick here, has not really had the best time in this lane. It's actually Jensen who has got the run of things. He's up almost 20 CS, and that will even out a little bit here. But Diplex is kind of struggling, to be honest, in that 1v1, which could be pretty problematic for Cloud9.
Yeah, so far, a lot of investment banking coming out of Dignitas, really trying to make sure that Armut's gonna be okay up there in the top side. But Ultimate coming out from Fudge, wants to challenge. 200 health remains on Armut, but Santorin has arrived and wants to bring some backup for his top laner. Spider looking to sink the fangs into Fudge, but the flash will be burnt for safety.
Yeah, and Fudge may have to actually back off. We'll see if they can pull off this dive on the bot side, though. Blabber's going.
Right, Ultimate coming out from Blabber, Berserker, and Sven rotating around the bot of Dignitas, caught out by the bubble, and down Spawn will go. Perfect juggling of the turret aggro. Sven, okay, no one gonna fall for Cloud9.
Yeah, not gonna look for the redive. Oh, the hook!
Oh, coming in from Ignar, who will decimate Sven and get something back for Dig.
Not often you see the support get a kill there in the 1v2. Sven just slightly too far forward. A great hook there coming out from Ignar.
Let's go.
Pulls him back under the turret, gets himself a kill. It is only the kill going to the support, but still, Dignitas is doing great on the top side, so I think they're gonna be pretty happy about how this went, all things told. But lucky, honestly, for Armut that Santorin was there to cover him again, because that would have been a solo kill from the Scion, you know, behind or not.
Yeah.
I think Fudge had him there, so we can see this one more time. Blabber wants to pull aggro, and then he's basically just holding the W here as long as possible so he can use that as a turret reset. And then as soon as they're about to get that kill, he uses the Twisted Advance, gets that tower aggro reset, they back off. You can see they were considering, do we want to redive? Do we not want to redive? But as soon as that last minion goes down, he was still just that little bit too far forward. Ignar catches him with the tip of that hook, the ulti there to follow. And a clean kill for himself is really nicely done.
Hey, it's a new look for Dignitas's bot lane where they have, my mind went blank, Ignar down there for a moment. And, I mean, it was a great engage. It got something back for Dignitas, and it's a whole new look coming out for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's not going to be an enchanter down there. It's not that AD, and I will draw your eyes to the inventory here. It's actually the Moby boots from Ignar. So if that doesn't tell you what he wants to do, I don't know what will. He wants to get active on the map here. He wants to be moving around with Santorin. But you can see the struggles that are kind of being had here for Diplex in that mid lane. You know, he uses that E. He's really looking to trade aggressively every single time that Soul Unbound is available. But Jensen is just spacing him out very, very well. So even when he's going far forward, he's not really getting the greatest trades on a Jensen. And he's forcing him to actually retreat back with that Soul Unbound earlier than he would like. But Jensen could potentially be in some trouble. Ignar is here, though, for the coverage.
Blabber's been trying to set up over here for a while now and still will not come up with anything. A little bit of BM coming out from Jensen.
Yeah, flashes the question mark there to his old jungler. You gotta love the banter back and forth between those players.
I know
nice.
your gameplay.
Oh, that looked weird. He like straight bounced off that wall.
Yeah, that was a little bit of Tokyo Drift coming out from Fudge.
Yeah, it looked for a second like he was gonna potentially go for an all-in again, but now Blabber's in some trouble.
Ultimate comes out, Santorin does not care. Getting caught out is gonna be Jensen. Diplex going hard onto him. Blabber critically low. Santorin with the chase. 100 health remains. Junglers and mid laners dueling it out. Santorin will get the better though with one more bang sunk into Blabber. Now Diplex shows up, wants to clean up the kill, but Armut is there, and Armut has been invested into, so Diplex will give that respect.
Yeah, not going to be able to finish him off. Diplex can't actually get the kill mid, and he collapses too late to save his jungler or get the kill on a Santorin in the jungle. So things not going the way that Cloud9 was hoping. They do still have a huge lead down in bot lane, but the rest of the map is getting a little bit out of control. You can see the Eclipse already done very, very early here for Armut. Fudge did go towards the Frozen Heart, which is great in that 1v1, but when magic damage gets involved, it's going to be tough. And Blabber here, you know, posturing aggressively, wants to actually take away this Scuttle, but there's no shot in the 1v1 for him. He uses the ultimate to try to peel, and he uses the Bramble Snatch and then just flashes out. But the flash is there to follow with the Repel for Santorin, and he can kind of keep that chase going. Jensen forced the flash defensively here, and then Diplex just charges up the Q, tries to come back over the wall to save Blabber, who had been doing a really good job actually kiting it out. The Q knockup does hit, but he doesn't have enough damage to finish, and with Armut coming down, Diplex knows he would just be giving away a kill. And now again, 3 men top, and sure, Fudge has armor, but he's got no MR and no HP. No shot he can stay under that tower.
Just gotta walk away. This is great for Dignitas. It's a great early game coming out for Dignitas. The strongest early game they've had, at least recently, was against Immortals. You know, unfortunately, it went by the wayside. Now they got to hold on to this one and make sure they can keep that stranglehold really locked onto Cloud9, and they're doing a good job of it so far as they try and set up for a tower dive onto Fudge. Fudge taking a lot of damage. Will get knocked back from that decimating smash, and another turret will go down. Hadaway following through as Cloud9 say goodbye to the inner top.
Yeah, gonna be able to get both towers off that and the flash off of Fudge. He wanted to stick around, and Cloud9 were moving members up to try to cover. Diplex as well as Sven were heading up there, but just too little too late. They were much too slow to actually get there to cover the potential dive. So they lose everything, and you just start to really not care about what Berserker has gotten down on the other side, because it's just not close to as much as what Dig has gotten done on that top side. So now we've got to see, can they continue to push the game forward here? The one advantage Cloud9 has is that they have been stacking these dragons, but Dignitas, you know, needs to keep moving around the map, keep knocking down turrets, and just moving this pressure forward. Keep Santorin active on the map, because he has been doing an excellent job.
And Dignitas have a great comp to keep this going on. We were highlighting before both this Elise and Nautilus, but just that pick, it really does kind of compound on itself. You set up the hook, it does put the cocoon to follow through. Same thing, vice versa. So as long as Santorin and Ignar keep matching up and keep roaming from lane to lane to lane, it's going to be disaster for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. You know, they need to try to find a little bit of stability. and try to find windows where Berserker can really kind of use his influence on the map. Because if you look at Lucian Nami, they have their mythics complete, and that is the really big power spike. They're much stronger than that bot lane duo. So if you can find 2v2s or even potential 3v3s, that would be massive. And that is why Cloud9 is looking to group around them. Fudge moving up towards mid lane, looking to kind of get ready for any potential scrap that could be there. Blabber is there as well, so they're going to move this up and try to reclaim some vision down on this bottom side.
Yeah, moving out to the bottom side right now, not too far off on the flank is Dplex, but nothing to fight over. So it's just control coming out for Cloud9 thus far. They'll rotate that control over to this top side where Rift Herald will be spawning quite soon. Dignitas might look for some poke as a response.
Yeah, going to be trying to poke, slowly chunk them down a little bit there with Armlet, and then use the rest of their tools to engage. And they found Blabber now!
Knock up coming onto Blabber. Blabber taking a chunk of health, but the bubble is there. But the hook brings Blabber right back to the fight. Spawn with the ultimate will tear down Blabber. And Dignitas, they're going to take another pick.
Oh, Jensen though?
Ooh, Jensen gets away from the calling in time. Not going to continue with the dive. It's going to be Cloud9. Dignitas, they're having their way with this map.
Yeah, Dignitas looking really, really good, utilizing the engage that they've drafted, trying to get aggressive here. They do get that kill, but there's some lower health bars on Dignitas' side, and they want to try to fight for this. They're going to push up.
Fudge might go in. He has his ultimate. Teleport coming out. Fudge in the middle of 4 gets blocked out from his escape on the ultimate, but there is Jensen. Emperor's Divide to try and escape. Berserker cannot chase him down, and Fudge is the one in trouble. Decimating Smash to get one knockup, and Cloud9 find the retreat.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get out of there, but at the end of the day, the Herald was actually claimed by Santorin, so Dignitas still coming out ahead there. And Berserker fully committing everything to try to actually burst down Jensen. They had a great bubble from Sven onto Jensen as he TP'd in. The Flash, the Ignite, the Gale Force, everything used from Berserker to try to burst him down, but couldn't quite get that kill, and that's 2 times in a row. And Jensen able to get out of there with just a little bit of HP. So Cloud9, desperately trying to hang on, trying to utilize their one power point on the map, but feels like they're going to need some more time. They're going to need some more items potentially here on Fudge, on Blabber, so they can get a little bit more tanky and buy a bit more space for Berserker, and hopefully for Diplex, he can use that time to actually be farming up in a side lane, because he didn't actually join there. So he was just kind of farming that side and has at least caught up in farm with Jensen and completed his mythic. So will start to become a pretty big threat as this game goes on.
Now, walking over towards this Drake, I mean, it's a minute 20 before it does come down. And it's going to be an early setup coming out for Cloud9. During the setup, it would be nice to see Dignitas go for a little bit more right here, because they do have that pick they can work with. Get some early vision into that river. You still have Jensen over towards this bottom side. It looks like Cloud9 will hold control of the river for now.
Yeah, Cloud9 trying to play around these dragons. Maokai really strong in these areas. Just throw those saplings out. He is playing Demonic Embrace, so has a little bit of AP behind him. They want to continue stacking dragons. That's their main advantage. Fudge is just trying to play bodyguard here on the side, but is taking quite a bit of damage that Sven will have to heal it up.
Battle lines drawn right here. Cloud9 looking to turn this game around, but Dignitas have been in the driver's seat for the most part. Diplex waiting for the team fight to go through. Caught out by the cocoon. Pulled back in is Blabber. Tidal Wave comes in too late because Fudge is down. Now Berserker able to get one right back onto Ignar. With that 1-for-1 trade, Fudge for Ignar, and Cloud9 still holds control of the river.
Yeah, they hold control of the river, but they've lost control of mid lane. Sure, you cleared out the wave, but there's still the Herald there, and this charge could be very problematic for them. That tower is incredibly low. They're desperately trying to clear out this mid lane wave so that they can actually move towards that dragon, but they can't really do it just yet. They're going to lose mid.
Now losing mid, Jensen chasing through. Emperor's Divide does not catch out. Another flash comes out in time. Blabber looking for the flank. Retaliation from Cloud9, and here comes Fudge, taking right on in. Spawn low, Spawn goes down, and Sven flashes away. Armad on the retreat, and Cloud9 have something to say about this early lead. They will take it and smash it away from Dignitas.
Cloud9 gets so much back there. The early trade, was top lane for support, which is in the favor of Dignitas, but the problem is top laners can TP, supports don't have it here in this game. So Fudge respawns, he TPs right back in, has a great flank ward, and they're able to get so much with that. Dignitas pushing past that mid-tier 1, not tracking the fact that Fudge could actually TP back into that fight, really, really punish them. They were trying to actually segment and conquer Cloud9's 2 different groups,
but they get wrapped around on, they get completely wiped out. And this is kind of where things start going wrong. And this is much earlier, I guess, in that fight. When Fudge actually does get caught out, he gets cocooned. There's a Hex Flash into the hook. Really nice initial engage there. And they do get the skill down, but then Igmar wrapped up here by Blabber's ulti. They burst him down. And then as we're going to fast forward, I assume, through this, this first turret is taken. And this is kind of that problem. They lose track of the fact that there's wards behind them. There's a pink ward here. A ward actually gets dropped as well in mid lane. You can see the pink ward get dropped immediately there. And they push past this line. Ignar is actually still way back in base. Dignitas are so far up. Berserker not able to actually be burst down there by Spawn. It looked like the Feather Call was potentially used a little bit too early. Couldn't actually connect there onto Berserker as he looked for the R flash and then the Feather Caller, but didn't actually find it. And Sven having a bit of a laugh, knows that's not a position that they should actually be winning from. But now Dignitas has lost their advantage, and Armut's in a lot of trouble with no flash.
Oh, in a world of hurt right now with two Cloud9 solo laners on top of them. A shutdown delivered right over to Fudge, and Cloud9 have taken control of this game right on back.
Yeah, they're right back in the driver's seat here. This great early game from Dignitas has, unfortunately for them, been kind of thrown away. They are still up to a 2K gold lead, but it's soul point for Cloud9. Their carries are really stabilizing. Berserker is massively ahead of Spawn, and Diplex is going to become a very, very serious threat at this point in the game. He gets solo gold on that top tier 1. He's 2-0-2, has quite a bit of gold in pocket to spend as well, so going to be working on that second item. When he hits it, Yone will be well and truly online.
Nice knocker coming up for Fudge, but how disheartening right now for Dignitas. They're still looking for their first win on the regular season, Azael, and even when they got a 3K gold lead in this early game, it's all starting to slip by.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the difficulty, right? They got great leads up on the top side, but Spawn was falling so far behind Berserker, and in this meta, it's so much about playing around your bot lane, about really facilitating those AD carries, and Cloud9, you could see, at all times really knew that. Even though Fudge was very far behind in the 1v1, he's not trying to play to actually get more farm or experience for himself. He's just moving mid and saying it doesn't actually matter if I lose the 1v1 because I'm going to be here to enable Berserker to put him in a position to really succeed, and that's going to be the difference for them. And Dignitas, I think, just got sloppy, for one moment there. Lost track of the fact that Fudge could be TPing back in on Spawn, and Cloud9's going to punish you for that.
All right, Cloud9 into the mid lane. Looking to take a tower. Sven right there, zoning out with the bubble. This property belongs to us. But for Dignitas, holding steady for the time being. I just keep looking at where Fudge is on the map. Always so deep into the jungle of Dignitas currently. Blabber looking for the engage. Here comes Berserker. Calling goes out. Spawn and torn apart once again. He doesn't get to play League of Legends, and neither do the rest of Dignitas as they're chased away from the river. And chased away from the team fight outright. Chased away from the Baron. Cloud9 will start it up.
Yeah, they're going to start it up, and Dick, they have to contest. They know this game is getting out of control. Look at that shock blast. Half of the HP off Sven. And Jensen is here with ulti. They could make something happen.
Yeah. Armut still has a lot of fight. Ready to bring. Jensen on the other end. Wants to wail away. Back up. Ooh, it is so bad right now. As Berserker will take another, and Cloud9 will take the Red Bull Baron.
Yeah, about 5 minutes puts Cloud9 from 3K behind to 2K ahead. That is an enormous swing here over these last few plays. And Cloud9 will even have the Baron buff here for what is going to be Soul coming up in just a minute. Jensen trying to at least get the scuttle back, trying to get some vision around here. But we can see again, Spawn just kind of pushing a little bit far forward here. Cloud9 coming from multiple angles. Blabber, great job actually escaping here. Gets the ulti down, Twisted Advance in onto Spawn. He uses the Gale Force to get back, but Berserker is there. Berserker is ready, pounces right on him. Spawn is just gone in the hurry. And then it's a full-on retreat here for Dignitas. Yeah. Cloud9, no hesitation, right in onto the Baron. They know that they can actually force this, and as we're back to live, it's 30 seconds until Dragon. They're taking over this bot side jungle, which is going to become very, very difficult. If they lose full control of that area, they're not going to have any way to approach this Soul and try to contest it.
And Azael, it felt like there was hope for Dignitas into this one. So blundered it has been. Cloud9 just surrounding this mid and bot lane at the moment. They've been able to enable their bottom lane, get Berserker running around the map, and even with Fudge, you were talking about it, how well things went for Dignitas up there. Fudge doesn't care. He's a Scion. He's a big tanky boy. He can take care of himself, and he can take care of Berserker as well.
Exactly. I mean, even if you're behind, it matters so much less than your AD being behind. Individually, it's now a 3,500 gold lead for Berserker over Spawn, and that is just so problematic.
Yeah.
You know, he's likely going to have the IE, his third item, completed before Spawn actually gets his Quick Blades as his second item. So that is just incredibly difficult for them to actually deal with, and it puts so much of an onus onto Jensen and Armut to really be making things happen in these team fights, because they're the ones that are only going to be able to get that damage done. And bad is going to go to worse here now with the Cloud Soul picked up. That can be even more difficult to actually get away from Berserker with all that additional move speed. The ulti move speed coming out with your culling as well makes it so simple to actually chase people down if they're overextended whatsoever.
How much more do Dignitas really have left here? The investments they did make into both Jensen and Armut, you do see moments of where it does look good for them. That poke during the Baron fight. Armut does bring damage, so does Jensen. But these win conditions are waning, and they're waning incredibly fast right now.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I mean, I think their hope now is to try to, you know, overload one side of the map, try to find a pick, you know, find a 2v1, a 3v2, that type of play, and utilize Jensen or Armut +1 to try to kill off, you know, a C9 Soul Lane or something like that. But Cloud9 is really kind of checking all the boxes. They're putting vision behind them. They're making sure that they're staying, you know, in a similar area. They have 4 members here on that top lane. Fudge is pushing in through bot, and they're just going to use the Maokai ult to create space here, push Jensen back, and take this tower.
That tower taken in the top lane. Cloud9 able to claim it for themselves. They'll get an inhibitor on top of it while Fudge pushes into the mid lane. All these waves crashing in, and the only response for Dignitas is to continue the split push with Armut.
Yeah, it's kind of a flashback to that previous Jace game where Armut was very far ahead. This TP seems a little bit too late. The tower will go down, but he is very far up, and they could actually look for a collapse. You can see on the map, Cloud9 is coming. They're sending all their members over here, looking to try to corral Armut.
Oh, poor Armut. No, you're far from home, Bell. Oh, God. Oh, God. And it's 2 beefy boys on top of that. The tankiest members of Cloud9 putting a bouncy house in the bottom lane. Armut goes down, and Cloud9 claim another.
Yeah, going to be able to grab another kill there. Armut was, I want to say, 1 auto off from killing that tower before the TP completed.
Yeah.
And then he would have been completely fine. But now it's Diplex trying to get revenge for that laning phase.
He wants Jensen, but Jensen will be able to use the Emperor's Divide and stay safe. Use the passive over on this top lane. The passive not going to be utilized, at least for holding some semblance of wave control out for Cloud9. Shouldn't be up much longer.
Yeah, not going to be there for too long. Nice little attempt from Diplex. It is just the trade of the ultis there, and at the very least, Jensen able to maintain control, you know, of his blue buff, going to be able to grab that for himself. They're just kind of in this holding pattern where they're trying to sit back. They're not going to come out of their base until there's a major objective to fight for. I don't know if they're going to try to contest Baron or not. To me, I think I would probably just be looking to Turtle and maybe come out for Elder. Hope that you can have these next couple minutes to get some more items under your belt, and hope that you can really find that perfect engage where you can look to burst someone down, because they do have some playmaking. They have the potential, if you can catch someone out like Berserker and kill them off very early, maybe you can make it happen.
Here we come down the mid lane. Here is Fudge Express Delivery. Got it for Valentine's Day. I know you love your chocolates. Now here comes the ultimate. Will follow through. Be the next present from Blabber. In the top side, Diplex fighting out with Armut. Wants to take the 1v1. But doesn't even need to take it. Cloud9 just want to take the base at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Jensen TP's into the defend, but he had to flash out, and now Santorin's in trouble.
Oh, the flash from Santorin keeps him alive. Cocoon lands onto nothing. Teleport coming through from Diplex, coming right off of the respawn, and another inhibitor is forfeit for Dignitas.
Yeah, Berserker, every single time the rapid fire is ready, watch how he steps forward. He gets that E up from Sven, steps forward, looks for a chunk, and he's just constantly poking away at Spawn, at Jensen, at Santorin, on these squishy members. I don't have easy ways to actually heal it back up, you know, making it very, very difficult for them to ever exit their base. And now, with the Baron spawning here in 15, Cloud9ers pulling back, clearing out all the vision. That's the only ward that was out there on the map whatsoever, that one blue trinket. And you look at the mini-map, there's nothing. There's literally no vision on this entire section of the map here for Dig. So they're not even going to try. They're just going to seed the Baron kind of as I expected, and probably try to get some vision around that Elder.
Diplex going hard onto Jensen. Chases him back into his base. They don't need the full 5 for this Baron right now. That's how strong Cloud9 are. Even with the 3K lead, so much control coming out. Now Fudge Got out topside, has to fight it out with Ignar and Santorin, but again, this is a very, very tanky Scion, and Elise isn't going to bring enough to this battle as the Baron is taken. Now they'll call over Armut, but the rest of Cloud9 have arrived, and they're ready for a fight, baby. Tidal Wave going through. Ignar getting chased by Berserker, who will tear away with the calling and become unstoppable. Now Armut will fight through with Fudge, but Fudge brought more friends to the fight, so Fudge is going to win double kill for Berserker.
Yeah, it's never a fair fight in League of Legends. Calling the squad up there. Fudge survives, and it's insult to injury as Cloud9 don't even lose the Scion. And what was that eventual 1v3? They kill the Baron, they use the Baron recalls, they get back there, they get additional kills, and now they're pushing in here to look to close out the game.
Coming for the end is going to be Cloud9. Dignitas, they won't have Armut. It'll be a 4 versus 5. They want to make a defense, but no, they're definitely not going to make that one with momentum this huge coming out from Cloud9. They're going for the close right now. They'll take down Jensen. Flabber goes on a killing spree. Final inhibitor falls. Next is the Nexus Towers.
Now Cloud9 going to be able to close this one out, looking to move to their 5th win here. Dignitas will remain winless.
Now the closing moments, one more Nexus Tower separating this victory. Berserker dancing around the feathers. Victorious EP Tidal Wave, only to signal the victory of Cloud9, improving to 5-2 on the season.
Nicely played by Cloud9. I think they're going to have some review to do in the early game, but got to be really happy with how they were able to turn that around. Really punishing the overextension by Dignitas in mid lane. You know, Dig had a really, really strong early couple minutes on the top half of the map. But the problem was Cloud9 was winning so heavily in that bot lane 2v2 that Berserker was always kind of a win con for them. And it really only took the one misstep from Dig. You know, they over push in mid. They're playing around that third dragon, but they drop Herald. They go past that mid tier 1. Fudge respawns, TP's back in, and all of a sudden Cloud9 are wiping the map with them and turning the game on its head.
Yeah, that's that problem point that Dignitas have been trying to solve, been trying to figure out, and Cloud9 will be the team to punch through and exploit it. Another good win coming out for Cloud9, being able to be victorious after falling behind in that early game.
It is nice at least to see, you know, Ignar finally back with the team here. Dignitas obviously having a rough split, you know, wasn't able to get Ignar with them until just now, you know, 7 games in is the first game. So they're going to need some time, I'm sure, to actually scrim together to try to really get on the same page. But at least it's interesting to see that they want to play a little bit of a different style. You know, Ignar bringing out the engaged support here with the Nautilus, going for the early Moby boots, you know, trying to get a bit out on the map, trying to get active. Didn't work out for them here, but at least it's a bit of a different look. You know, Santorin had a really great early game on this Elise. You know, Armut was really kind of the beneficiary of that pressure. And Jensen showcased that he still has really, really strong lane. You know, his lane was heavily in his favor in the 1v1 against Iflex, so there definitely were positives for Dignitas, but they've got to find a consistent win condition, and that is the difficulty. You know, you're bringing in this rookie AD in Spawn, and he, I think, is having some trouble finding his footing in the league thus far. And the reality is, you know, most of these games do feel decided by bot lanes these days. You know, it's so much about, you know, who has this superstar AD that's going to be able to close out the game. You know, when you look at the teams at the top of the table, you're looking at Berserker and Prince and Doublelift and FBI and guys like this who are able to kind of take over games if you give them that small lead. And Dignitas have got to find something to really kind of go with it as their main win condition.
I mean that's been the hard part for Spawn, right? He's a very gifted marksman. It's just been a rough season for him. He's more talented when it comes to the team fight and playing around that. With the focus being so heavily into the bottom lane, it does put that extra pressure, which is so hard when you're a rookie, when you're just coming into the split, you know, trying to make your name and earn your right to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially this split, because there's actually so many talented ADs in the league right now that it is honestly a really tough time to actually come in and have to lane against some of these guys. The fact as well that, you know, obviously supports are going to be changing back and forth for him. So hopefully for Dignitas, they're going to be able to get their feet under him and pick up a first win soon.
All right, well, good win for Cloud9. We're joining Bwipo and Fudge on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, Fudge. How are you doing after that game?
I felt like the boss in that game. Wow, I'm just dying, and I'm like, it's fine. Good death, good death. We just play for ball lane. Dragon, don't fight.
Was there a point where you were concerned about the game state? I feel like when you're playing tanks like this in the game, it can be a little bit concerning when they get a little too fed.
Yeah, sometimes I felt like Jace did get a little bit too fed. I didn't have to die the second time, I think. Or I could have played it a little bit better, for sure, to not die twice. But I do think it's sort of natural that they're going to be able to dive me level 3 in this game. I don't think there's too much counterplay towards it. And he did get really, really far ahead, and I was a little bit worried. But his tier stacking was really, really slow this game because he bought Dirk early game. So he's actually not that strong with poke in mid game until like 3 items. And by that time, we had already won a couple team fights. And as soon as we like forced them on Sol point at 4 dragons, we sort of just win the game, I feel like. And comp was really, really good.
I agree with you. I saw you took the Comet, not something that people have been taking recently. Is that an ego thing from scrims? Have you been winning that lane a little bit too much in scrims, or is it something you prefer?
I don't think I played this lane in scrims, but I thought that if I didn't get Dove level 3, I can still trade it like level 5 or so with Comet. I think the normal choice would probably be like Spellbook in this matchup is the normal choice, which might have just been better, honestly. It probably wasn't the best Comet game, but I was just trying it out, you know, testing stuff on stage, just seeing how it goes.
Once you fell behind, did you feel the need to make proactive plays? Or after that TP mid where you guys really turned around the game, were you proactively trying to make plays still? Or are you the type of team where if your top lane tank falls behind, your main engage basically falls behind? Do you end up being silent, or do you make proactive calls and try to make picks?
No, I was still communicating really well, I feel, with my team. And the main game plan was really just fighting dragons. And there was a little bit of a miscommunication at second Herald where Blabber tried to fight and Diplex didn't really want to. But very classic. But we felt like the game plan was really simple. We just have to sit in Dragon because we usually win mid 3-3 because Lucian Nami was actually really far ahead this game. And just sit in Dragon, Maokai presses E, I tank all the Jace EQs, I tank the Elise Ws, and if they engage on me, we should win the fight afterwards with Maokai ultimate. So I felt like the game was really, really straightforward and based on composition, so I was pretty it was smooth sailing, I feel, throughout the game.
Okay, I respect that. I agree with you. I do think you guys' draft looked really good. Talking about draft for C9, you guys are 5-2. How do you feel coming into Super Week, winning game 1, new patch? You guys had a great draft today. Are you confident that you're going to be able to outdraft the next 2 opponents as well?
I'm pretty confident, although today they did lose 1 ban, and I was like, Mithy, if you don't win draft today, you're out, bro. Like, but I'm pretty confident with our drafts right now. I think we have pretty good read on the meta, despite the new patch, and we sort of, I feel, can play more champions than other teams in general. Okay. I do think the game against TL will probably be the hardest. Although they did lose today versus CLG, I do think they're still a pretty strong team. So playing against Summit is also a bit of an ego battle. So we're going to have to see how that one goes.
How are you going to approach that? I mean, maybe I'm asking too much here, but how do you approach playing against ego players like you've coined?
I play against them normally, but I do think Blabber has a tendency to like to gank Summit. I think he's a little bit butthurt about Summit dying in playoffs a lot, so he's like ganking top lane whenever he can. He's like skipping every camp he can to come top lane, so Summit has to worry about that one.
Fudge trying to put the fear of God in Summit in this interview.
It's some mind games,
I see what it is. Thank you very much for joining me, Fudge. I appreciate your insight as always, and we're going to have to toss it over to the break for GG versus TSM. Woo!
Okay, it's not so bad actually. It's pretty good, to be honest. Yeah. Good. Nice, one play.
Whoa!
Oh my god, Igna.
Blabber looking for the flank. Retaliation from Cloud9, and here comes Fudge, taking right on in. Spawn low, Spawn goes down, and Sven flashes away. Armand on the retreat, and Cloud9 have something to say about this early lead. They will take it and smash it away from Dignitas.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
I don't see any FlyQuest players in lobby, so they're getting more practice than we are.
Yeah. Wait,
Anything to
FlyQuest
say
is
about
not
this?
on lobby. Hello, ref.
Hit up Brian for that one.
You have a parlay on FlyQuest, ref?
No, just as fine. And can I get FlyQuest in lobby? Otherwise, I'm going back.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
I might just go back to training. This is not fair.
Me too. This is not fair.
Victor's warming up his earlier right now while I'm just waiting.
Scared.
Yeah, I'm becoming blabber. My monitor every day is becoming more tilted. Like.
Say something. Say something.
Yo, Casper, can you talk to Diplex? I think he muted me. Can you just say Diplex? Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh, never mind. Work on your CS,
good
bro.
on the audio?
Focus on CS. I'm looking.
This?
Danny?
Ian, 1 second, Jordan. Ian.
Okay.
You managed to get one up.
Me?
Looking.
So the Tristana 1v9.
My God.
The random Tristana pick.
C13. Ja.
Damn. They can't win on the patch. The next patch, my supports get buffed. GG.
GG.
When support leaves him forever.
Close.
When your top side is inting,
Wow, I mean, pretty spot on.
support dies top, I get Chad. This, dude, I don't even know what that
I'm that
means.
egotistical. I would call myself a chat.
Yeah.
Determined. It means I'm focused.
Oh, okay.
Eyes on the prize.
Oh, RuneScape.
Yeah, he knows that one.
Yeah.
That
That was pretty good.
probably when people don't listen to him in the game.
His work there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Intelligent.
Intelligent.
Clean?
I like cleaning, that's why. Like that
Like,
kind of clean. Like,
In game or in real life?
no, like in real life.
Oh,
Like cleaning.
Yeah, you're not very clean in game. Lineage?
I don't even play that game.
Oh, I thought you played that one.
No.
TFT. Yeah, he does play a lot of TFT. Watches the LCS broadcast and points out everyone's teamfighting mistakes. Look, this guy's so bad.
Hype music.
I've never seen you listen to music.
Oh, yeah, I stopped.
Yeah.
I feel like Hui didn't want the actual pump up known for air. Sticks threw one of the bus.
What's your pump up, huh?
For me, it's music. Gotta be music.
Same thing for me. Same
Yeah.
thing for me. I got to put on the heaviest metal possible. Gets me pumped up and things going. And we're about to get going with our last match of the day, and that is going to be TSM versus Golden Guardians.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Golden Guardians, I think, looking a lot better recently. You know, coming off of a really strong week. You know, 2-0 last week. Gory coming in for the team has made a really big difference, even in their losses. The first week, right when he arrived, he had to jump right in. Still was making a difference for this team. And TSM, you know, I think trying to find ways to really get consistent wins. You know, in the first week, they picked a lot towards scaling. They were able to kind of just outlast teams, wait for mistakes, you know, outscale, out-team fight. But it hasn't been as consistent for them these last couple weeks. And it feels like them, along with Dingdust, I feel like, are really searching for what is their consistent win condition. Because teams that aren't bot lane dominant, I think this is one of them, are really struggling on this patch.
I mean, right now they're looking for some level of consistency. I think who's finding that consistency as of lately, over on Golden Guardian side, has been Stixxay and Hui. They've been clicking very well. They've been having a lot of good early laning phases. This has been a bot lane that I've been enjoying watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hui, I think, really just trying to prove himself as an individual, as a strong support, you know, separated now from FBI, playing back with Stixxay, who he played with on CLG, albeit when he was the mid laner.
Yeah.
So it's fun to see that kind of reuniting of these two players. And Stixxay gave a great interview last week on stage, post-game interview, where he's talking about how Hui's such a different player as a support than he was as a mid laner, that he's very, very critical. He's always pointing out the mistakes that they make, you know, and really how that has helped Stixxay to continuously improve and kind of keep that eye on consistent growth week over week, because that's really what it takes, I think, to have these long careers as a pro.
You know, that's what I've always heard for a lot of people who do switch support role. It's that they're more team-oriented. They like a lot of the planning that goes on, and it's not the best thing for their role. So they usually end up switching to jungle or to the support, you know, who he chose for the support on this one. But we are going through the draft a little bit here. We already got the Maokai locked in, and it does look like Golden Guards want to take this Zeri. Lulu for TSM.
Yeah, Lulu getting locked in there. Traditionally, it has been paired most with Zeri, but there are a lot of scaling options these days that you can go towards. I'm going to be interested to see where they go. You know, I was kind of curious if Sivir would be pretty standard. So Lulu, Sivir on one side. What is the answer going to be here? Do they want to go towards, you know, another enchanter? We've been seeing a lot of Sonas when Yumi's off table, which obviously it's just totally dead now. So
yeah,
people have been going back towards things like the Sona. You can, of course, go more towards melee supports if you want. That would be, you know, in my opinion, kind of Huhi's specialty. I was also really interested to see if Chime was going to go melee supports, because that is kind of how I think he has made his name. He's one of those guys that has really been about the engage and team fighting.
Yeah.
And they're going to allow support to fall to the next stage of the draft. So instead, prioritizing Renekton as this top lane pick for Licorice. Going to be able to throw a couple of protection bands potentially here as well to keep him safe in that top lane.
You know, Chime, we used to always have good jokes over in the NACL about how his name's Chime, but he's actually a Thresh one-trick, which made things ever so confusing that he has a Bard-related name. But for the first half of this draft so far for TSM, I do like the level of engage they have. You know, Sivir and Wukong together can mean a very fast and snappy bite coming out from TSM.
An Alawi ban coming through. So that feels like maybe a little bit of tech from Solo. Kobe was wanting Alawi all last year. He was talking about it on the dive like every single week. This is, I think, the closest we've gotten to having it. So Kobe can give a cheer.
Hey, join us on the NACL. There's a guy named Moose Hater. He just played Alawi very, very recently.
I was watching him play Garen. That guy's everywhere, man. I'm a Moose Hater enthusiast.
And you all should be as well as we head into the second phase of the draft. Looks like Golden Guardians are going to eyeball into their solo lanes at the moment. Their mid lane at the moment as they cover the set.
Could also be the Hui special. They were hovering this last week as well, though. I think he's maybe just having a little bit of fun with it. But Hui, if you remember, was really well known for his set support. It's going to be Annie. Could actually be support or mid, so this is a flex. They could potentially send it, you know, either way. It's incredibly strong on this patch. Really, really, really overpowered. Even with the hotfix nerf, I still think it's incredibly strong. So we'll have to see, you know, how they're going to be able to deal with it. We did get to see it come out, you know, once earlier today. Do TSM just go full scaling? That is how they've gotten most of their wins. It looks like that's the answer. I mean, you've got Lulu, Sivir, Azir, Ornn. You're going late and you're trying to 5v5, and that's about all you're trying to do. And for Golden Guardians, you know, when you do have that Renekton, it's going to be a lot more difficult to fight. You're going to be looking more for these kind of multi-angle approaches for trying to attack from different sides. And if they actually want to go with the Yone, it is great, you know, as an answer to that Azir. But again, can be difficult at times in the 5v5, especially when you're going up against that Lulu, because it takes away that safety that you have when you actually E into a fight. If you get polymorphed in, you can't snap back and you can get burst down. And that mobility and that evasiveness is really what Yone kind of depends on in these 5v5s. So I do think Golden Guardians have a lot of tools that they can use to be proactive, and they're going to have to make use of them if they don't want this game to just stall out and become about scaling, where I think TSM are heavily, heavily favored.
Zale, I want to take you to a champion right here. Are you in favor of Annie being in the meta or out of the meta?
I think it's a lot of fun, honestly, having it back in the meta. To me, it's just nice to have a bit of a mix-up, right? Anytime anything is like a must-pick or a must-ban in the meta, I get a little bit tired of it. There's that fatigue of seeing the same thing again and again and again. So I like seeing that variety. And I'm also a strong believer that, you know, just below the kind of established S tier, there's actually a massive pool of like A tier champions that are just kind of out of reach of being picked in pro. So that is why I think it's a lot of fun to see these mix-ups. And for sometimes people just even realize that even without buffs, sometimes the champion will get a small buff in a patch and people start playing it and they realize, oh, this was actually really good even before. We just didn't necessarily know what matchups and what situations to play it in. So it's always fun to see those mix-ups, and I'm going to be excited to see how he's going to be able to perform, because I think he's been having a solid season.
He's been having a solid season. The only reason I bring it up is because he is the role swap, right, from mid into support. And I always feel like a lot of those role swaps bring some of the more fun picks into the support role. You know, role swaps in general just bring a lot of fun picks.
Absolutely, and we actually have a lot of them. I mean, Corte Day is an AD role swap. We had Busio lane swapping over from mid, Huhi from mid, Sven from AD. There may be others that I'm not thinking of, but those are the ones that always come to front of mind for me. So, you know, it is going to be really, really interesting to see how he's going to be able to perform. But I agree, a lot of these guys are going to have more confidence in playing these different style of champions, whereas traditionally, a lot of people have been playing support for a long time. It's just been more about the engaged supports or some of these kind of more defensive enchanters, and less about, you know, some of these kind of more unique picks.
Now, TSM versus Golden Guardians going to be underway right now. I love this front line and engage that we have from TSM, what they were able to grab in that draft. I want to see how that is going to start to interact with this comp that we have from Golden Guardians as we dig deeper and deeper into this game, especially around the neutral objectives, because I feel like Maokai has been that champion where you just automatically get like insta priority on early neutrals. I don't expect TSM to contest a little bit too much onto that side, but once we get into the full fives, that's going to be my interest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very least, I think you get priority for vision, right? You know, you can kind of step out and really control vision in those areas. And Huhi, that's one of the changes. You start with the 4-stack Q there, so we can step out of that brush. But this trade was truly horrible for them. Did not go the way I think they were expecting there. As you step out with that Q, you get one auto, but then they went full retreat, and Lulu and Sivir are going to get a lot of damage down in that situation.
Chime's like, friends, I have found a lost child in this brush. Can we please send her back home?
That's child abuse.
Hey, Chime's playing a Yordle.
Okay, so now it's just like children fighting. Does that make it better? Is that what we're promoting here?
It makes it way better. It's the playground wars.
Hunger Games. It's okay. They've done that in the movie.
I went for the playground. You went for the extreme round.
Trying to get gold.
Speaking of routes right now, full clear coming out from River should be pathing over to this bottom side where you have a strong push coming in. I mean, Sivir, Lulu, it's expected to be some level of heavy push, and especially with that early harassment going the way of TSM, should be that way for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, do have that push, especially when those early trades go that bad. You have to be very, very careful about these next couple of minutes, and that is why these double range matchups can be really, really spicy, because you take a little bit too much damage here or there. You're not going to have a lot of base regen. You're not going to have that ability necessarily to just kind of shrug that damage off. Huhi, as we can see, already had to use his potions. He had the biscuit in inventory, but still not even back towards full HP. And unless they can threaten it all in, it doesn't seem like they're really going to be able to threaten much of a trade.
Anything going on this top side. Solo battling out with Licorice over on this top end. One of the problems I've seen from TSM in the past has been specifically around their mid game and specifically around Solo as well. I do feel like he's willing to sacrifice a lot in his lane to give to TSM, but I feel like there's a delicate balance right there, right? You don't want to give up too much of your lane to try and come back, because then you end up kind of sandbagging towards the later stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be able to, especially when you're a weak side player, as he traditionally is, you have to be able to know what is okay to give up and what you actually need to fight for. Because if you fall so far behind that you become a liability, it's really going to put your team in a tough spot, because then they have to start putting resources in you to even keep you relevant in the game. But I will say that Solo throughout his career has really walked that balance very, very well. He's really adept at it, and that is kind of how he's made his career in the LCS, at being this guy that largely doesn't need a lot of resources, that can win out in these side lane matchups, or at least stay relevant in these side lane matchups, and then really contribute when it comes time to 5v5, and when it comes time to actually move towards these dragons. He has great timers, he understands his job in these fights and where he needs to be on the map.
River flashing over the wall, sees an opportunity to go for a gank, jumps on Neo, but the spell shield will block away the root. And TSM will get away with only scratches but no deaths. They've called over Boogie, and they're looking to return something back to Golden Guardians, but not in time.
Yeah, that was really good for TSM. At the end of the day, they do trade even on summoners, but in that 2v3 to be able to actually do that, it's really, really impressive. Well-timed spell shield. They almost got the kill on River. It is both summoners off of Chime, though, so he's the vulnerable one now. If River can find an angle to get back there, you can probably grab a pretty easy kill onto the Lulu. So Chime going to have to be really careful about his positioning, as we're seeing again, Gory taking the worst end of some of these trades. It is expected in the early levels, but he is keeping the farm very, very close, something that Diplex wasn't really able to do in this matchup last time. And generally, in my experience, once the One starts to pick up sustain, it becomes very, very difficult for the Azir to pressure in that same way. Because for Azir, it's much more about slowly whittling them down. And for this Yone, it's more about finding these burst opportunities, these windows with your soul unbound up, where you can really punish all at once.
Ping's being called right here. Huhi looking for something on the Maple into the mid lane. Does have the stun available and ready. But it's always scary when an Annie gets free from her lane and gets roaming, has that stun, has the damage to make kills a reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going to be that threatening just yet without the Ignite up and without much AP behind him, but the stun alone, can be that setup that you need, right? And we'll see. You know, Gory has the lane set up pretty well. Had that kind of small freeze. The wave was pushing towards him, so is going to have to TP back. As Maple TPs back to mid lane, he's going to be looking to just reset this wave. But there's going to be more there for Gory to farm and going to be able to keep this relatively even. As we stand on River just heading up towards top side. It's a good lane ward, though, from Solo. So we have to see, did Licorice actually track that? And is this just a bit of coverage for Licorice to be able to push in? So that's what it looks like.
It looks to be the case right here. Licorice will shove in that wave against Solo, and Hui has been roaming out repeatedly, leaving the daycare, looking to find some opportunities for Golden Guardians in the mid. Fortunately, Maple's not going to allow any of those, but you can tell Hui got murder on the mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he keeps going back there, but you got to check these side brushes. This pink ward is what spotted them, and it's wasting his time. You know, Maple did back off. They didn't actually get eyes on the fact that that was the ward. I mean, I'm sure he knows there's vision around there somewhere, but they weren't sure where it is. They didn't check that brush, and now Boogie going to spend some time here around mid lane. They're going to look for it.
Oh, good Gory, beautiful on the timing right there. Will be at no risk whatsoever.
Yeah, really, really nice buffer on that from Gory. Able to just get to safety with the ulti. Maple unable to actually get in front of him to block it. You know, if you do actually step in front of the Oni ult, he'll stop on you, and then maybe they could have got more, but Gory equal to the task there. And it feels like now, without that ulti, he's the one that's going to be pressuring. If that knock-up hit, would have been a pretty rough trade for Maple.
River focusing down into this bottom lane, but again, the wards are there, and River's going to be walking past that control ward that was placed earlier. Actually, won't even walk past it, so TSM should have some idea where River is, and they'll have the complete picture in just a moment. Still staying hidden for a little bit more in this fog of war. Finally can spawn him out.
Yeah, gonna be spotted. And now it's up to Maple to just kind of like not give it up, you know, not make it too obvious that you know that he's there. Maple, though, taking a really bad trade, and this is what I'm talking about. You know, with that soul inbound, you get in, you hit that knock-up. It starts to become such a winning trade that all Zero can do is run, but Stixxay looking for the all-in!
Ultimate coming out from Stixxay, gets polymorphed, has to wait it out, goes back onto Neo, who he following through, doesn't have a stun. One more spell before he has it primed. Ooh, waiting for it. Flash for Huhi as well, so he tries to time it in, but the spell shield comes in time for Neo.
Yeah, nicely done there by Neo. And honestly, even if the stun landed, he still had cleanse, so I don't think it's actually worth the flash there from Huhi. You know, really trying to push, trying to play aggressively in this matchup, but Neo and Chime have been doing a great job thus far, absorbing that pressure. And River now here on the invade, does not have his smite though, so Boogie gonna be able to claim this, and yeah, just back it up.
That is so weird on the call for Huhi. I mean, when you pop the Q, there's enough of a buffer where you can read it coming through. I get the idea with popping the W to proc the next spell to get the stun, but Neo sees that buffer coming from a mile away.
Yeah, and my guess is they just didn't have a perfect timing on the spell shield cooldown. The spell shield is very long on those early levels, you know, 24-second cooldown. So he probably thought it was still on cooldown from a little bit earlier. Maybe thought he could actually ride that line and be able to get it off. Had a little bit of a mistiming, so we'll get punished because, yeah, I mean, I think he's going to know Neo will be able to react to that almost every single time.
So now Golden Guardians are setting up around the Rift Herald, and the response for TSM is to contest. Called over Boogie as well as the bot lane. Chime waiting not too far off. Reset coming out from Golden Guardians. Too much of a threat from TSM onto their positioning, so they won't quite go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think that would be way too risky. If you commit to the Herald there, Solo's missing from lane, Horn ult comes out, Wukong ult comes out, Maple has his ultimate available, you know, all of those tools are there to really, really punish. Plus, Stixxay was pushing bot, so they're actually already getting stuff down on this bot side. He's gonna get a second play here and deny some of that farm, so that's a lot of gold going into Stixxay's pockets, so they didn't need the pressure. It was actually TSM that were getting nothing elsewhere at that same time. Golden Guardians were pushing top with Renekton, pushing bot with the Zeri, and that has resulted in a 500 gold lead for Stixxay alone. So that is really a nice play, despite the fact that they didn't even start the Herald, or couldn't finish the Herald, rather.
Yeah, Stixxay is cashing in and generating that income. You know what happens when a Zeri gets going. Boogie paying attention to this top side. The rest of Golden Guardians will peel off over to the Rift Herald and look to contest this. This looks like TSM want to do the same dance that they did last time and try and give an argument for Golden Guardians not to take this, and that argument comes in the call of the Forge God into the air, to the skies. Licorice will go. The Rift Herald will get secured through. Licorice will go down, and First Blood will be secured by TSM. Ember's Divide coming out from Maple, goes after Gory, flashing away. It's gonna be Solo, but Gory wants a piece of Maple, even with the low health bar. Got no chance. Maple takes the kill, and Huhi and River make haste. They head right for the exit. They want none of TSM.
Yeah, Chime gonna hit that slow, but it's not gonna be enough, unfortunately. Will be able to get it out of there, but still a great fight from TSM, and now 6A on bot side.
6A going for it again, wants the 1v1, will not be able to claim it. Neo shoved right underneath that tower, and 6A flexing that authority.
Yeah, just trying to push him back, trying to establish a window here to push in, continue poking away at that turret. Not really gonna be able to get much of anything though, as Neo has the wave clear to be equal to that task. And this is just a risky play. You're going up there, with Ornn, being able to have that engage, and they just go straight in on Licorice, who didn't have much defensive stats whatsoever. He had the early ult already popped, but he's just gonna get burst down. And then you see, in goes that Yone, but he gets polymorphed up immediately. He gets ulted after the polymorph ends there, by Maple, and Maple getting so much damage here. Maple just nice little sidestep, avoiding Gory's knockup, and then able to finish him off. And TSM don't get anything more on the chase. Good little escape by River, just using those saplings to slow him down.
All right, so TSM 2 kills up early. Not too much gold to that regard, because a lot of that was really dialed back because of the plays from Golden Guardians in that bot side. 6A, he was the one cashing in those plays.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, if I'm TSM and I'm even, let alone ahead in gold, I'm kind of laughing in this game. I feel like their situation is really, really good. You have Ornn, Sivir, Lulu, and Azir. Like, that is just ultimate go late, look to scale it up. So if you're not getting punished by champions, like this Renekton, like this Annie, I feel like they're really going to struggle to have anywhere close to the same value as something like a Lulu. This is not a mid lane Annie, who he needs to be getting kills to be getting gold. And Annie's going to struggle, I think, to really contribute in the same way. So they are going to look for this potential engage off the Maokai ult, but
oh, he flashes in with Tibbers, lands it onto Chime. Chime trying to survive, has a lot of health. Gory goes in and takes down Chime. Boogie running away with the Cyclone. Neo following suit. Doesn't have the ultimate, so doesn't have the extra move speed. Has to use the flash to get away as Ale.
Yeah, gonna be forced to actually use that flash. So Golden Guardians pushing in. They're looking pretty happy after that one. They grab the dragon, and the force from Huhi does result at least in some kills. Licorice now with the spot onto Boogie, but Maple is coming, and if Licorice over chases, this could go bad for him, so he's got to leave.
Now there's a Gator in this jungle, and here comes Solo. This is so painful, man. The crowd control TSM cannot be denied.
Oh, Licorice getting a little bit too aggressive there, going in blind on this move, trying to actually punish Boogie, but you don't know where Solo is. You don't know where Maple is. Solo, though, could get dove here.
Oh, Solo gonna get dived. 4 members of the Guardians surrounding poor Solo will get taken apart. 6A will receive the kill.
Yeah, nicely done. They get that kill in the 6A's pockets here. They get some more plays down on bot side, so at least they can respond on that bottom side. But big unforced error from Licorice. No shot. He should have been staying around that long. And as a result, he gives up an easy kill. TSM, the TP's gonna arrive, but can you actually hold this? Okay. So they will be able to keep it alive. The Herald's not doing as much damage early. It is that 1 plate remaining, but at the very least, they cash in on some of that gold.
And that's a lot of gold onto Neo, those plates. Spread around among 3 members of TSM at that. Look the opposite side of the map, though, Azale. That's a solo first turret for 6A.
I mean, 6A is just so far ahead now. He is basically all of the hopes right now of Golden Guardians. He's 1,500, 1,600 gold ahead individually in that matchup. So once he goes back, he's going to have a lot of gold to spend here. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on him, and Gory to get things done, because Licorice really hasn't been able to establish much of a lead. I do think Innie is going to always have that utility of an engage, but I feel like you're going to fall off pretty hard compared to a Lulu. Lulu just needs your support mythic, and you're kind of laughing, right? You're just amplifying the damage that your teammates are putting out, whereas Huhi will always be good for that stun, but past that, later on, you're going to flash in, drop Tibbers, and then probably die.
That's a problem with some of these double range matchups. Some of them, it's hard to redeem yourself if you have a bad laning phase. The Caitlyn support was a big one to that indicator. You're going to have some suffering here for Huhi if he doesn't find too much with it soon. More exchanges coming out from these solo laners, and Huhi might be trying to find something. He's looking over at the monkey in the jungle, has River right next to him. Licorice not too far off. Maybe TSM go for a fight here. Licorice going for the engage, follows through. River on the opposite end. It's going to cut off the rest of TSM and follow through on the charge. 6A runs in with the ultimate and pops Maple. A double kill for 6A.
Yeah, that's actually huge. The TP wasn't able to be canceled by Solo. We saw that screen and now the stun lands.
Big Tibbers for Huhi. sends TSM far away from this tower, but will not claim another kill.
They're not going to be able to quite finish off that kill, but great pressure, great engage here from Golden Guardians. You know, they're playing decisively. They know they need to keep the pace of this game very, very fast. Might have been a different story had Solo been able to actually interrupt that TP with his ulti a little bit earlier. Couldn't quite actually land that, so unfortunately for them, it means really good things for Stixxay, who is just getting comically fed. The entire lead is basically just him.
Stixxay, can I borrow some gold, friend? My word, dude is cashing in. And as you said, Stixxay pretty much is the Golden Guardian. This is the person you're depending on.
I mean, greed is good in League of Legends. You know, all that gold stacked on one person is much more powerful than having it, you know, spread out amongst many. Because he already has his 2 items completed plus the tier 2 boots, so Stixxay is ready to go. And I just want to see Golden Guardians continue to push the pace with that. You know, they are in a really great spot right now. Continue to look to try to set up vision around these dragons. 45 seconds till the next one spawns. Get those wards ready. Look for that fight. We can see this one more time. Maple TP's up top lane, so they were looking to make a play on Licorice, but Golden Guardians were ready. You can see Stixxay is coming up, and then we'll see it, you know, in the bottom of the screen. It's that TP coming in, and you can see on that minimap TP coming in. The Ornn ulti was looking to actually interrupt, couldn't quite get it. So here comes that 5th member. Gory does arrive, and Stixxay just pushing forward, crushing through this team unopposed.
You know, respect to Huhi for the back half, getting that Tibbers. Could have looked a little cooler if you got a kill onto that. 9 seconds until the dragon spawns and Golden Guardians are the first ones to step foot into that direction. And with the Rift Herald, it's going to be easy mid lane priority coming out for them. A 1-2 punch for the Guardians.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. Standard stuff. Grab the Herald, drop it mid, right as dragon spawning, force that response. And with plates falling, they should be able to crack that tower, and they do. So mid lane tier 1 does fall. You can see, though, the response from TSM is not actually to group to fight it. They're happy to just trade for gold. You can see Azir pushing up on top side. Ornn's going to go down towards the bot side, and they're going to look to try to recoup as much gold as possible as they can. They're fine giving up 2 dragons. They may look to fight at the 3rd, or if they're still in a bad spot, potentially could even delay it to the 4th. But they know the longer this game goes, the better they're going to be feeling about their chances.
Cyclone out from Boogie, and there it is, the Emperor's Divide. Gory dealing with so much crowd control. Is able to play around it just enough. Doesn't even burn his flash this game.
Yep, is going to use that ulti, but nice trade. You know, get those 2 ultis down. Radiant Virtue now finished up for Solo. Plus, he's got Tabbies and the Bramble, so really he's shrugging off most of the damage that Licorice is actually putting out. Doing a good job, just kind of holding on in that side lane. And he continues to get more experience under his belt. Those Ornn items are going to start coming through. And that's where things, you know, can really start to get more difficult. The gold league can kind of start to lie to you, as each Ornn item is worth about, you know, an extra 1k or so that isn't showing on the scoreboard.
For Golden Guardians, they're looking at their watches right now, taking a close look at the time, and they don't want this to go too long. Once we get into the 25-minute mark, the 30-minute mark, it keeps going more and more handily over the TSM and this very strong scaling teamfight composition that they've brought to the Rift.
Yep, but the big X factor is, of course, the fact that Stixxay is super, super fed. So as long as they can actually enable Stixxay, and while they don't have, you know, the traditional ways to actually do that, they don't have a Lulu, they don't have any enchanters standing behind him.
You got a Zeri.
What they have is, yeah, exactly, you have the Zeri, and you have a lot of people to make space, right? So you're going to have River, Licorice, Gory, Huhi, everyone charging forward, and basically forcing TSM to just kind of retreat, right? Trying to force them back, and that is going to be the way that Stixxay is going to be bought space by the aggression of his teammates. So we'll see how well they can actually do that, because if Stixxay does get stacked in on, if they can get in on top of him, he doesn't have anyone to necessarily save him that easily.
He's going to have to go LCK mode and do it all by his lonesome if that ends up being the case. For Golden Guardians, more control position of the map. TSM, they're looking to still get their solo lane at least some sort of gold, some sort of lead ahead. And again, they're not pressured to do it. They can play this game slowly as long as Golden Guardians aren't taking too much. TSM are happy to take a fight right here. Teleport's coming out from both teams. Licorice caught out, a lot of crowd control on the Licorice. Gator can't even get close to Maple. Gory shows up, but Solo is taking the damage and will finally get chopped away. Gory gets the kill on Solo.
They're going to be able to get that kill, but it wasn't about the 2v2. It's the fact that Stixxay and Huhi were roaming first, so they couldn't actually stand and fight there. I think Maple could have stood and fight had it just been the 2v2, but they saw the roaming members here from Golden Guardians making that move very quickly to respond. well done by them, and we'll see what they can actually get with this. Going to be moving in, looking to take some vision. And if you actually take a look at the items here, it's likely to be a Leandries for River as the Mythic. So he's not actually going to go for a tank Mythic. This is going to be more heavily AP, and he is playing First Strike, so it can get really, really annoying playing around the objectives with this. But what it does mean is that Licorice is basically solo frontline. And Renekton does not scale that well as a frontline, so you're not going to have this kind of like big group of beefy boys in the front to make that space for Stixxay as easily as you otherwise would.
But you do get saplings.
You do get saplings.
You do get some pretty powerful saplings. I mean, if Golden Guardians hold control of rivers for these neutral objectives and get those saplings down, they do a lot of damage as they really build that up.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But Solo can actually just step forward with Lulu shields and be that big tank to absorb them, right? So they have a good answer for it. If you're 5 squishy against AP Maokai, it becomes actually so unbearable because you have no one good to actually clear it. But they have some really good ways to do that, you know, with the Lulu shields, with this big frontliner in orange. So we'll see how they can deal with that. It does take time, though, to clear out those saplings safely, so that's going to be difficult. Maple, though, in trouble!
Gory onto Maple, steps away from the ultimate, will slide onto the side. Emperor's Blood comes out, but here comes River. Mid laner picked off, and Team Solo mid down a mid.
Yeah, River going to be able to flash in and get that kill, but at the very least, Maple forces 2 flashes because both Gory and River flashed in for that. And Maple should be back up in time to actually get over here and potentially contest this dragon. And that is going to mean there's going to be no ulti for Gory. There's going to be no flash on River or Gory, and no ulti on Maokai either. So I actually think potentially if TSM can delay enough time for Maple to get there, it could end up being in their favor.
This is TSM's time to turn it around. 3 seconds, no, not 3 seconds, 5 seconds till Maple's off the respawn, and still so much more time for the dragon. So as you were saying, it does allow TSM to get some sort of setup, but they might not be thinking about the dragon right now. They're peeling towards the top side, Azael.
Yeah, they just basically don't want to deal with the Maokai saplings, I think, and they're trying to buy time for the Azir. So they're likely not going to commit to this. I think they're just trying to say, hey, you got to come over, you got to come over. But the problem with this is it's so easy to actually answer with one person soloing the dragon and 4 people just kind of contesting the Baron. And that's all they really have to do. But at the very least, TSM bought time here, right? Maple is now back with the team. They have the setup for the 5v5, and those flashes are still going to be missing on the other side.
And Ultimate's down as well. Gory doesn't have his. It will be taking quite soon. Same thing for River. So it might be enough time for Golden Guardians to fight their way back in the team fight.
Yeah, I think that Maple thought Gory had his ulti, and it was really close to being back up. Otherwise, I don't think he actually flashes that. Yeah. Solo trying to walk in, clear these brushes, and they're going to look for the engage now.
Through here comes the Cyclone, and the call of the Forge God to the skies. Licorice will go once again, but will survive his plummet back. Golden Guardians going after the Drake, and they will secure it. Dragon Soul point. How's the team fight going to go, though? Gory steps in, and Gory gets 3, and will decimate Team Solo mid. Guardians finding the win.
Oh my God, Gory with the explosive team fight there. He sets him up and Stixxay knocks him down. Golden Guardians can go right over to the Baron. They secure the dragon as Boogie chased way too deep onto the side there, trying to push off Licorice. Now Golden Guardians are going to get everything. They are looking very decisive around the team fights in this game. It is so nice to see them playing towards the strength of their comp. They get the Dragon, they get the mid-tier 2, they're gonna get the Baron, and they have taken full control of this game. 8K lead over TSM, only 24 minutes in.
The Red Bull Baron grabbed by Golden Guardians. What a team fight to come back right here off of TSM's engage.
Yeah, absolutely. The initial engage looking good for TSM, but then they actually just begin to chase up after Licorice, and I think that's really the main problem. They're going way too far. You know, Boogie's way up here, and look at the Dragon's health. He's not anywhere close to actually getting back to try to contest that dragon. They kind of overcommit to that side. Licorice peels back, survives, and then Gory finds his moment with the last seconds there. Being able to get in, multi-man knock-up, setting him up for Stixxay, who just completely eviscerates him. And Solo, the frustration on his face, he knows that was probably their last chance.
Definitely was. I mean, Golden Guardians, 7.3K in the lead. It's been snowballing right now. Maybe a last chance for TSM found on the truck, but getting chased away immediately as the rest of the Guardians have arrived to lay down TSM. Going after Boogie. The tower no longer exists, friend, and neither does your health bar.
Yeah, and out of it all, they get roasted. Golden Guardians has been so fast on these moves. Anytime TSM is trying to look to play towards that side lane, Golden Guardians are really respecting those moves and moving down there as a 5-man squad so incredibly fast. It's already happened multiple times this game. Now they're going to try to push in here, use the Timbers to tank up the tower, and they're going to look to try to close this one out very quickly if they can.
Yeah, mid lane push coming out for Gory. In the meanwhile, Golden Guardians focusing this bot lane. Inhib tower, it will fall. Inhib is all that remains to finish the objective down here in the bottom lane and transfer to the mid where Gory sets.
Yep, they're going to be able to already knock that one down. You can see top lane is already pushing. Mid lane has already been prepped, but it does look like they're going to try to head back to base, spend up all their gold. If I check their pockets here, did have quite a bit of gold to actually spend up. So I wanted to make sure that they are able to get back to base, complete all their purchases. IE is done for Gory, IE is done for Stixxay. Stixxay almost has the GA on top. These guys are crazy fed at this point.
They knew this scaling win condition out of TSM, checked their watch, said it's butt kick o'clock, and they pressed that gas pedal down, and boy did they go. 9K now as they start dancing around this Baron area. We still have a while before that Baron does spawn, as we do have the Baron buff on. Golden Guardian setting up for both this top side and the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and now it's just so far behind the TSM are. You know, they would have to delay this game for a massive amount of time to really have a hope of coming back into it. You know, the Ornn items are starting to come through. You know, they have 2 of those done. It's done for Neo, it's done for Solo. But their progression in this game has been halted so drastically, and it's, you know, closing in on a 4,000 gold lead here between the ADs, and that is just astronomical.
This is where we go for the classic Sivir 600 CS win condition, where you just turtle for like an hour, and there you go, you scaled. Come back there, but I don't think Golden Guardians are going to allow that much time with how fast they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult. If Golden Guardians get really passive, I do think TSM always have that opportunity. They have incredible wave clear, as you're alluding to. Sivir Azir is about as good as you can get in those situations. And with bot lane and Inhib down, it does mean more and more minions going to be pouring in towards their base. You know, help them equalize that. But this is a 10K gold lead, and they're going to have to fight in 40 seconds if they don't want to give over this Ocean Soul. And we can see Sapling getting thrown over the side there at the bottom of our screen does kind of give away River's positioning, but it also means Golden Guardians are potentially looking for an engage here.
River wants it. River wants it. He's at the angle to find the flank right now. Has Hui right next to him, and Gory on the opposite flank. TSM got to be careful about moving too far forward right here. One ward does go out, should spot out Gory's play. But River still waiting over on that bottom end.
But now Gory doesn't actually have to be risky at all, so TSM are going to try to hard engage.
TSM trying to find another Stixxay, but Stixxay is able to peel back. Call the Forge God goes off, but Stixxay doesn't care if he gets knocked up. There's no members of TSM around him. Licorice flashes over the wall, and it was everything but the kitchen sink thrown by TSM, and they're still empty-handed.
Yeah, and Gory's behind him. This is going to get difficult, but Maple's going to look to preempt the engage.
The
nice flash
from Gory says no to that. Chime follows through, and so does Boogie. No Cyclone available for Boogie. They're going to try and brute force Gory down. He will say, yes, I want this fight. Almost returns it on the Boogie in the meanwhile.
Yeah, almost knocking him down, but not quite. And that will buy them a little bit of time. But unfortunately, on the other side of the map, it means Soul will be uncontested for Golden Guardians. So going to be able to grab that for themselves. Ocean Soul, always really, really powerful. Not as scary because there's not a real true tanks on the Golden Guardians side. So you can always kind of have that hope that, hey, maybe we can burst someone down, maybe we can make something happen. But you definitely want to see some heal cut being picked up here. You know, on TSM side, they have the Bramble Vest, but that is about it. And there is a tremendous amount between the lifesteal and the Ocean Drake healing now. You look at Shield Bow Bloodthirster in the mid lane, plus a Wrath Elixir, so he's gonna have a tremendous amount there. It's also a Shield Bow down in bot lane. So there's gonna be a lot of healing that they actually have to deal with.
And Golden Guardians are looking for the end right now. We have 30 seconds before the Baron does spawn. Chime went out there to get some early vision to spot this out coming out from Golden Guardians. And that inhibitor should be up within the next minute. So some silver linings coming out from the Guardians on their next setup. For TSM coming on the next setup, excuse me.
Yep, and they do have their third Ornn item, so there are some little small things that are working for them, but it is one fight away from the game ending, you know, for TSM. That is really the difficulty here. And also, when you have Ocean Soul, you can just constantly bait Baron over and over and over and over. It never has to end, because you're never really going to be threatened by the damage of this neutral objective once you have that Ocean Soul. Maple going to be forced to TP up here early, so this may be where TSM elect to try to fight.
Your two frontliners, Solo and Boogie. waiting to engage for TSM for what could be the last chance to take a win right here. Here comes Call the Forge God. They find Licorice once again. Gory over on the sidelines, goes after Chime. The fight continuing. Solo getting so low, gets a double knockup to go through. Stixay runs low as well, but no one to fall in this team fight just yet.
Yeah, but they did chunk out Stixay quite a bit. And in goes Gory!
Gory onto Chime, gets taken down by Neo. TSM, they found something back off the over-aggression of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that's the polymorph I was talking about in the draft. It's really, really punishing when you go in there for the Oni on these one-man mission-type plays. You get polyed up, you get burst down. Ocean Soul is not going to save you in those situations. And now the objective bounties are starting to come in here. What can TSM get with Gory dead for 30 seconds? They at least get the mid lane tier 1. Are they going to just try to start up this Baron? That would be way too much. Boogie is chunked to 0 from those saplings.
Yeah, those saplings do a bit when you have a Leandries under the Demonic Embrace. River does a lot of damage, being that jungler, and it makes the Baron area a very dangerous place for TSM to traverse. Golden Guardian's going to set up in that direction once again.
Yeah, they are going to. So they do lose that kill. They do lose the mid lane turret. It is more time going the way of TSM, which does start to make you a little bit nervous. Golden Guardians still in full control, though. They still have the GA on Stixay. They have Flash on Stixay. They have all the tools that they need for him to really have a successful team fight. But Maple, all of a sudden, Death Cap done for him. I.e., when that completes for Neo, or excuse me, he's probably going to be going Bloodthirster here. Of course, he already has the Quick Blades. But when that Bloodthirster, that 4th item comes through, he is going to be such a threat in these team fights as well. So despite the gold disadvantage, there will be opportunities for TSM if they can find that perfect engage. It's just going to be tough to do it because Golden Guardians have saplings everywhere. And even Solo is kind of taking some punishment from it.
Solo eating those right on the chin, getting burned away on that percentage health damage. Here comes Call the Forge God, lands onto no one.
on the side.
Secured for our Golden Guardians. Boogie looking to bail on out because there's too much damage that the Guardians have brought. Boogie with the Cyclone. Gory follows through. Stixay with the chase on the Chime. Takes him down. He's not a frontliner, but damn, I'd be fooled. Stixay with the triple kill.
What a flash forward from who? He's setting him up. Flash forward, gets the triple stun with the W, and no hesitation from Stixay there. He flashes right on in and mops him up. Golden Guardians march on the Nexus.
Golden Guardians, they fed Stixay 10-0 and 2. They'll give them a big, big dub against TSM.
Nicely done. Golden Guardians 3 straight wins now. Playoff dreams well and truly alive. The win streak dreams alive as well. And taking down TSM here, very, very well done by Golden Guardians. I loved that they were on the same page with these engages. I love that there wasn't that hesitation. That is always the concern when you have these types of really heavy engaged comps is everyone going to be on the same page? Are you going to be disjointed on those engages? Are people going to be playing too far back? And it was never the case here for Golden Guardians. I think Kuhi had a great game, finding those angles, finding those engages was really effective on the Annie, especially in that last fight. The triple stun that he actually landed with that flash forward of the W set up Stixay on the Zeri so well. And Gory as well was really stand out for me. I think Gory's team fighting was so impressive. When you think back to that earlier Dragon fight, there's just these opportunities where they're finding that window to go in to pressure that TSM backline, and then Stixay isn't hesitating at all. He's instantly in there capitalizing, and that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see between these teams, because it feels like they're starting to kind of build that synergy. They're starting to have a better understanding of what their teammates are going for, and being able to really be on the same page.
It's that veteran instinct coming out from Stixay, able to shine when it matters most. Golden Guardians, great win for them, and a great way that they played it through, because it was a scaling win condition coming out for TSM, and there were worries there that TSM were going to be able to get to that win condition with how the early game was going. But man, as I said, it suddenly was butt kick o'clock, and Golden Guardians just went for fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they found those windows. They're able to find these multi-man engages, finding the stuns with the Annie, or finding the engages, whether it is a flank from the Renekton or an engage, an ulti coming through from this Yone. I think Golden Guardians did a really, really good job with it. And I've got to be so pleased about how their season is turning around, because it was a bit of a rough start for them. They didn't have their mid laner there, their intended starter. They were playing with Young in week 1. And then, Gory comes in week 2. They're still losing, but you can see, that kind of glimmer of hope. You can see that contribution that he's offering. And now he's had this time to actually, really get things going. And there's the Academy spot again here. supporting you, showing up for their friend. And you did a great job as well today.
I love you all, brothers. And I love this game even more. Golden Guardians.
They don't like that.
That's right. Nah.
Like, you want to hang out? You're like, nah, I'm going to go play some League. See you guys later.
All right. Well, I want to get some dinner, so I'm gonna wrap up my time here. And as we wrap up things here in the arena, Huhi and Licorice are joining the lounge to close out the day.
Peace.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. They are on the way. I actually see them
right over
now.
there.
Yeah, you can't see them, but I see them.
Their microphones aren't ready yet, so we're going to quickly talk about this game. And I would say, specifically, the Yone.
Yone.
Yone?
Yone.
I feel like
Azale
we
just said
every
Yone,
time.
so that threw me off.
Look, it is what it is. Flame them.
Yeah, but I believe we have some nice footage of the Yone coming up.
Ooh.
It's a sponsored segment.
Well, is it
The
really?
Grubhub dub, Jet.
Yeah, Grubhub delivering the win. Grubhub dub. Here we go.
Gory, man. That ulti that he was able to get, I think it was just a solid 3-man ulti, was sick.
He definitely popped off for a lot of these mid-game team fights. Had a little oopsie or two at the end, but this was the one that got them their first Baron and really helped solidify the win.
Absolutely. Keep yourself fed during this week's matches and use the code LCS 4OFF8 for $4 off for delivery orders of $8 or more through Tuesday, February 20th. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Guys doing? Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love how we were just waiting as you guys were getting mic'd up completely. And you guys just mosey on in between.
No, they're definitely like staring at each other in total silence.
Yeah.
It's a little strange, but we made it through it. We're here.
Nice. Welcome.
Thank you.
We were commenting during the game that you had to face against like the TSM draft, just the like Ornn Azir scale and try and hold on.
Yeah.
How did that game feel to you guys?
I mean, for my part, I kind of messed up the Rift Herald fight, and like I picked Renekton for the Rift. Like you pick Renekton, you want to win that Rift Herald fight, and I messed it up. So then I was like, oh man. But my team played really well, so like to see that.
How did you guys feel just generally for the last couple weeks? Finally getting Gory back. You had a really tough strength of schedule to start, and then since then have been rallying. And with Team Liquid's loss today, it feels like you guys might soon have sole possession of 5th place and breaking the top half of the league. Like, is this something you're keeping your eyes on, or is it like head down, focus one game at a time?
I mean, we definitely think we're not like where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting better and better, especially after Gory came. So I think we're pretty excited how to show what we can do. So I think we want to aim higher, definitely.
Yeah, we were kind of joking at the start of the day, and I want to get your opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes starting 0-4. But
facts.
Gory had visa issues at the start of the year, and that's also when you played the best teams. But now that he's here and you've had more time together, is this actually do you feel like it's kind of a fortunate schedule that you're able to play the teams you're playing now that you have Gory?
No.
I said you would say that.
No, we would have beat them with Gory.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the confidence.
The confidence is actually one thing. I remember I was interviewing Stixay after the win that you guys had last week, right? And for him, he was also been didn't want to even hear the excuse of the strength of schedule. Like a loss is a loss, and it feels like the mentality is something that I'm interested in with you guys, right? Because it feels like you guys you believe you can go farther and you can do more. Just generally speaking, after taking loss after loss those first 2 weeks, was there any shake in confidence? How was the conversations internally?
Were you regretting the FU piece that you put out at the beginning?
No, I mean, it was fine because the first week we had a sub and Young played well, but it's always difficult playing with the sub. And then the second week, Gory flew in 2 days before our matches or something.
Yeah.
So it's if we lose, we lose. It just happens. I think we're aiming to be a top team. So the whole strength of schedule thing too, it's
true.
I don't know. If you're the best team, then you are the strength of schedule. You know, here we come. So
that's fair.
That's where we're aiming.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's check out the standings where you guys actually end up at the moment. 3-4, 3-game winning streak. 2 more games this week. Raz did say at the start of the day he strongly disagrees with Golden Guardian's ability to win all 3 games. I was against it.
Look,
I think you're
Wait a minute.
You can check.
I'm getting roasted.
That is just what he said. Anyway, FlyQuest 7-0, 5-0 in their last 5. You can see there you guys are tied for 5th. There's a clump of teams there: COG, Golden Guardians, Team Liquid, and TSM. But congratulations once again on the win. We also do have the schedule moving into tomorrow. You guys again have Game 5, so you can go home, get a good review in, long sleep, show up again in the evening. But we start off that day, EG versus TL, IMT versus C9, 100 Thieves versus COD, TSM, FlyQuest, and then Golden Guardians against Dignitas. So thank you once again for joining us, guys. Congratulations on the win. That is going to do it from the LCS Lounge for today. Wednesday is over. We will be on another Wednesday in 4 weeks, in week 8, for those of you that want to know when it's happening.
Enough of a heads up, Jet.
Thank you.
Way in advance. So please tune in for that, but also tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern time for another day of LCS matches and a special guest. See you then. Hit it. Oh, you're getting way better.
Yeah. I wonder how many views the LCS will get today.
I mean, JoJo's mom is watching all of my games.
She's a big fan of yours.
Yeah.
Unironically, she is watching all your
She's
games.
watching all my games, yeah.
Closer's ready, finds the Q over the wall. Another auto attack will do it. And double-elimination gets excited for first blood. 3,500 gold lead. Now they're going to take the blue buff too, and they're not done yet. Closer wants to get away as Bucio flashes out. The lockdown comes in. He slams him into the dirt with his own ultimate. 6-2. The geniuses are looking good. Vika's thinking about it. Flash. Follows him all the way back underneath the turret, and they're ready to follow up here with a Zaya Rakan. Tactical is first blooded.
And they're going to teleport. Double teleport flank.
Man, that blade caller just cut him off. Tactical goes over the wall, but he still drops. Now you got a Blaze Olive in the middle of everybody on FlyQuest. 1, 2, 3, line them up, knock them down, and move on over to Baron. It's way too easy for FlyQuest.
Bottom lanes are coming.
Oh, one more eyeball does actually open. Arrow from across the map finds Palafox. Flash from Core JJ to follow it up with the chain CC. The health bars are low, and Core JJ goes in to make it happen. Summit flies over the top, but Dope was ready to fight back. It's big Dope, baby! He picks up 2, he picks up 3. He absolutely smears Team Liquid all over the floor.
Yeah, not gonna look for the redive. Oh, the hook!
Oh, coming in from Ignar, who will decimate Sven and get something back.
Blabber looking for the flank. Retaliation from Cloud9, and here comes Fudge, taking right on in. Spawn low, Spawn goes down, and Sven flashes away. Armad on the retreat, and Cloud9 have something to say about this early lead. They will take it and smash it away from Dignitas. It's gonna cut off the rest of TSM and follow through on the charge. Stixxay runs in with the ultimate and pops Maple, a double kill for Stixxay. Golden Guardians going after the Drake, and they will secure it. Dragon Soul point. How's the team fight gonna go, though? Gory steps in, and Gory gets 3, and will decimate Team Solo mid. Guardians finding the win.